Good evening. It's episode 244 of the longest running episodic, whatever it is, we don't know. We simply don't. Just don't know. Yeah.
We're almost there.
Maybe someday.
Other people are telling us, though.
Hey, at least they told us.
That's
Josh
it.
here says, Friday night, you know what that means because I'm Carlos Alive. That's right, Josh. Thank you. Appreciate you as always. Saddle fan wants the like button rate tonight? Sky high, because Eric is tardy. And we're going to make fun of him shortly. This will be the opening segment of making fun of Eric. As of many segments of making fun of Eric. Let's be fair. But, nonetheless, it is what it is.
He has a thing.
He claims to have a valid excuse, but we have questions.
It's a thing.
We need a doctor's note.
It is a thing.
He's got a lot of those. I think he's got a script right there on his desk.
Oh, yeah. Paulier says, double like button fee. Booby is late. That's right. Saddler fan, also who won the fantasy playoffs. So for the playoff pool, so to speak, I think the end result was that, yes, Bobby, you were victorious with the tiebreaker, I think. Oh, no, you guys tied. No, you guys tied because of the tiebreaker. Yeah, so you guys were actually stuck in between. And again, had you used the strategery, you could have just copied him and you would have won. So it ended up Eric and Bobby tied because Bobby opened the door for him.
Yes. But, you know, he wants to be a Jason. I couldn't take that away from him. I had to give him something just to, you know, to stay the long time ridicule that he'll endure over the next rest of his life, I guess.
Oh, yes. Always. Getting me from Championship, Florida. Now, Ham, listen, I understand you're in the state, but you can't claim both Florida man and Tampa. You were the Tampa guy before. So I'm like, Yannick, I got to be honest. Good old Ham is trying to have his egg and eat it too. I'm not okay with this.
Where geographically are they playing, actually?
So I don't know where. I honestly don't know where the Florida.
I mean, you know, Florida's
plays.
a big state. It's like saying the Saskatchewan Rough Riders. Like, you know, it's a big province. Like where they're playing, Regina.
Listen, Yannick, I'm not even convinced Florida's a real place. So there's a 50-50 chance the Florida Panthers are playing in like Alabama or something. Like we don't even know. How would we know for sure?
How do we know? Florida, Georgia.
I'm supposed to take Ham's word for it? I don't believe him. He doesn't seem very trustworthy to me. And also, again, he's the Tampa Bay Buccaneers fan. It's like all of a sudden, and you know, he likes the Rays, Tampa Bay, and all of a sudden now it's like, oh wait, the other Florida team won. I want to claim credit for that too. Yeah, you can't have both.
No.
You get Tampa, then you've won nothing.
You've been denied. From Canada hockey people.
Yeah, it ended up being a tie. Hobby Champs? Well, I can't see. There you go. Good evening, Hobby Champs. Good evening, Jeff. But yes, Eric claimed to be in another lame bicycle thing. As always, Eric's always, you know, you have to rely on Eric. What is the lamest possible reason he could be late or tardy or have an issue? And he finds it.
Every excuse to wear tight spandex.
Maybe.
Honestly, and the man does it around the house already. And you'd think that'd be enough. Apparently, it's enough.
I don't think it is.
I don't know. I don't buy it.
He hasn't hurt everything in his body yet. So he keeps going.
Yep. Ham's on the other coast. Yeah, could be. This Tampa my main team, but I always want any Florida team to win. Panthers are my second favorite team. I don't know.
Second favorite? It should be your first favorite for now.
What happens? Power says, to be fair, Florida man did not count another Stanley Cup. They did not. Alberta's not part of Canada. Listen, you may as well have beaten the Dutch. Doesn't even count. Again, my theory. I don't think Florida's part of the United States either. As far as I'm concerned, it was two foreign nations. It could literally have been Czechoslovakia versus Timbuktu, and that's who was in the Stanley Cup final.
Well, Florida is kind of shaped like Italy, like the boot without the foot. So, but then you had Santos with those boots, so it makes sense.
Listen, like I said, I can't trust. Listen, we got Florida man over here who can't even pick a team. He goes, they're my second favorite team. What if Tampa had won?
Then
was it a popular final? Do you guys think they had the rating?
The ratings? I don't know. I think it was probably popular locally. Like I would think, in the state of Florida, I'm sure they did fine.
I don't think so.
Yeah, the reality is, I'll be honest with you. I'll check what the Canadian one is. I will bet you it's not that crazy.
I think it's super low. I think it's ridiculous low.
And it went late too, and the basketball was being played. And
but here's the thing: like being 100% serious. It's the same thing geographically. The reason why I poke fun at the whole Florida thing is like their own thing. They're their own thing, even within the United States. The reality is, but here's the thing: nobody in the majority of Canada actually likes Alberta. Like if Edmonton had won the Stanley Cup, we'd be like, okay, well, I guess that's fine.
Yeah.
We'd be like Michael Hamm going, yeah, I guess they won.
They're my
Yay.
second favorite
We
team.
don't even, yeah, they're my seventh favorite, eighth favorite Canadian team. It's like, there's only 6
Yeah,
or
my
7.
favorite.
Whatever the number is, +1, they're that one.
There's
I'm
1,
sure
2, 3,
Saskatchewan has a
4,
team, I think.
5.
I think.
There's 5.
I think.
Right?
Yeah. So it's like,
6.
yeah.
What's the
And
sixth
listen,
one?
there are people who would put Florida ahead of Edmonton in favorite Canadian cities.
There's no Nordiques anymore.
Yeah.
Well,
Nordiques don't count anymore.
Montreal, Ottawa, Toronto. That's 3.
Ottawa. I forgot Ottawa. Yeah.
Yeah, and then
Everybody forgets Ottawa. Don't worry.
Just
so it's
go,
like,
just go east to west, or west to east. It's
I
Yeah,
kinda did,
pretty
but I
much.
skipped right over Ottawa because nobody cares.
who cares?
yeah, not so
Even
much.
they
Not
don't
so
care.
much. Yeah, not so much. That's always the best part. It's like, yeah, I guess it's. Are you willing to accept this? Is really the question.
Mm.
I guess maybe, maybe not. I don't know what to tell you.
Sometimes
All
we
right,
have
so I
no
think I've got this all
choices.
situated here. So literally, as I've been talking to you guys, I actually had a little bit of work stuff. I was supposed to do some of my work laptops actually right here. I'm finishing up something.
Carlos is
So that's
in
why
his office
that's
right
why I'm
now.
that's why I'm making fun. That's why I'm making fun of Florida Man while at the same time I'm finishing up this thing and trying to close this window. Okay, I think we're in good shape. I think
Make
we're
fun of
saved,
him.
and I think I can finally begin the weekend officially. It only took forever. All righty.
and
booted up.
Hampton.
Yeah. And now, see, that's the mouse for that. And now I've been able to close that. And now I'll be able to close this laptop here in a
Is
second.
that a floppy disk?
You're muted, Carlos.
Oh, because he unplugged the machine and now it's got to unplug, plug in. Due to technical difficulties, we unplugged and plugged in.
Yep. I don't know why this other laptop seems to be messing with it. But anyway, whatever. Says Florida is a concept of an idea, much like Alberta. See, they do have something in common. Florida has its own place. That's true. We went past the deep south. We're like Fantasy Island. Yes.
Yes.
Except nothing good comes out of there. Good evening, Paul. Blah ha 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 ha. Didn't go blah? Like blah ha 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 ha?
It's different. It's Florida.
Yeah. And still no one gives a shit about Bobrovsky's stellar career. Yeah, really. Nobody does. And he's played great.
And he played amazing, yeah.
Must be a good movie at Cinemax right now for Eric not to be here. It's true.
Yeah, really.
Isn't Gong Show Phil an Ottawa fan? Bobby's not feud continues.
There's no
Just
feud.
saying. To be fair, Tampa won the comp not too long ago. That's the thing. Like, listen, Ham just wants to have his cake and eat it too. Like I said, he can't even commit to his one team in Florida, man.
Tempo won 2, went for a third. They were going to go for 3 in a row.
Yeah, they've each been to 3 in recent years. So Tampa was to 3, won 2 out of 3. Florida's been to 3, won 2 out of 3.
How about Corey Perry? Lost 5th final in 6 years.
Yeah,
Oh, that hurts.
that takes a lot. That's impressive though. You got to admit that, and that's with 4 different
Right.
teams.
That's hard
4
to do.
different
Oh, yeah.
teams.
That's probably a record in itself.
It's closing in on it. If it's not, it's got to be close. Because there was a time where Hossa, I think, lost 3 straight cups with 3 different teams, but then he eventually started winning a couple in Chicago. So he did win them in Chicago. But Corey Perry won the first one and has lost 5 in a row with 4 different teams.
Yeah. Then he go
Which is
like
legitimately
Ducks,
impressive.
I think Dallas. He did Edmonton. He did Montreal.
Well, Edmonton twice. So Edmonton
Yeah.
twice. Dallas once. And then there's 2 more times, but with 2 different teams.
One in Montreal.
Was he? Did he actually play for Montreal?
He would. Yeah, he did. That 20 or 21.
I don't even remember Corey Perry playing for Montreal. Holy
Hard
crap.
to believe, but he did
Okay.
shortly play for Montreal.
Okay. Yeah. Boston Dave here says, I read the viewership in Florida was something like 3%. I wouldn't think they'd be too
Wow.
wild about it, but I'm sure. But here's the thing. I still think they're
And
more
they were all
interested
the
than
Canadians.
most of the U.S. states. Yeah. I would still they're more interested. Emmanuel 8, cycling for glory. See, that would at least be respectable. If Eric would just own up to it, it'd be fine. Hobby Champ says 2 times Vazna, 2 times Cups is rare company. True. Good evening, Orlando. See, by the way, Ham, we already discussed this. Orlando can lay claim to the Florida Man title.
Better than.
Because first of all, his name is Orlando. So already his
And he
connection
lives in
strong with
Orlando.
numbers. Yeah. And he actually had a Florida Panthers jersey in his background. That to me gives him more street cred.
Yep.
I just feel like that's legit. When I see your Florida Panthers swag, Ham, then we can talk. But right now, I'm not seeing it. Yeah, Dallas and Montreal. Dallas, I remembered.
That's right.
Montreal was the one that Yannick said. I honestly didn't remember the Montreal one. Like I didn't realize he was on that team.
You
That's
didn't
why
want to remember it. That's why.
Well, here's the thing. There was a stretch
I
there
think it was
where
like the COVID year or something.
Oh, maybe.
well, no, the Dallas was the COVID year.
Or the year after.
because
It was
they
like
made
the
it
last
to-
4 seasons. So.
Yeah, they made it. They made it to. They had one random trip to the finals during the COVID bubble, and they were able to get to the finals that one time. So I think Corey Perry was on that team, and then I remember the Montreal did get to the final, but I don't remember which year it was. But yeah, if he was on the Montreal team, that makes sense. But I completely forgot about it, to be honest. Paul says Emmanuel 11, too fast, too Emmanuel. I love it. 2021. Okay, so probably right after the Dallas one, because I think the Dallas one was 2020. I think.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Fans from South Florida still partying. The players are visiting many places. Fans are lining up 4 a.m. some places to see the cup. Yep. I don't doubt it. Hey, listen, if you're going to party, go for it. Party hard, literally.
Brad Marchand,
Might as
Blizzard.
I just go visit it every once in a while at the.
I saw some of the videos. And let's just say that they had the odd beverage. The odd adult beverage, some of those boys.
Wasn't there
Party
damage to the
so
cup or
hard.
something?
I would
What's that?
party so hard. That cup just opens every door you want.
Yeah. Well, that's why it's damaged, because they kept going like this, trying to get through the doors.
Yeah.
Well, right now the cup is literally dented to the point they're going to have to weld parts of it back together.
Oh man, really?
They've literally broken it to the point they're going to have to weld the top part of
Yeah,
it.
it's sheared. Yeah.
Somebody's out there. Somebody's going to be out there with a piece of metal going shh, to try to put the thing back together.
Been repaired many times.
Oh yeah, but they were right. Listen, they managed to do it within hours of winning it. They already
At least
put a
the
hole in it.
original cup is put away. So
I wonder
It is
at what point does it say, okay, I'm picking it up like about 11 a.m. tomorrow morning. Do whatever you want until then. And like, it's like, is he really following the cup the whole night? Like, it's just there, right? Like it's.
well, that's Phil's fault. Is that on Phil? Maybe.
Yeah, I guess.
I'll have to talk to him.
Okay,
Oh,
so
wow.
let me see here. So it's saying So I'm looking at an Associated Press one. U.S. television rating for the Stanley Cup Final rematch declined from their first matchup a year ago. So less people watched it than compared to last year. Let's see. An average of 2.5 watched on TNT, with 2.8 tuning in for the series clinching Game 6 victory. The overall number on cable is down from 4 million last year. Okay.
They don't
That was
deserve
pretty-
the cup.
Lowest since Tampa Bay versus Montreal. See, Florida man is dragging her ratings down.
I think
The
so.
share of viewers increased 15% from TNT's first Cup final in 2023 when Vegas defeated Florida. Let's see, an average of 3.8 million viewers watched the final in Canada on Sportsnet. Let's see, that 1.8 million on average for the playoffs, and ratings were down significantly lower than the Four Nations face-off. So yeah, up slightly in Canada, down in the U.S.
Wow.
Fair enough.
Collector's Dream said the Parade's Toronto is Fort Lauderdale Beach is expected to be packed. I have no doubt about this. The beer shall flow freely in those lands. Only Basement, good evening. My favorite day is the day hockey and basketball finally end and baseball reigns supreme in all its glory. And the ratings shall no doubt stay the same.
Yes.
The baseball is my favorite, but let's be honest, no one actually gives a crap about the regular season. No one actually cares.
I
They
know a
broke
lot
the
of
top of the
baseball
cup and the
fans
bottom
that
part
won't
was
even
dead.
watch baseball. Like
Well, the thing is, the regular. I'll be honest, like, why?
it's one thing, but watching it on TV, that's a whole other.
I
It's a whole other
have
level.
the Sportsnet package. I can watch all the Jays game, but why bother? Doesn't matter.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's a regular season game. It doesn't matter. When the playoffs, I'm not interested until the playoffs start.
Yeah.
I used to,
One of the
and I
real
used to
things.
watch everything, but honestly, like, it's just not worth my. I got other things to do. I think there's
Yeah.
grass growing somewhere.
Somewhere.
Yeah, fans were allowed to raise the cup. Well, at this point, they dented it. They may as well. Like, it's no harm, no foul. What are they going to do? Damage it worse? Brian North here. Good evening. Perry was in Montreal when he accidentally kneed Tavares in the head and took him out for the playoffs. There's a lot of accidents around there. I'm curious what the NBA final ratings are with OKC and the Pacers. I would suspect it's probably, again, locally based, because in both cases you've got regional things. Like, you've got folks stateside. Why would hockey is not super popular in the US anyway. But then on top of it, you got a Florida team in it. Why would they care? And then on the other side, like I said, in Edmonton, there's people that would be interested, and you had a rematch thing, so I could see that maybe being a little bit of a draw, trying it. Okay, we'll see. But I don't know why else you would care. Like it's tough. Like that's the thing. Like I don't see what the draw would be. It's not a particularly compelling matchup, except for the possible narrative of one player winning, or if Florida can make it 2 out of 3. And that was really the only selling point you had.
Yeah. Kind of boring.
So expanded playoffs ruined all sports regular seasons. I agree with you, and also disagree. And in both, I think actually both are true. I'll tell you why. I agree that it made it so that the regular season was less significant because more teams made the playoffs. But I also think that the way the game is today, in terms of all the options we have, here's the truth. If you got rid of it, then a lot of teams would be out even earlier, and the ratings would be even lower. Because there's a bunch of teams that would be eliminated from the playoffs so early that literally there's no point in watching. There's no point in attending. The season would be completely irrelevant.
Is this me, guys, or like the playoffs are going as far as it ever been before? Like,
you're talking about the hockey playoffs now.
Yeah. Well, because
remember, Yannick, they added a bunch of extra days for travel. Like they literally took like 3 days off between games. Like they dragged this out as far as it could go. It was almost July.
And the basketball too was there.
Man, I would short preseason in half. I would shave probably 20 games regular season, and have everything
get away with it.
By,
honestly,
everything over by May 31st. Over.
It wouldn't hurt. Actually, it'd be fine. I think you'd be okay with that because honestly, a lot of people wouldn't care.
You guys remember the last strike that only played about 48 games? I think it was the best friggin' short season. It was like you couldn't have the bad part of the season that your team's sucking. Like it's either all in or you were out, playoffs done. I thought it was pretty good.
Yeah, I honestly think I actually am with. So there's a couple of good comments. Y'all read them. I'm with Bob. Just get rid of the preseason.
Yeah,
just get on with it. Get on with it. And just start. Like just start the games because or make it absolutely minimal. It should just be conditioning, really quick conditioning, 1 or 2 games, and then boom, get started. A couple weeks of preseason is not necessary at all. Let me scroll through here real quick.
Even baseball, I think the preseason like 6 weeks. I get it for the pitchers; they need to warm up. And
they're fine.
They could cut it down too. I'll be honest.
They could cut it down on their own to get to the point. And when they get on, then
Yeah, you got plenty of time for it.
Yeah.
Orlando here says Brad Marchand was a Dairy Queen giving away Brad Blizzards. Hey, listen, got to take advantage of it while you can. Felt like card collectors cared more about McDavid winning versus anything. That was really the only storyline, Paul. We talked about it during the watch along stuff.
And name
outside of McDavid winning and the possibility that might be of interest to his cards. Edmonton winning or not winning, obviously there's folks here that are like, oh man, I want a Canadian team to win. Like, I don't give a shit about that. But that is a narrative you could play. But for all the Florida players, it's not going to change anything. Like Bobrovsky is now a 2-time cup winner, but that really doesn't move the needle for him. Marchand has now got 2 cups, doesn't move the needle for him. Sam Reinhart, all these players who are very good and obviously contributed towards winning the Stanley Cup. Nothing's changed for them. From the hobby perspective, there's no additional interest. The Florida people are excited because their team won. But the individual players is like, we don't really care about you that much.
And the card market doesn't
Yeah, and the card market doesn't care at all.
At all.
Reinhardt was serving customers at Raising Cane's Chicken Place. Orlando's is all over. Listen, get these people to serve you, Orlando. Which one of them is bringing food over to your house?
Yeah, the cups should go.
Get Bobrovsky to bring you some food.
Yeah.
Baseball needed a wild card, not 3. I'm okay with the playoff format. I know that a lot of old school folks don't want it because here's the thing: without those additional wildcard teams, genuinely, there's a bunch of cities that would be completely irrelevant, and honestly, there'd be no reason to go to the games because your team's already out for the playoffs, and it's what, late July.
Forget it.
Why are we going to a game in August? What's the point?
We're not.
Yeah, I blame the NCAA basketball tournament for all of this. I'm okay with this. The NBA play-in is ridiculous. I think they should start the play-in from game 1. Various players from many South Florida places talking to fans. Which sports championship moves the needle the most? Sports championship moves the needle the most. I actually think right now, I think you'd probably say the basketball one still.
Really?
Yeah, because if you got a basketball player who hasn't won a championship, it's a big deal versus another. If McDavid won the cup, it would have been very minor temporarily. Because again, the people that care about hockey are the people that care about hockey. It's not going to change too much for most people.
Yeah.
The basketball one, you can actually coax some additional people to get it. Let's put it this way. If Kevin Durant had 0 NBA championships, his cards would be worth less. Mm-hmm. The fact that he has a couple of titles, however you feel about the guy otherwise, it helps him. It's good for them to have it because it's expected that the best players are supposed to win some kind of a championship. Mm-hmm. In baseball, I don't think it does too much for most guys. Like, I'd have to think about it, but I can't think of too many where like, oh man, he won the World Series, and now all of a sudden, now we care about the guy.
Mm.
You either cared about him or you didn't.
You need to win one, and then kind of like, like how many that you win doesn't really matter. I don't think it does as much. Baseball, I agree with you, Carlos. Basketball, differently.
Like Ovechkin is the last guy that I think it moved the needle for a little bit because it raised his floor. Winning a Stanley Cup for him helped him.
Yep.
Oh,
it did help.
It gets you out of the conversation. Yeah, but he didn't win the cup.
Best player who didn't win. Yeah, it gets you out of that conversation. Yes.
Yep.
So I think that's valid. I'm just trying to think for the other sports like with Bob.
What about Super Bowls? Differently.
Those are good.
Yeah. If you're like a key contributor to I think that might be the best one. But again, certain positions, right? Like a quarterback, or certain specific players. If you're the one who helps lead the team, you win the Super Bowl MVP, like that takes you from this tier to this tier. Like it moves you up a notch in the esteem, and automatically then we compare you to the other greats. So I think that helps. So I think maybe that's the real answer. Maybe the answer is the Super Bowl. Maybe that's probably the best one.
Probably.
That might be the most valid. Because again, if you're a great quarterback already established, and then you win the championship, like that helps you. That's a big deal for you.
Oh yeah.
Orlando's holding out for Bobrovsky to serve him caviar. I love it.
Ooh.
See, Michael Trout, good old fish boy. Is the lack of needle moving the result of players being hyped as rookies? Yes. So specifically, like Bob Jackson is actually hitting on a very valid point. Part of the reason it doesn't move as much is because today the rookies are already getting the hype before you started. So you're already baking in a championship, whether they've won it or not. So them just winning it just keeps you afloat.
Championship,
it kind of just
Hall of
holds
Fame,
you.
all this other stuff. It's all tied
it holds you in
the card.
position. Whereas before, if you had started really low to begin with, then accolades would actually start moving you more than if we're already starting you with, by the way, I hope you won 3 MVPs and a couple of championships because that's baked in already.
Yeah, it's speculation, right? So there you go.
Yeah, Steve Pierce, 2018 World Series MVP. Betting it all on the WNBA championship. Live the dream. I believe in you. Might White Trout won a World Series? You mean like in MLB The Show? Yeah, the video game? It's like,
the video game?
Oh my God, he's done it. He's finally won the championship.
You took injuries off.
Yeah, injuries off. You can't get hurt now. Mike Trout's all good to go. The war finally carried him. Bennett announced that he's resigning with Florida. He doesn't want to leave the Panthers. Yeah, I know he announced it. I think they still actually have to do the deal, but yes, I agree with you there. Yeah, I don't imagine the needle moves much for him. I think it also depends, honestly, on how well he plays by then. Because what if Trout wins a championship, but by that point he's broken down and now he's kind of a role player?
He's not playing.
But wins the championship. But he's on the roster and like maybe gets a hit in the World Series.
They're gonna wheelchair him to the plate to DH.
Yeah, but here's the point, Yannick. In that scenario, he still wins the championship, but I can't. That's not going to move the needle. You weren't the reason they won. You were on the team. It still counts, but you still get the championship ring. But I don't think that's the same thing.
It's like you're the third goalie.
Yeah. Well, at least in the Florida example, listen, the third goalie got to hoist the cup before a lot of the starters.
I think the second guy would lift it.
Yeah,
like,
exactly. I was actually looking into this. It actually made me laugh. So what if Mike Trout played a full season? Again, we're back to fantasies in the video game. Alicia Tude has more career accolades than Mike Trout. Facts. Mike Trout is already broken down. Very much so. Mike Trout bench player on the Dodgers. Yeah, that might be it. So the opposite of Bork, pretty much. So you know what's funny, Yannick, though? My favorite thing? Okay.
Go ahead.
So obviously Trout was already hurt again this year, as always. But here's the thing. If you actually look what Trout's stat line is right now, is he's hitting 236. Yannick, if his batting average drops 2 points, he will literally not be hitting his build weight. He's not even hitting his weight. And Yannick, the infamous,
Oh. I think we're talking about the 2011 update. Go ahead, Carlos.
Right now I've actually got to fix this cable. I think the cable's starting to get messed up. But anyway, what I was saying, the wind beneath his wings, the infamous war. You know what happened?
The war.
The His WAR this season is 0.3.
What is it good for?
Yeah,
Absolutely
right
nothing.
now, here's the thing, though. Again, I don't subscribe to this stat. I don't believe in it. But you know what 0.3, Bobby, means? It means he is literally, by WAR standards, no better than an average replacement player.
Yes.
Literally, you can find Joe Blow on the end of the bench, and he is basically Mike Trout this year. Just
So
saying.
he matched the Florida viewers. Oh, it was
Wow.
it was 3.6.
Go back in time now. Do you take Harper or Trout? They were the
Well, right
same
now-
draft, the same start, the same height, the same, but everyone went Trout.
Oh, right now the problem is that Harper hasn't won a championship either.
No,
So you're beat. Will they win?
that is
That's the
true.
question.
Yep.
Oh, I'm seeing a J game on July 22nd. Yankees.
YouTube Hall of Fame Jason is with some hope for. Live the dream. Or is a bullshit stat. No better than a AAA replacement level player. Yeah.
Wow.
Ooh.
Dan, what do you think WAR means? What does it mean to you? Because I happen to know, based
Who
on the
knows?
underlying... No, hold on,
What does
seriously.
it all
I'm actually going to be
mean?
serious here. I'm actually going to be serious here for a second. Based on the underlying mathematics that the WAR stat comprises of, there's a little bit of imagination involved in it. I can actually mess about and change up a couple of things and change your number up and down, and it literally means nothing. Because part of it is based on a defensive assessment. It's like, and we actually have multiple ways of calculating it. So literally the WAR, listen, my WAR is 1,547.
Yeah.
Why? Because I felt like it today. That's it. And it's about as legitimate. I just enjoy the fact that WAR was always the big argument for him for his career stats. And right now his WAR is effectively 0 this season. Very close to 0.
This season.
Well, baseball's a big stat thing, so obviously it's going to creep in because you want that finite little extra piece of something that really doesn't tell you anything, but gives you the satisfaction that you did say he has a good WAR score.
So Dan here says, the guy at the end of the bench is not 0 WAR. There are guys with negative WAR. There are. But Dan, what if the guy at the end of the bench is like solidly decent? What if he's a solid 0? Why are you denouncing this man? You don't know him. Yannick, I don't know what Dan has against the guy at the end of the bench. Why is he picking on him this way?
Maybe he likes war.
I guess so.
Maybe.
How does he know the guy's not a 0? I'm offended that he would suggest he's a negative WAR guy. Just because. What if he's got a bench full of 0s and Mike Trout just happens to be the starter? They are the Angels. They're not good. So just bear that in mind. Just saying. War matters as much as wins and losses in professional wrestling. Dare we live the dream? It matters to the marks, and that's about it. Steve Pierce, 2018 World Series MVP, career WAR was 10.4. Yes.
And he left the Blue Jays when he went for that World Series.
I like WAR, yes, but I also like Eric. See, Dan? So we need to put the drink down. Put it down.
Please.
We already had Florida Man. We don't need to hear about Boston Man.
Yeah.
He's out there playing on his bicycle instead of playing with his cards.
Wearing the spandex.
So actually, real quick, before we'll get to a little fun, not clippable, but still funny moment. But before we do, though, I do
really?
want to mention, since we're discussing Eric here briefly, I do think it is hilarious that he's off gallivanting on a little mini bike ride thing that was going to have a party. So you do like a 3-hour bike ride. I want, when Eric gets here, if he shows up, I'm interrogating him. I want more information. He's claiming there's like a 3-hour bike thing with a party. Why are we partying after a stupid bike ride? Like, what are we
No
doing?
one invites Eric to a party.
Yeah, listen, that's why I say his story has a lot of holes in it. That's all I'm trying to get at. His story has a lot of holes in it, and I have questions.
Yeah, after
I'm
the
not
3-hour
satisfied
bike
with
ride,
my
they all
answers.
go over to some guy's house and they all sit on the couch and fall asleep. That's it. Party. Wasn't that a great one? Yeah, wonderful. Next. Just saying.
Yep.
We have
Yep.
questions.
Orlando here says, should Mike Trout retire before he comes in Andrew Jones, who dropped off tremendously at the end of his career? He did drop off tremendously, but Orlando, in the spirit of fairness, Andrew Jones was a 10-time Gold Glover. So defensively, he was much better than Trout was. But he did have a drop-off, so that is true. He did have a drop-off. How much did Eric pay you to say that, Dan? These are valid things. It's like, Dan,
Ooh.
blink if you're being held against your will.
Think
I'd rather have
relax.
Andrew Jones. True. I just assumed Carlos was taking Carlos Sr.'s advice to fix his helmet. That's why he was missing. I don't think he has enough time to fix that. Andrew Jones was an everyday player for a very long time, was the best defensive center field for a long. No, he was really a great defensive center field, like really great. Like I was legit. He was one of those guys who probably, honestly, had to Orlando's point, had he not had that massive fall off, he should have been a Hall of Fame guy. Like he really was tracking that way for a long time. And again, 10 Gold Gloves is nothing to sneeze at. It was very impressive. It was weird. Are we saying Pedro Morales doesn't matter? Such disrespect for Pedro.
Vote for Pedro.
Yes.
Well, the sad part is that Pedro Morales got kind of basically lost in being like the second longest title reign of that era. That's what kind of screwed it. That's what kind of screwed him over. The problem is everybody's looking at Bruno Sammartino, and it's like, well, Pedro Morales had, I don't remember, was it like 1,500 days or something? Like it was wild. It was a stupid long title reign. Let's see, how long was the damn thing? It was a lot actually.
You gotta refresh
But that was
my
back in the
memory.
day where you could have these long title reigns. What was that? What was that, Yannick?
I said you gotta refresh my memory with who the hell was Pedro Morales.
So Pedro Morales was a wrestler, but he was the WWF champion. So this was Vince Senior's days. So Vince Senior was the one he did it. He was the first Latino to hold a world championship.
Oh, okay.
And
Did he have a
yeah,
gig?
and he was one of the longest one. So he was an Intercontinental Champion for 619 days. That was another thing across 2 reigns. And I just want to see if I can find it. But like his one title reign was ridiculously long. Like, yeah, but that was back in the days where you could have these long title reigns because you didn't have guys flip-flopping titles.
So did he have a gimmick or gig or something like that? Because I know the name, but I just can't picture him at all.
Honestly, I really think, like, obviously before my time,
Smoking
but
jacket,
from everything I've seen, I don't even think it was even that much.
He
I think it was
looks
just like-
he got like a
Picture, so-
jacket with red pants, and that's it.
Yeah, there's not
Wow.
much to it. Yeah, you got to remember these are the days
Old
after him.
Pedro.
Yeah, after him, you actually had, that's where Bob Backlund had like a 6-year title reign, and Bob Backlund was about as generic as you could get.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. Either you went. That's when things really started to happen after that.
He
It was
lost
really
his
cool.
he lost his championships against Don Morocco in 1981.
Yep. Yeah, and he had a long title reign.
So
Like he
that's
actually,
just basically pre WWF kind of. Just
yep,
like
exactly. That's when it was still Vince Senior, and Vince Senior was always having these long title reigns. He liked to have these ones.
Really?
All right, we're about to hear some excuses. Are you guys ready for some excuses?
Yeah,
Hold
I
on.
guess.
Oh
Bring
yeah.
it on.
Look at
Hey!
this. Look at this piece. Look at this
Hey.
piece of crap. What is this?
I'm lost in the woods. Do you know? I think there's bears in here.
Well, drive towards the bears. Bike towards them.
It is
I heard a
Boston.
bear.
Watch for raccoons.
Oh no, those raccoons, they're worse than the bears.
Yes.
So you're telling me you're still doing your stupid bicycling thing. So what is this stupid bicycling thing you're doing?
Okay, so there's 2 events a year in my area. One of them is called Big Kahuna, and it's every Columbus Day.
Does it involve pool noodles?
No pool noodles, but it does take 6
Okay.
to 8 hours to complete. So I do that every Columbus Day weekend for the last like 25 years. Now, in the middle of June, we do what is called the mini Kahuna, which is like 3 hours. And I am on the end part of it now. And hold on a second. Oh, and then I gotta bike another like mile on the road to this restaurant where we all meet up and party.
Party. Oh yeah, it's a party, all right.
Were
I
you
just called
invited
Michelle.
to the party, or you're crashing the party?
Gatorades for the tables.
Yeah, I'm probably the only one that doesn't drink. There's 50-something guys that are gonna get absolutely hammered tonight because they're all dehydrated, and they're gonna go in there and drink like sailors. And I'll be
Is
like,
there something wrong with that? Like Yannick?
No.
Drink like sailors?
that's my dad was a sailor. and
It
trust
can
me,
get irresponsible. It can get really
Well,
bad.
So I'm running a little bit late. I'm last right now
No kidding.
because, and I will tell the story a little bit later. It has to do with a 93-year-old Korean War vet with dementia in the
Beat him
woods
up
by himself. So
and jumped Eric.
I was gonna say, other than the 93-year-old, with dementia, the rest of it, dementia in the wood, lost in the woods, you're basically describing yourself.
You
Well,
found
I-
another
but-
janitor.
But no, I didn't ask his profession. But I will tell the story a little bit later. But yeah, I'm a little bit behind the group. And once I got to the fire road, and now I'm on a paved road, I figured I could call and check in and say hi. See?
You got to be careful, Eric. Otherwise, we will have tremendous content. I'm just saying, if you wipe out while you're on the live, we may never stop laughing. I'm just letting you know.
I don't blame you. That would be pretty good. But
Just saying.
hopefully that won't happen.
Mm-hmm.
You know, now that you jinxed me, I assume I'm going to die now.
Listen, and we'll speak well of you, I'm sure. Ham already says he'll take care of your wife, so he's already on the chat. He's got that. Hope you have good life insurance.
Thanks, Ham. Go fuck yourself. Thank you.
Yeah.
So yeah, I got about another mile and a half or so on this paved road to the restaurant, and hopefully Michelle will be there to pick me up shortly.
Yep.
And then,
All right, Eric,
Michael
you finished
Ham will
going.
pick
By
you
the
up.
way, Lonely Basement Baseball Cards here says live crash, please. So they're rooting for you. So that's good.
Okay, good.
Yeah. So that's good.
All right, we'll say goodbye
Eric.
for now.
Keep the rubber down.
And
Keep
I'll
the
check
pedal
in.
to the something.
I'll check in later, and I'll tell you the story about the 93-year-old Korean war vet.
Uh-huh.
AKA
Okay.
the janitor of the woods.
Whose name is Eric. Okay, go on.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I don't want to press too many buttons, so kick me out. And, say
Oh,
goodbye,
with pleasure, sir.
and
With
I'll see
pleasure.
you- and I'll see you
All
guys
right.
later.
Keep the wheels down.
All right. And he's booted. With pleasure.
So exciting.
All right. So anyway, just as a side note, since we were mentioning it, Pedro Morales had a 1,027-day title reign before it was ended.
Is that like 4?
Oh, it's smoke. 3
Yeah,
years.
over 3 years and change. Over 3 years and change. Very good. That, like I said, it was back in the day. That's
That's kind of boring,
that's
when you think. Like,
in the 70s you could get away with it. Because you'd
Well,
run
Bruno
because you're not doing
Sammartino's
TV every week.
he was a long time reigning champion, was he not?
Bruno Sammartino's the big one. He was over. He basically did 4,000 days.
Forever. Yeah, there we go. Okay.
Over the course of 2 reigns, he did 2,800 in one reign, and the
Yeah,
other
and
reign was
then
like 1,200 days. So the point is, you think that's bad? Bruno Sammartino had one reign that was 2,800 days.
God.
So it just went on forever. So when he
That's
finally
why
lost,
he's so famous, or no?
when he finally did lose, though, it was like the crowd was like, Bruno never loses.
He never
Bruno's held that
loses.
title forever. It's been for
At
years.
least I seen him live wrestle. So
Yeah. Real quick, I'll get caught up on these comments here. My good says, what I like about War is they were a great band in the 70s. Thank you. Good evening. War was a funk band with a European harmonica player. Weird band, but great.
was. Mhm.
Bob Jackson says, Bob Backlund sucks. Fair. In his second reign, I preferred him more. You're late, says Josh. You heard a bear. What did the bear do to you? I know. Orlando said, eat a bug, Eric. Top-notch content here, Eric, live on location. We try, Dan.
It
we
is.
try. Eric is the next contestant on Final Destination. Yes. Paul says, party like it's 1899. Fair. Big Scott says, all wearing spandex, hell of a party. I know. That says Eric is
Yes.
last. You can't make this up. Listen, with Eric, we can never make it up. We never know what's going to happen. But we can't make it up.
Spandex party.
Bob Jackson says, Eric is a... Yeah.
Getting
Bob
drunk with
says,
those boys is certainly a different thing.
it's going to be special. Let me tell you. There's going to be pool noodles everywhere. There's going to be a lot of pool noodles out there. Eric's a 93-year-old war
He
vet.
won't see this.
Facts.
You don't see this.
Oh, you'll get clipped. Trust me.
What,
yep.
Eric's going to clip us?
Somebody will find it. 50 Dudes and No Ladies.
True that.
Manuel in Bar 1. Then check out the double live album War. Paul beat me to it. This one here. Humble behind the group is Evergreen Eric. Truth.
Yes.
Looking forward to Eric telling us about storming the beaches of Korea. It's true.
Mhm.
Yep. What's the over under in Eric having an accident?
Ooh,
Pick the over.
I
Pick
would.
the over.
yes.
Hobby Champ said the correct thing. Will there be mayonnaise at the party? This is correct.
Absolutely. And
Bob
all
Jackson
the
said-
accoutrement.
Yeah. Bob Jackson said when Bruno lost, there was some smart out there going, about fucking time.
Yeah.
After
It was
2,800
Carlos
days,
in the
probably.
womb.
Yes. Yeah. Listen, he deserved it. It needed to end, Bobby. It was enough. It needed to end.
It was, yeah.
2,800 days is enough, man. We don't need more. Take a break.
That's where it lacked in the 60s and 70s. It was like the same guys all the time, and it was kind of boring. Not until the 80s, really, it did come to fruition. And I have to say that they did a really good job. When we started to see, you know, all these guys with, you know, different platforms and different outfits and different everything, it was so cool. It was the timing was perfect because the 80s were kind of unusual time. You know, music was changing a lot of different things, and it was just like, wow, perfect fit in.
Yep. Big Scott says, why was Bobbles out on the wood? He found out that Eric was there.
I think so. He's 51st.
There's a low budget movie that is about to take place that we'll get to watch. It's going to be fantastic. Get right here. Card Cutter says, Geoff Wilson is the Bruno Sammartino of the hobby. He's losing his title after 2,800 days?
Maybe.
Are you taking him out, Eric?
Yeah, it's
This could
a
be a big
long
moment.
stretch of Geoff.
This could be a big moment. Could be amazing.
It would be.
Who knows?
I'll have to buy out
Bubbles
his
says, Jeffy
Atlanta
Pooh
first.
reminds me of the Howdy Doody Bob Backlund. He's a lot closer to that than anything else. At least that's the gimmick he's going for.
Mm-hmm.
That is the way it goes. Now, kind of unrelated to that, I did appreciate it. Here you go. Paul says, someone call Blair Witch and tell him Eric's location. See? This is what I was waiting for. This is what I was envisioning here. Because we got the camera, with the way the camera was, this right here was the angle.
It was close. Yeah.
Yep.
Thank
just
God
saying.
for him. He picked the summer solstice to do it.
That was the worst movie I think I've ever seen. Blair Witch was stupid, just stupid. And actually, I got dizzy because they kept running through like with a cell phone. It was just like retarded. I was crazy.
I never watched it.
You don't miss anything. Don't worry. And then the ending, and I went, "What the hell did I just waste an hour and a half or 2 hours on?" It was so stupid. Worst movie ever.
Yeah,
and
but
then
they
it
made
was
a fortune.
acclaimed for
That was
being
the
such a great
fortune.
movie. I went, "What? What? Who's doing this?" That's when I stopped
Dude.
going to movies. Maybe. I don't know.
So it would appear. So kind of unrelated to it. And like I said, we'll follow up on the adventures of Eric, assuming the Blair Witch doesn't get him. I will say, though, I did want to make reference to it. I was sharing it with the guys. Obviously, I don't know, was it last week or the week before that we did the bid on Hobby Hotline? I can't remember. It was a week or two. It was either last week or the week before.
I think it was the week before.
Maybe. Regardless, it was one of the most recent episodes. So anyway,
Yes.
so Victor gave me a heads up that on the
Yes.
John Newman's Sports Card Nation show, in the first segment, they spent a little bit of time talking about it, which is nice. I appreciate it. They had some nice things to say, and they did take some of the feedback. Although I will say, I did want to add one thing. I'll leave a link in the description to it if you guys want to check it out. It's in the first segment. You got to zoom past 4 minutes. Go to 4 minutes even, because then you'll get past the intro and the commercial.
All that commercial, yeah, whatever that
Yeah.
was.
Well, but was I pretty close? It was like 4 minutes, right? Like I said, almost
it's right there.
Yeah, it was almost bang on. So if you skip first 4 minutes, you'll get to the meat of the thing finally. So he's talking with Victor. Victor did give me a heads up too, so I appreciate it. But what I'll say is that I did want to make a clarification though. I think when Newman was talking about it, I wasn't sure if he was quite following what I was suggesting, because one of the things we did give a little critique, we gave some suggestions and things that they could think about, given that we've done the live thing for a while. My point isn't just make it long for the sake of making it long. My point was making the show longer is one way you could get around the problem of trying to do live. If you want to do live and then interact with the chat, then you will need more time, or you need less topics. So I'm going to put it this way. You want to keep it an hour? Less topics, less hosts, because that gives everybody more time to actually get through their piece. And then you can also interact with the chat. Or you interact with the chat and less hosts. Basically, you can't have more hosts, try to squeeze in more topics, and then also interact with the chat. All these things simultaneously within a constrained time period, you're basically rushing everything. That was kind of my point. My point is you can do these things, but you got to cut off one or two of these things to give yourself that chance.
The true premise of Hobby Hotline was actually that somebody could call in and talk about a discussion or something. It wasn't really about relating with the chat, although that is there too. I'm just saying it was really about calling in. I had called in maybe 2 times over the, and I got through and it was great. It was fun to chat about certain things, but that was the whole premise of Hobby Hotline. So I don't believe that, just being there and, because they didn't really answer the chat as much as they would like to. They went on their own riffs and what have you. But so I think the call-in was really a main part of it. And it really, most people, there was not a lot of people calling in. So
yeah, because most people
and
don't
you
want
have
to.
time zones.
But it's also most people don't want to. A lot of people are content to listen. They may interact. The chat is the way most people will interact with.
Sure.
That is the easiest, because a lot of people don't want to turn on their phone or flip on a camera or whatever, and they don't have a microphone set up or whatever. They're
Ziggy
not
does.
prepared. They're not sure, but
Not
most
everyone
people,
follows the
Sure.
chat like you
Yeah.
do, Carlos.
But most
that's one
people-
thing to do that it's special, that it's engaging. Not everyone can follow the chat like you do.
Yeah.
yeah.
True.
But that's just a break practice. But the thing is, you have to commit to it though, because while I'm talking to you, so that was the point. The point isn't saying you can't do it. My point is you're trying to do 3 almost contradictory things simultaneously. You're trying to have enough hosts to try to everybody chime in, but then you run out of time for everybody to chime in, and then you're trying to do it live on a Saturday morning where maybe some people can listen to it, maybe some people can. But then if you want a call-in thing, most people may not be interested in calling in. They may want to just interact with the chat. But then if you take too many topics, then, Yannick says his piece, Bobby says his piece. Now, if I don't want to move on to the next topic, I better make this really quick, or else we're dragging this one topic out.
Yeah.
Because I'm also constrained to about, give or take, sometimes they go a little over, but about an hour. So now I have a time constraint to go along with a host constraint, and I'm also trying to do a live chat. It's too many things within a compressed time frame. You're actually making this harder.
And
it
it's
can
sort of
get-
like when watch those reaction videos of music. When you have 4 people on a panel and they all giving their opinions, it's almost like redundancy at a certain point. No, really, I'm just saying. Oh well, this was good and that was good. Well, this is good and that's good. It's like a repetitive. Okay, 1 or 2 opinions, that's enough. Move on. That's it.
Yeah, but that's a choice you have to make. So either way, I appreciate that they took the feedback, and do with it as you will. But regardless, we want to acknowledge that we checked that out and appreciate Victor letting me know. And I'll leave a link in the description after in the replay, so if you guys want to listen to it. Rick Vintage Oddball Cards, good evening, Rick, says Geoff Wilson is Doink the Clown. I appreciate the reference. That's a solid reference. Good old Doink the Clown. Josh says, is this a thing that involves Ziggy? No. In this case, it was us just critiquing the show. In this case, it was just us critiquing the show. It was just us critiquing the show. That's a separate conversation.
Oh, it is. Could be a long
Eric and I talked about it with Bobbles before the podcast, and I was like, I'm not getting involved in this. I am amused. Don't get wrong. I was amused. I'm entertained. But no, it has nothing to do. I'm not involved in this. That's between those folks. But I will watch with popcorn. Do not think I will not watch with popcorn.
And I like popcorn.
But I'm not involved. Man of peace. Not involved.
I'll have
this
to
is
do
it.
some research, I guess.
Oh, I'll give you some links, Yannick. Don't worry. It'll
The
happen.
news is slow when they're clipping us and quoting us and stuff like that.
Hey, listen, it's fine. We
But it's
we
okay.
like getting clipped, apparently.
So it seems.
Bubbles says, hey, vintage card, baseball card man, what do you think of 25, 26 Prism Booyah? Listen, that's a valid question. Very tough for me to wake up before noon on Saturday after this damn Friday night show. I know. I hear you. Yep.
Yeah.
Well, so the thing I was doing on the laptop? There are 2 different they're actually for 2 different applications I work with. So I just did one, which actually closed off. I won't bore you guys with the gory details. The point is I have to close off a ticket. It's within a certain time window I have to do it. I had to make sure everything was working properly and basically say it's all good, close off the ticket. That's all I was doing. That's why it took me a minute. Well, in the morning, I'm going to turn around tomorrow morning, and I've got to do the same thing for the other application.
Oh.
Same deal. I basically got to go in and go, all right, is everything working properly? Yes. Tick, tick, tick. Okay, it's good. Close it. And it has to be within that window, or else all hell breaks loose. Just saying. The end is nigh if you don't do it within time. So I'll have to turn around. So I have to get up on Saturday morning, which of course makes me super happy. Super happy. Blay a witch. True. Hobby Champs. Carlos is an epic chat master supreme. Best ever at it, in my opinion. I appreciate you. Thank you, Hobby Champs. I wanted to call in, but it was really intriguing, which is fair. Look, it's fair, honestly. And like I said, I appreciated that they took the critique in stride, and they took it in the manner in which it was designed as a critique. But I also said, as someone who's done it, you have to make a choice. And Newman was getting hung up on the length of the live stream and everything, but I was saying you don't have to make it 4 hours or 5 hours. That's not necessary. I'm not suggesting that.
Let it go where
But
it
what I'm
goes.
suggesting is you need to give enough time to allow your host to say their piece, or choose less topics. So there's things you can do, but something's got to give somewhere in this. You got to really be tight. If you want to do an hour, then you need to be maybe have 1 or 2 topics, and then let the chat dictate the rest for the remainder of the time, and then boom, there's your hour.
I think when they started it, I think the first thing that they wanted to do was when people call in, they had a topic, they would discuss it. Next person calls in, discuss it, and move on from there. And I think
Like
that was
an
the whole
old radio
premise.
talk show.
Almost, yeah, something like that. So, you only have a short amount of time to answer the question, or hey, why don't you take this question? Why don't you take
Yeah.
this question? I think that's the way it started, but it never really kind of went there. It just went another direction. So, it does get convoluted at a certain point, and at that point, it's sometimes hard to watch, but it was sometimes enjoyable as well too.
Yeah. And like I said, it's going to be, I think now that they have some feedback, I think they can take it back and discuss amongst themselves and figure out what makes sense for them to do. And maybe they just need to adjust the format. And if they do, then hey, it could very well work. The good news is they've got some good people that can offer insight. But if you want to leverage them the best possible way, then you really need to think about how you present it. However, you decide to do that. There are different ways that could be effective. They could work. You just have to figure out the combination that makes sense for them.
And I think most of them have their own podcasts too.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
it's always tricky to find like people like to do it, but at the same time you have to find a combination that makes sense for the participants. What can you do that allows them to offer something and at the same time allow everybody to use their time well? That's it.
Yeah.
Isaac here says, good evening. Software engineer. Sounds like my day is that. So similar. Right now, my job is mostly, just to keep a long story short, I'm more of an overseeing kind of role right now. I used to be the one kind of in the weeds doing a lot of it. In this case,
Overlord is what we call it. But
it's just sure, the overlord, exactly. Yeah, my job is to make sure that everything got from point A to point B. That's basically my job here. But I used to be closer to it, not quite to software engineer, but I did used to be a lot more in the weeds with a lot of it, but not for this role. So thank you for the question. So I did get a chuckle out of it when I saw that. Now, one other thing, actually, kind of as an aside, and this may be a topic that I want to do for a video. I was thinking about this the other day, and I've been doing a lot of my saved searches on eBay, checking my stuff. And I'm checking and I'm checking and I'm finding a lot of the usual stuff. I will say the last couple of weeks, I have found a couple of things that have been eluding me for a while. I actually was pleasantly surprised. I came across one yesterday that was, it was actually a card from
Do you not
late
get them
90s
emailed
Black
to you
Diamond.
every morning?
What's that?
Do you not get them emailed to you every morning?
I do, but I can check on my app in real time.
Real time, of
So,
course you can. I'm
yeah.
just saying. Yeah.
Yeah, I do. But I'll be honest, throughout the day, I usually will skim through it just quickly,
There's
just to
one
see
time,
what's
yeah,
new.
yeah.
Because sometimes something is good and you want to catch it. So, like, if I have a chance, if I have a moment, I can quickly scan just to see what's new.
Yeah.
I actually came across one that was, and I'll do a thing in a video. I'll talk about it more. But it's 99 2000 Black Diamond. And what they did is they had these little stick cards that was called Piece of History, and they had 3 versions. They had the single diamond, the double, and the triple. And it was multiple stick pieces depending on which one it was. Level 1, 2, and 3. 3 was a 1 of 1. Number 1 was, I think, 1 in 180 packs or whatever. So it was a little bit tough to pull back then. The level 2 was 1 in over 800 packs. Actually very difficult to pull. And it had eluded me. I had the level 1, the level 3 is a 1 of 1. I'm sure it's out there, but I haven't seen it. The level 2 though had eluded me. And last night I saw it and it was there for $40 and I was like,
Oh. Quick.
let's go. And I was like, yes. That's one we're scanning. Hey, just scanning. I came across it by accident. I was like, wait, at that price, we're not even doing the offer thing. Let's go.
No. Quick.
We'll take that one. We'll take that. Thank you. Have a good day. So sometimes you get lucky, but for the most part, it's been a lot of the same. Like I'll scan through it, and for every time I find something like that, I'll check 500 times and like, nothing, nothing, nothing. I'll see stuff, but nothing that I need or nothing that is that interest to me. And right now, it's kind of like I'm looking for stuff that is interesting because I've got if I just went on eBay and just bought everything that I don't already have, I could just buy a bunch of stuff, but it would just be a bunch of stuff. Be like, oh no, I want to hold out for something interesting. Like, let me just skim through it. I'll find it. Like, I don't know. So it's tough. I don't know what to tell you. Bob Jackson says the Medano Z Gold pop up. So I have it. I got that during the pandemic, actually. I got the Z Gold and the Gold Impulse. Those came out of the woodwork during the pandemic. So there's only been a handful before that and only 1 or 2 cents. And I was able to buy one of the ones in the middle.
Nice.
But yes, I've gotten the Z Gold. I've gotten the Gold Impulse and a lot of those. So I've been able to scratch those off the checklist over time.
Nice.
Timeless Cardboard. Good evening. Any Wagner is incredible, but let's agree that the Wagner and Golden's auction is a mess of a card. So I did hear about this. Apparently, this Wagner is really beat up copy. Let me see if I can check it on here.
Let's check it out.
Dan here says, I count on friends to point stuff out to me. Hey, and that can work. It just depends on if they're looking for stuff that you're looking for and have their eyes on it for you.
Sure.
Yeah, since I'm player collecting, it's kind of on me.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's pretty much my job to check on that. Occasionally, people will still send me links, but I'm not expecting it. It's not what I rely on.
And no, you couldn't because you'd get 50,000 links and you got them all. So it's sort of like,
Yeah,
yeah.
and that happens all the time. And the thing is, I'm always polite about it because look, once in a blue moon, somebody will send me something I haven't already seen or didn't come up in my search.
Sure.
Once in a blue moon. So you still want to encourage people to, if they're being nice enough, to send that to you. You don't want to discourage it. But at the same time, yeah, 99 times out of 100, it's like I either already have it or I haven't, or I saw it in my safe search. Like I literally saw the exact copy that you're talking about and I'm looking at it.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is the one. I'm going to assume it's the one. So let's take a look. I'll share it and let's see if this is the right one here. Share screen. Chrome tab. Let's grab this one. I think this is the one they're talking about. So there's your Wagner.
Mm-hmm.
So you got that's the front of the card. And then the back of the card. Let's see what we got.
It's okay.
The back's not bad.
I'll be honest with you. It's not a nice card, but to be honest, I've seen worse.
Is that paper
I've seen
loss?
worse.
It's mostly because there's crease across the face. That would
Oh,
bother
that's
me.
paper loss crease. Wow. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, but here's the thing. I've literally
What's the
seen
grade?
worse Wagners.
Mm-hmm.
What's the grade on that?
A 1.
A 1? Yeah.
Yeah, which is appropriate. So one is right for this card.
Yeah.
I think maybe the part that stands out though, and maybe the reason that Timeless is bringing it up, is this: 3.4 over 4 million with the juice. We're talking Eric like button money here.
Isn't that crazy?
So it's not so it is. So like I said, I have literally seen worse copies of this Wagner, 100%.
Wow.
However, at $4 million, there's a lot of things you could buy at $4 million. A lot of things.
Wow. That's
That's
kinda-
over
Spicy
5
meatball.
million Canadian.
Yes.
Yeah. And this is still, and it still has a
Plus the
day, an
juice.
hour, and a minute left. So it's going to
Wow.
end on Saturday night.
That's
Oh, is
a
it?
lot of
Okay.
loonies.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. A bit much. It's a bit. Yeah. So Yannick, you might be outbid on this one.
Hmm.
Might be a
That's
little out of
a
range on
lot
this
of
one.
business.
Mm-hmm.
That's a lot of business. A stack of business. Mhm.
Quite the stack indeed. Yeah.
The charcuterie cucumber.
Yes.
It's asking a lot. It's
It's
asking
a
a lot. on
horrible
that one.
nickname, I'll tell you. Well, he did have 19 kids, so that kind of almost makes sense. Just saying.
Hey man, back in
I'm
those
just
days
saying.
here, when you had your 13 kid, they would give you a free piece of land.
Sure. There you go. Mike here says, Carlos, that might call for a live show. Dear Lord, a golden auction watch along, Yannick.
Oh my
imagine
God.
the glory.
would be
Listen,
wonderful.
Kenny would have to pony. Listen, if Kenny cut a check, if Kenny cuts a check, I'll start a $4 million Wagner. Hey guys, this Wagner, it's a Wagner,
It's the best.
and it's $4 million. Let me tell you. Ooh.
Let me
That's
tell you the
half
story
price.
behind it.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
Let
Yeah.
me
In my
lie.
book.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Let me embellish the story that was found. Sure.
Yep. It's like, you know where that Wagner came from? That came on one of Eric's bike rides, whatever he called that thing he's doing. It probably came on one of those.
It was in the spokes of another player,
Yeah.
another guy. That's why he's
Yeah.
last. And
Yeah.
that's where that guy from Korea that's 93 is in the bush. I knew it.
What was going to happen is the guy that's going to attack Eric on his bike ride was actually a guy who did, because that's an old PSA slab. So what happened is
Oh,
the guy
it is
had
old.
it in his spokes and did that ride 25 years ago.
Mhm.
And what occurred is somebody else found it on the trail. And that guy has been wandering the woods for the last 25 years trying to find his Wagner that's actually just in the golden auction.
Yep.
It's quite the harrowing tale.
It is heroin.
And eventually Eric is going to encounter this man. He's like, and he just flies off. And
Yeah.
that's how he hurts himself again.
Mhm.
Think about it. Robert here says, so far, no public buyer has ever taken a loss on a T206 Wagner, which is true. So far, if everybody that's bought one and resold, they've made money on all of them so far. The buyer of this one might end up being the first. That is,
Yeah, it might.
I will say, obviously, over the years, the Wagner has consistently moved up. Like, obviously, the mid-end copies have sold for a lot. The infamous PSA trimmed one, obviously, is still sitting with the Diamondback's owner. He still has it. But there was like an SGC 5 or like a PSA 5 or something that sold for good money and stuff like that. Like, obviously, the prices have been escalating over time. This one is a legitimate one. And definitely I've seen cards of that kind of range. But $4 million now. We're talking $4 million for a 1.
It's crazy.
That's massive. Like, that's a lot of
And
money.
there's like no shortage of them. What is there, 50 around? Something like that. So
Yeah, but I would still call that
50 or
it's not
60?
an it's
Oh, you
they're
would
so
call that
expensive
scarce,
now.
would
They don't
you?
trade hands all the time.
would you call that scarce?
No, I wouldn't. To me, the Ty Cobb with the Ty Cobb back is still like much tougher. And there's a couple of those other there's like the Demet. I remember there's a couple of other ones that are like actually super tough.
Yeah.
So Wagner, I wouldn't consider necessarily that one, but regardless, like it's an iconic card. I'll give you that. But we're talking $4 million for a 1.
Wow.
Like we're talking serious money on that.
It's a hard thing to brag.
It's not even a
about
nice
having a
one. I'm
but
sorry.
Yeah. That's why I say like.
End
That's
result
tough.
is you can say it's a nice one.
Yeah,
That's
it
what I
lacks
was
the it lacks the eye appeal. I don't know. Maybe
I don't know,
Dan
the
can.
crease-
Face
Time through the
crease?
face, so
I
it's
wouldn't.
not
I
bad.
wouldn't do it. I won't do any crease in the face.
No,
Yeah.
it's
You know
just creases down the front. His face is actually fine.
No,
maybe
it's got
Dan can.
one
Maybe
right across the eyes.
I didn't see
maybe
that.
Dan can bring in the own appeal. Maybe I think it's own appeal.
I gotta
Right.
Dan, correct
both-
me if I'm
both
wrong. What's
eyes.
the thing you're trying to trademark? What's it called? It's not eye appeal. It's own appeal. My appeal. I forget what it is. You have to bring it and bring it with the trademark symbol. Put the trademark symbol in the chat too.
Yeah.
Don't forget that part. Josh just says, speaking of cards that will sell for too much, Bedard Ultimate Shield 1 of 1 starting Monday night on Slab Sharks. Ooh, the 1 of 1 shield. Yannick, how much are we paying for it?
0. How about that?
See, Yannick, see that's foolish.
Wait. I'm gonna use the negative war thing.
Negative
Oh, there
war.
we go. 0.03.
See,
what?
Yannick, that's absolutely crazy. Listen, Josh, I can tell you on the record, there's at least one person that will spend a solid $150. This guy. I'm in for $150. Let's go. If you outbid me, you outbid me. But I'm
It's
just saying,
reasonable.
$150, I got it.
That's
Okay, wait,
reasonable.
Carlos. If I put 150 with your 150, now we got 300.
Oh, done.
Hmm.
50% ownership, done. Just saying, done.
Take a little Eric's like money.
Maybe
and we're
the
rocking.
channel should buy it as like
Yes.
Oh. Listen,
LLC write off. We got it
Yannick,
covered.
Yannick, you know how Dix bought the Paul Skeens,
Dick.
the Paul
Yeah.
Skeens MLB debut patch.
Yep.
There you
If
go.
the BIC YouTube channel purchased the stupid
You're
Bedard
getting
card.
bigger, with all these.
Oh, listen, no doubt.
references.
Like, Bobby, I would literally put it in a little rotating case on my table here, and I would surround it with Josh Rosen cards.
And Brett,
Yes.
Looking
Wow.
Looking up.
There's a display for you, surrounded by the chosen Rosen.
that's
Let's
nice.
go.
Okay,
Yeah.
I got a quick question. Is there
Yes, go
anything real game worn in that card, or it's all made up?
So for the
that's-
RPA is actually game worn. I don't know about the shield. Let me see
shield-
if I can look that up.
the
I know the
shield is
RPA is actually game worn.
Manufactured, is it not?
Let me laugh.
No, for
so
for
hard.
this particular one, because there was such a delay, they were able to get game used jerseys for the RPA.
Is it a piece of
So
the
the-
shield? Not the whole shield can't fit in there.
No, it's you can fit. Yeah, you can fit the shield. They on the cutout. Yeah, absolutely. Because it's a shield that goes
The-
right here. It's this little piece
It's a
here.
made up shield with a
That's
sticker
a
on it.
decent. Well, for a
Yeah,
card,
you can fit it on a
maybe.
card though. Like you 100% can fit it on a card. Yeah, you can totally do it. I'll see if I can find it. Let me
Please
bear
tell
with
me
me
it's
and I'll
We
game
need
worn.
rookie card shields. Like the baseball did. Yeah, we could do
Yeah.
that.
Well, so Bobby, that's the reason why though. I'm saying I would totally listen. I would put it on the rotating thing with the Josh Rosen cards.
Yeah,
Totally, 100%. I'm in. Let's go.
justified. For sure.
I got to see if I can get it. I got to see if I can get it. So he's saying on the Slab Sharks one here, right? So starting Monday night on Slab Sharks. Okay. So I will see if I can locate it. Maybe it's on Slab Sharks Instagram. I
But
want to
if we
basically see it.
predict on price.
Well, for
Like,
sure.
are we-
But I
are we
actually want to see
are
the
we
back of the
talking
card though. I'm
six-figure
curious.
numbers here? Probably, right?
Oh yeah, 6 figures for sure. Yeah. They would 100%. Like somebody will spend $100,000 on that card for sure. I wouldn't, but someone will.
Hmm.
Let me see here. If
Yeah,
I can
yes.
locate it. Yeah. In the meantime, like if I'm gonna guess, my guess will be I'm gonna say 120K.
Okay.
Yeah. Somebody with more basically somebody will finish buying their $4 million Wagner and they'll be like, hey, I got some money left
got-
over.
I got some chump change.
I
in my
saved
life,
some money. I'll buy a Bedard.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Just want to see if I can look closer at the picture. Yeah, so Slab Sharks basically made a video, which is fine, but I actually want to see a picture of the damn card. This would be helpful. Let me see
Well,
here.
it should be in the video.
Yeah, the problem is they just do a little rotating thing and then they intersperse clips of Bedard playing. And I'm like, no, I actually just want to see a picture of the card. Literally, I need to read the back. That's what I'm trying to do. Yeah, so I'll see if I can find it. You gotta bear with me. Let's see.
I think it was found in the break, wasn't it? I think not too long ago.
Okay. Let's see here. The memorabilia has been certified by the operative companies, haven't been worn by the featured player. I think the shield is player worn. I'll double check and see if I can find a static image, but it's looking to me like player worn. Which is unfortunate. Like if you're gonna have, if you have the option of having some actual game used,
yeah, like game used, everything almost like rookie debut. If it's that big of a hype of a deal. Anyway, I'm just saying, if I would pay that kind of cake, yeah.
Oh, hold on. Oh, they actually graded the Bedard rookie shield. So if I can see a closer image, I'll be able to pull it up on PSA and be able to see the image. So give me a minute. I'll see if I can do that.
Yeah.
So yeah, do you have a guess on price before I move on to the next comment?
I'll say 150. Just because.
Okay.
Because I have no idea how high this. Like you could have said like it's a half a million. I would have said sure.
I think if they had actually released the card on time, I think he had a better shot at it. I just think it's right now it's cooled down a lot, and I think that's the biggest problem they've got. They've missed that opportunity to get that
this
huge
is
number.
23, 24.
Yeah, this is a 23-24. Yeah. So the problem is that because we were delayed an extra year, I think that basically hurt the sale price. It'll still go for a lot of money. Don't get it wrong. It will.
So if you would have had if this would have been on time with him having a crazy rookie year,
yes,
this could have hit highs that never.
It would have gone. It would. I would have actually gone closer to $250,000. To me, I would have gone with like 250K. That's why I'm saying 120. I think it lost like half the value because of the delay. I think it hurt it. It'll still sell for a lot of money. Like, let's not get it twisted. That's still a lot of money.
There's meat left on the bone.
Sure. So Dan says, own appeal. When you buy a card with serious issues because you just want to own the card. Generally not for $4 million, though. That's fair. Fair qualifier. Yeah. Robert here says, hot take, Celebrini will have a better career than Bedard. So here's the thing. I get the take, but I genuinely have watched some of the video breakdowns of Bedard. His team really is that shit. Yeah. I think if Celebrini was on that Chicago Blackhawks team, he'd have negative points. They would actually take points away. Like, that's how bad they are. Like, I really cannot emphasize how bad they are.
It's like Mario Lemieux, Pittsburgh Penguins, 85 bad.
Yeah.
That bad.
Here's the thing. Yeah, and I got to be honest with you. I think they're worse than that yet than those Penguins team. They're so bad. He's still leading the team in scoring. That's the thing. Like, everybody is saying he's a bust. He's terrible. He's still leading that team in scoring. They're that bad.
That bad.
Yeah. Card charisma trademark. I like it. With the hashtag especially. Thank you, Bob. Bobby Burrell, Jeffy Boo, and all hobby authors, please add own appeal to the next edition of your books. That's right. With the appendix.
Oh,
good evening, gents. Good evening, Korean.
Good evening.
Yannick, my prediction is too much 99. I love it.
I like it.
Yep. All right. So I think I've got a serial number on this PSA slab, so I might be able to pull up an image.
I'll put an old one paper dollar.
I told you, Yannick, listen, you don't have the vision. That's why I said $150. No problem. No questions asked. $150. Let's make the deal.
Cash. I have it right here.
Yep. Done. And just because Eric is not here, it's like, no. It's like, what about American dollar? Psh, I spit upon your pathetic American dollars. I shall pay your silly play money. 638. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take advantage of the scanning thing, because if they scan this thing, I'll actually be able to pull up a better image of it.
Wasn't it Neil's one of Neil's video this week on I think what's his name? Fanatic dude said that the rookie patch is the best thing ever, or the best invention ever.
Oh yeah. Look, Ruben is always going to pump up his own stuff.
Yeah. So, but I'll give him that. Like, it's pretty cool. You actually have the patch from the player from his first MLB debut game, which is now 100% sure that if it was Bedard's, we wouldn't be having that discussion.
Right.
Because that's the big Kahuna card, isn't it? Like as far as Bedar's card, that's this biggest right now.
Oh yeah, for sure. The RPA always, and the 1-of-1 definitely.
Which
Okay.
is a year late. Good job.
Yeah, pretty much. It's basically the whole problem with it.
Anyway,
All right.
it's yeah, not even playing Warren and sticker auto. There we go.
I'll be honest, what I'm looking forward to. So Paul here saying, from here until August, Neo is officially known as a pizza delivery boy. Paul, I got to be honest. You got to be careful. Neo might get sneaky on you. I'm looking forward to seeing what happens if he delivers on his pizza bet, but at the same time he's like, okay, so you're getting your pizza bet. It's like, yeah, it's like a stale pizza that he randomly found somewhere and had run over by a car. He's spent so much time basically talking up this bet because obviously I think it was a bet based on SGC still being around by the National, and it looks like they're still going to be. But the point is that because they're still around, Neil loses the bet and has to pay for pizza. But at the same time, it's like he rubs it in so hard. It's like, if I'm Neo, I'm poisoning the damn pizza. Like, you're doing something. Like, what do you? It's like, what happened? It's like, yeah, you got your pizza, but now you're in your room like dying.
7-Eleven pizza.
At what cost? At what cost? Great invention, Michael Rubin's debut patch, or the internet?
There you go.
That's a tough one. Ooh, that's a tough one. Now here's a question though. Let me pose this serious question. So they did pull the Bedard RPA. So it was GP Sports Cards that did it, and they ended up having PSA graded. Now here's a question: was that worth it to you to get the 1-of-1 shield card graded when it's already encapsulated in a slab as part of the release? Like, would that be worth it to you?
No.
That's kind of what I found interesting about it. It's like, well, technically.
Because like even on the
Oh wait, hold on. Actually, let me stand corrected.
You only sell
no, you know what? For the shield, it doesn't have that pre-encapsulation. It's the regular RPAs that have it, not the shield one. So never mind.
So how does PSA tax you on the value? Because like it's just okay, this is the cost because it's overvalued 5,000, or they're already guessing that it's going to be sold for 125,000. Because when you get the PSA 10 tax on that new card, like what's the percentage? Like I'm no grader, I'm not the submitter, but I do
There's
know
no percentage. So sorry, which percentage are you asking about?
The upcharge. Sorry. Upcharge.
Oh, the upcharge is going to be massive. I don't know what the number is, but you're getting like a super high upcharge.
So now are we talking like, is it even worth it? Because like for like you're selling it. The guy who buys it, if he absolutely wants it, then pay the overcharge. Me personally, I would leave it as, take the key, sir.
Yeah.
What about you? You would grade it? You would pay that up, because I mean,
I think at this point, because it was pulled by GP Sports Cards, they're the breaker. So then the person who got the card as part of the break probably asked them to. Probably. And at that point, honestly, probably they're helping him out. Like truthfully, they're probably helping him out a little bit.
But like I don't know what kind of cash that person has. Like not everyone has the upcharge money for that kind of card. But at that point, like I guess I don't know. I don't know how would that work. But
yep, makes sense.
Like, is it a percentage of the value, or it's because like let's say it's worth over 5,000? Here's the standard fee of upcharge.
There is a certain amount of upcharge over a certain number. I don't think they do it as a percentage of the value, but it is a very large number.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that PSA?
Good to know.
Yeah, if you're submitting in like a 100K card, I know there's still
a flat rate at a certain point.
Yeah.
Past that point, it just stays at.
You know what's funny though? I always talk about like how coin grading was doing this for years. For coin grading, there is actually a percentage. For like those big dollar ones, it's actually a percentage.
Well, as long as it's trackable with at least so many sales behind it, right?
Yep.
Because you can't go by one sale, because it could be a buy it now and some coin guy is going to go crazy on it or something like that. So,
or like in this case, like guessing how much it's going to sell for.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Like what's the last bit
Wi-Fi there,
compared
man?
To?
What was that?
Yannick's got some good Wi-Fi now.
Oh yeah.
What's that?
Those lights there. That's the Wi-Fi.
I can't see shit.
Oh, is that the Wi-Fi?
That's
Nice.
the Wi-Fi wallet.
It looks like a black piece of thing with. Oh, there it
No,
is.
you can see
Okay.
some lights back there.
Ooh, you should get some
He-
music to go with it or something.
He's in close range. He's not too bad.
Hmm.
Robert here says Blackhawks are terrible. The Sharks say hold my beer. 52 points versus 61 for Chicago. Check how many players on Chicago have even more than 20 odd goals. It's actually pretty bad. Most of those players can't finish anything. Real question is, did Brad hand deliver it? Yes, he did. Actually, so on
Oh, really?
GP's Instagram, I see one Brad Hartland
Hello,
hands over the
thank
box.
you.
He's there. He's there to hand over the box.
Brad's everywhere.
Oh yeah. Look, I've been trying
That's the man.
to find a closer image of it. I don't seem to be able to, but regardless, I'll show you guys the Instagram page here. So here it is, GP Sports, and look who's on the right.
Ah,
We know that guy. And he's got
We know
a
this
box. He's got a box. So that's basically what it is. So yes, Josh, he did indeed hand deliver it.
Which show is that? Oh, that's at Fanatic.
I think so, yeah. So Brad is actually in New York, so he is attending the Fanatics one. So we'll be
course.
able to talk to him about it a little bit later.
ooh,
Gotcha.
the fancy PSA. Open it. Wow.
Yes, super fancy.
Generic outside, fancy inside.
There it is. So yeah, you can fit the shield in there, no problem.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I was actually trying to punch in the number, and I wasn't having too much luck with it.
It's a nice
So.
card.
But there it is in the holder.
It's nice.
I had to call Bobby to ask him about the price of something. Sorry he was off camera for so long. Sorry,
What's
Bob. Bob was saying he was saying he had to call you about the price of something. That's why you were disappeared.
Call me.
Yeah.
Just tell me what it is. I'll tell them what it is.
It's phone a
Or
friend.
I'll just say it's on the app.
Mm,
Maybe.
indeed.
We'll see.
Indeed.
I've been saying that a lot lately. Actually, got quite a few members in the last little while from saying that.
I was going to say, so you've been able to browbeat them into actually purchasing.
I don't
purchasing
think
the
it's
app.
browbeating if it's just saying it's on the app and you're asking me questions. So, whatever. What app? It's like, really? What app? Well, Jeremy hasn't had me on to talk about the app, so I don't know. Maybe that's probably a main reason, or anybody else for that matter. A few other guys, but not too many. So, I don't get around into the circles of how do we say the
You've been
upper echelon of
excommunicated.
the,
You've been excommunicated.
it seems so. I'm very adjacent to the adjacent.
Ah.
The cool
Well,
kids
listen.
table.
It's as bad as it is. Like Yannick shared with me that noted hobby goat floating head himself.
Yes.
Apparently, he saw the Brett Favre documentary, and he
Oh.
discovered that he's not a swell fellow, which is literally why I call him the not swell fellow. I was like, but apparently this was a revelation to Jeremy. And what killed me, is that he made a post basically talking about. Yannick sent it to me. He made a post talking about this. It's like I'm glad I don't have any of his card in my collection. Do you have any idea how many pieces of shit you have cards for? Bobby, it took all my willpower not to just bring over the not so fella box and just start pulling cards throughout the show and just be
There
like,
we go.
"Yep, listen,
Menendez brothers. Here's the
listen." I got to be honest with you. Like, you know what they say about people in glass houses. People in glass houses should not be throwing stones because
Not
listen,
Eric.
while I will have cards of the not swell fella, and again, note that he is a not swell fella. I lead with he is not swell fella, but I would never, Yannick, I would never even dream of having cards of someone who participated in the fixing of World Series games. Now imagine paying tens of thousands of dollars for a card of a known cheater.
A known cheater.
That is
Damn,
uncouth.
for
Sir.
life.
Uncouth. Well, now he's since he's dead, and now he's
he's dead.
unbanned. Now his deadness has
Now
unbanned
he's
him.
Tooth.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
The Pope himself.
I hope you're
The Pope himself got him back.
amazing.
Maybe.
But look, all I gotta say is
Which
I
Pope,
hope
though?
sincerely. I hope
The one that
sincerely,
likes baseball.
Oh. Okay.
I hope sincerely that what's it called? I hope sincerely that most people aren't trying to collect people based on, but I think he's a good person. You don't know who these people are. Please don't do it for that reason. If you're interested in collecting the player, please by all means do. But just, people are fallible, so that I hope that's not the reason you're actually collecting them. You enjoy it for what it is. I don't collect the Favre cards because he's a good person. I collect them because he was the quarterback for my team. I enjoyed watching him play as a
No
player.
one ever brags they collect OJ.
Well, I've seen a couple people say, they have the OG
Like, I'm not
cards, but they
starting
don't
the
go
debate
too
here. I'm
details
just
on
saying,
it.
like, you never hear, hey, look at my OG collection. Like, you never
Yeah.
hear that. There you go.
There it is. That wasn't
Vintage.
Carlos is ready
Vintage.
and raring to go
like,
on
you
this.
can't erase it.
Listen, I got
Nice.
piles of cards. That's always the joke about me rarely showing cards. I literally got piles of cards around this shit, like here in my
Carlos
office.
got a not so swell collection.
Listen, I do. He's still trying to find the real killer to this very day.
Yeah.
From beyond the grave.
The gloves doesn't fit.
That would be a piece, eh? Game use. Murder use.
Game use. Bob Boozle said, hit the gong. That's right. Hawks, 420 goal scorer. Sharks, 2. Hawks scored 60 more goals overall. You see? Celebrini sucks. I agree with you.
Ta-da.
I know what he said, but I'm still going with it. Josh here says, speaking of Joe Jackson, I hear he's looking for his shoes. Look at you.
Oh.
Shoeless Joe, Shirtless Ziggy. I get them mixed up. Listen, it's hard not to get confused.
Yeah.
I buy OG cards. I don't cheat myself. I treat myself. Look at you, Bob.
Oh, actually, did you watch the Ziggy about the
Oh,
hobby hotline?
Sight unseen. End of sentence. No.
No, about the hobby hotline, because
I know.
it was almost worth watching. I didn't go to it yet. I didn't have time.
Not for me, but for others can summarize for me. No, I don't watch any of Ziggy's
Well,
videos.
I'm gonna clip some stuff out of it, so I'm just thinking. I don't. Well, I
No,
know.
but if you're gonna clip it, though, where are you gonna put it?
I don't know.
I was gonna say.
I almost said something, but I'm not gonna say it.
Bobby, just for the record, you brought it up.
Nope.
I'm not getting in the middle of their nonsense. They're on their own.
Don't tread water. Nope.
Man of peace.
Stay in there.
Moving on.
I think we covered this 20 minutes ago.
I
think so. Yes, it keeps reoccurring. It's
Paul
like a nightmare.
Vintage football. Just got a boner over there. Listen, Paul, you got to do what you got to do. Make sure that lesson lasts over 4 hours. Otherwise, it's a problem.
Let's talk about vintage football.
Vintage football.
Vintage. I know a little bit. I collect.
Canadian.
Like I said, I clearly collect some. I have some vintage football cards.
I had some Terry Bradshaws. I sold them to our good.
Oh yeah, you did well.
Our dear friend Big D there in Chicago.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So can I show you? This might be of interest here. Remember, like I said, chat. If there's anything you guys want to chat about, let us know. I'll show this for now, though. I can quickly talk about this. So this is one of the I mentioned earlier that I scroll through the saved searches, and then sometimes you come across some interesting stuff, and it's always nice to see the odd thing here and there. I've got one saved search that's very broad, with the hopes of being able to occasionally capture something that's maybe outside of the norm.
Vintage.
With a lot of A's. That's right. Yeah. No, but I'm saying
you
for
go
the
with Medano spelled wrong, right?
Yeah, that's one. But then I also have one that I keep very general, just to be like Medano, almost anything, just to whatever.
Medano,
just so I can scan through.
N-E-A-U.
Yeah. So I actually came across that. This ended up being purchased. This one I didn't get because this one ended up being purchased on a buy it now, super quick. I wasn't necessarily in the market for it right away, but I kind of wish I had the chance to think about it because I thought it was kind of neat. So I'll show you this one. This one's already been purchased by somebody, but good on them. Let's check this out. So here's a jersey, but this is the 93 All-Star.
Oh, wow.
Nice.
I really like this. I really like this jersey design. This is the old school, like kind of
nice one. Yeah.
And this is a CCM.
I think that
So it's
was
actually-
in Montreal.
Yeah, so you can see there that's with the 93 patch on there. You got the big NHL crest on the front. You got the little stars on the back. Like
That's
I like
the
it.
one they were wearing on the McDonald cards too, I think.
Yep.
The first
Like, I'm
I
a
do
fan.
like the black and the NHL logo with the orange. It looks really nice.
Yeah.
Looks like-
To be 100%
I like
honest
it
with
too.
you, like that's one I would love to have had a chance to think about
So
because
what's the
I wouldn't
price?
have mind picking it up.
What's the price of
Ended
that?
up selling for $260.
Oh shit! Really? That cheap?
That's what I
That's
mean.
pretty good.
Like, but when I'm saying like it sold almost immediately, I barely it sold at 5:19 in the morning. Like I barely had a chance.
Oh my god!
Yeah, so like I didn't have really a
What do you
chance to
mean?
give it a second thought.
Oh my
That's
god!
that's
look
the
at
1
that.
hour you sleep at night, Carlos.
Like that was it. That was it. It's like heaven forbid I get my 1 hour of sleep, and
The one
Bobby
time.
during that moment, that one moment,
1 hour.
I take my eye off the ball for 1 minute, and what happens?
It goes
It's a
away.
shame because I like that jersey. I was a fan of it. Like I
That's a cool
actually
jersey.
wouldn't have minded having. Like I said, Yannick, I've got one more jersey, which is an All Star from 2000, which I got at the 2000 All Star game, which would be the last Medano piece that I would be looking to get signed. But if something like that was available, I would totally get one, and then I would probably get it signed.
That's a flip on a. That'd be a $500 resale.
I have no idea. But I
Oh, yeah,
haven't come
yeah,
across it
oh,
very
yeah.
often, especially for the 93 one. I was like,
Oh, no.
when I saw it, I was like, wait, it's like, I know that jersey because I've seen it on the cards as well. But it's
Yeah.
like, no, I like that design. Big
Wow.
fan of the look of it. I would have loved to have had it just as a jersey piece. I don't really need it, but I would have hung it up.
Oh
It
no,
would have
that's
been
a
around.
worthy
nice piece.
for sure.
Yeah.
Too bad. Wow. And I hate. How did you look at the what completed?
That was it was
Oh, it
literally
came in
very
your searches,
briefly up.
but it was already gone once you clicked it. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Basically, like almost
I hate
immediately, like
those.
with the quickness, so fast.
And you're just kind of going, "Oh, it's sold."
Yeah, it was right from the picture. I knew, like, hey, wait, I want to look at that. Let me take a closer look. And like, I had never had a chance. Like, I never really had a legitimate chance of that one.
Too bad.
Robert says, love the 69 football set. There you go. Can you make a Ray Lewis card appear? I don't have one on me. That would have been a good call.
That'd been a magical act.
Yeah. I saw a pic of Emma Roberts shopping for cards at Fanatics Fest. I think that's pretty cool. So Emma Roberts has actually done a couple social media posts with cards. So it does make sense. It does make sense. Like Fanatics Fest is really going into the celebrity culture thing. Eric's favorite football player of all time, Tom Brady, has been wandering the streets of the Fanatics Fest
He's
streets.
got his own card shop now, so.
Yes,
Yeah,
that's
he
right.
does.
Now he's in the industry. Now he's
Which
in the
is,
biz.
which is, I've been to the location.
Oh,
I can actually talk about it.
Ooh, fancy. All right, let's read a couple of these and we'll go. Do you know what she collects, Hobby Champs? I know she pulled like a card on like Instagram and then like showed it off. I forget what it was though, but I know she actually collected something. That jersey is one that would make sense to auction with a reserve price. I agree. Like 260 buy it now. It's one of those things where I wouldn't have hesitated very long. I probably would have just bought it. Like I would have just hit the buy it now, been done with it. Totally would have grabbed it.
I think I would have
Just
hit to
shame.
buy it now on that because that
Yeah.
seems way too cheap for a 500 gold score. And
Yeah.
that's
Well, especially also because I remember what it cost to get the replicas with the name on it, the name and
they're
number.
more than that.
Yeah, yeah, and then also
For the replicas,
this is
remember they were $325
yeah,
in the store?
exactly, and then this is a CCM from '93, so early '90s.
Oh, yeah.
That supply dried up years ago. Like stores don't have them anymore. Like they're gone.
Oh no.
So like that had a very limited run that they were even available. Doesn't matter how much you want to pay for it. Someone listed a 99 Dan Marino insert today, probably a $500 card for like $40 buy now. Got binned before I could. Yeah.
Oh, that happens all the time.
Checks to appear at Fanatics
Don't
Fest.
ever search to completed items because it'll piss you off.
Yep. Sounds like using my eBay search term. So he goes off to Fanatics Fest. Who knows?
Guest of honor.
Maybe. Who knows? Did
Guest of
Yannick win
something.
any of
I
those
haven't
cards in
figured the
Fanatics?
last part out.
Yeah. Did Yannick win any of those cards from Fanatics a couple of weeks ago from Jerry's collection? Yes, he was auctioning off a lot of things to try to make back the money.
For that Joe Jackson.
Yeah, he's got to pay for like, it's the one with the inscription that says cheater.
I think so, yeah.
That one?
Well, not
No,
anymore.
I did not.
anymore.
I did not know. Then,
He's
like,
cleared.
I don't think Jeremy collects C57s anyway. So
He does.
Well,
Oh,
hold on.
C56
He definitely had
is-
pre-war hockey as part of stuff he was selling.
C50,
He
had,
like, a complete
C56.
set,
I don't
and
know
he
if
moved
went
some
to
of them for sure.
C57s. I know he had the C50. I know he had the Vesna and stuff like that. So I don't know.
Yeah, there was definitely some stuff in there for sure.
well, no one told me. I guess.
No, I don't think he
Yeah.
had C57s. So don't worry.
Yeah.
Only the cool people do that.
I'm not. I know.
The other people get the cartoon pictures of the other guys.
Mm-hmm.
It's a
There you go.
cartoon.
The other
Let me
ones
see
are. They
here.
look like cartoons to me.
And
Sorry.
then I would have to pay the juice too. So
That's a little juice.
All right. So Mike here says, "What's your count on the vintage hockey set? What vintage hockey set? I'm
Yours.
assuming you're talking about
Yours.
Yannick's
No,
set that
yours.
he's working on.
No, you're Medano.
No, he said vintage hockey set.
Oh,
Yeah, he's so I'm assuming he's talking about Yannick's probably.
I guess.
I have nothing new. Not
Yeah.
lately.
Nobody's saying what's the count. How many do you have now?
27
Okay.
Out of 50.
out
Yeah,
of
I
50.
think that's what he's talking about when he's saying vintage hockey set. I think that's it.
Oh,
Yeah.
gotcha.
27 out of 50, and I'm going on 18 months.
You
Starting
have
in
most
December.
of the keys, right? Except
I think
the big
you're
one.
doing honestly like for a vintage hockey set and everything. I think you're doing pretty good.
Thank you.
I think you're making good progress.
Thank
And,
you.
there's no rush. Take your time,
Nope.
enjoy it, find the right pieces. Like right now, you have the luxury of being able.
I kind of like to look forward to for the expo now because like it's
Yeah.
almost one of the only place I can first of all find them and many. Like
Do
out
you-
of 500 tables, there's maybe 3 guys last show that I had a chance of maybe.
Yeah.
And I picked the one actually I was like, wow, I wasn't even expecting that. But
Yeah.
you know, like every other occasion for me to buy them, I have to pay dollar exchange. I gotta pay duties, I gotta pay taxes, which is basically to me, I'd rather wait and have twice a year the chance to.
And you can
In
look closer
space
when
to
it's
fix.
in hand too, which is even better.
Yeah.
Because honestly, online it doesn't really show a lot of things. You know, if you do a flat scan or actually even a picture with a phone.
I think
it doesn't really-
out of the 27 cards that I have, I think I bought 2 online, and they were through Slapshark section.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, well, they occasionally they'll get consignments of all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
At this point, they've expanded their consignment to pretty much take anything. So they've definitely got a lot of stuff listed. So
Yeah.
that's just the reality of it.
Well, they're
But I
even
would say,
showing
yeah,
up at the new show that's happening this Sunday. There's one at 360. It's like a soccer field up at the Finch. Where is it? Steels and Jane, and it's 120 tables. Actually, a decent sized show. What they're trying to do is it's Mark Lee. He's kind of sports card collectibles comic whatever kind of thing. So it's gonna be half Pokemon and stuff like that.
What's
No
the
doubt.
East side?
No, Lee side is kind of closed for now, and so he's jumping to the bigger thing. And you know who they got as the signing guest? Marcel
Peter Parker.
Dion.
Ah!
and this is for which show? Sorry.
It's called the 360. I think the arena is called, or the
Okay.
soccer field is called 360, and they called
Okay.
the show 360. So he was trying to up his game a little bit, but I don't know how many people are really going to show. But he has sold out the 120 booths. I do think
Okay.
a lot of that is kind of like sort of Rob show there at that other place.
Monte Casino,
Yes,
the
it's not
Overlook
gonna be-
Hotel. The Overlook Hotel.
Your favorite hotel? Yes.
Yes.
So it's going to be it's happening this Sunday. I got a thing. I got to go to a 3-month naming baby thing, granddaughter thing. Anyway, so I can't go. But I would have went. But there was actually quite a few guys who are showing up that haven't showed up in a long time. So I was kind of looking forward to going, but I just don't know if they're going to get the people there. If you have that much Pokemon, you're always going to get somebody showing up. But I'm just
Oh
saying,
yeah, for sure.
the vintage is where a lot of that comes in, is vintage and new. Like it should be at least 50%. It has to be. If it's not, then he won't have another show. But you don't get Marcel Dion at the show. Like honestly, like he's at every show. Who needs his autograph? Nobody.
Wow.
So, yeah, for the amount of money, I can't tell you how much because I know inside stuff. But I'm just saying, what you could have got like this guy, that guy, and that guy. Like, that would have been so great. You have to pick somebody unique. But anyways, it might be a good show. We'll see. They're going to probably do another one in the fall, just before the expo, something like that, or a month before. I think it's a good thing that we have the smaller shows because they're 120 tables is a decent sized show. Like
Oh,
I
I
don't
think
know
so. Yeah.
what's the other one there, Carlos.
What, the CSC?
Yes. Yeah.
I think at this point they've actually been able to get quite a number of tables at this
80
stage. If we talk
tables, maybe?
tables, like they've done pretty well.
Yeah, tables. Yeah.
More, it'd be closer to 150.
Oh, is it that much?
Because remember, some of the dealers have multiple tables. So if you're saying
Yeah,
if you're doing
true.
table count, that's one thing. Like because some of the guys have like a whole island. Well,
I
there's
know,
table.
yeah.
Well,
Well,
that's
most
4
people
tables.
did. Yeah, they had the little.
Yeah, but that's 4 tables
quadrants.
right there.
Yeah,
So
the
if we do the
quadrants.
tables, that's one conversation. Yeah.
Sure, no.
And then I know Sluggers does their stuff regular. They have like 12 tables. So
Yeah, he's got the whole thing.
Yeah,
like,
exactly. So
yeah.
so if I do tables, like, yeah, tables. Sure.
I think it really comes down to dealers than tables. Yeah, I think.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like 2 different things. I could have a dealer count that doesn't look that crazy. Well, if this guy has 5 tables and this guy has 4 tables, well, you got 200 tables. Yeah, because this guy has
Yeah.
5 tables, this guy has 10 tables.
Well, he calls
There's
it
a lot of
cards,
shows that's
collectibles,
bullshit.
and comics. So you're gonna have
Yeah.
comic dealers. You're gonna have cards. I don't know what kind of cards and collectibles, whatever that is. So
Yeah.
toys.
I
too
very
much.
dislike shows they'll promote, basically says, oh, I got over 100 dealers plus whatever, or and you get there's barely 100 tables. You're like, well, that's not the same here. Like
Yeah.
a dealer to me, you own a booth. That you have 1 table, 10 tables, you own a booth, right? And
You're one dealer. Yeah.
Yeah.
but
I think that's
like
fair.
that
That's-
you get there and I'm not gonna say anything else on that subject, but
Oh, you know, we know.
Mm.
yeah. Anyway, it's
All right.
totally different, and I call it.
Yep. I'll read these and get caught up here.
Yep.
Hobby Champ says Ziggy was at the entrance of his Fanatics Fest, shaking hands. He's truly come full circle. Now this is important.
What?
I'm going to read forward. I'm going to
I
keep
need a
going.
picture of that.
No, that's important though. Is he
Mhm.
shaking hands with relevant people or just random people? Like just standing there and shaking people's hands.
Welcome to the
two
show.
different things.
Welcome to
Yeah,
the show.
exactly. These are two different things.
He's
Technically could be true, but it's important to make a distinction.
he might be the concierge.
Who knows? Mike here was saying how I'm making out on 53 baseball. So I'm at 70% and then a couple more on the route. So that'll make it close to 75%. We're getting there.
Okay.
We're doing pretty good. I picked up a couple pieces here and there. It's what I was going to say to Yannick a little earlier, and I'll mention again when he comes back. I was saying the luxury of collecting one of those sets, especially if the checklist is very reasonable. Like it's not like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of cards.
Yeah.
One thing I like
listening.
about
I'm
it.
just making a drink.
No worries, go for it. But I'm saying one of the perks of that though is you can actually enjoy the journey a little bit. I would say there's no hurry. Don't speed run it. Just find the pieces that you like. Find the copy that suits your purposes. On the podcast, I showed the guys I had finally bought a 63 Fleer card for the first time in probably a couple of months. Well, the 63 Fleer set is 67 cards, including the checklist.
Yeah,
Well, in reality, like I've got 45 of the 67 now. So I'm definitely on the tail end of that. However, like honestly, I could go on eBay right now and just hit buy it now and get like all of them and I'd be done.
It's no fun.
Or I can sit back and wait to find the piece that because the one that I got a Jim Cott that was a 5.5 that looked pretty nice, and I got it for $20 with the juice. Like $21. It was $21 with the juice. And I was like, okay, great.
That.
Yeah. So I was like, awesome. So a Hall of Famer, $21 with the juice, and a decent looking copy. Take a little extra time, find the piece that makes sense, and then there you go. Hey, there's one more off the checklist. Awesome.
Oh yeah.
So chipping away at it, like it's the same thing with the 53 base Bowman. I could literally just buy all the singles today on eBay right now while we're doing the show, and I would be done.
It's just not.
Or I take my time, find the copy that I like. They're all mid grade. I'm just taking my time. I've got the big stars already and a lot of the key cards, so now I can afford to just find cards that fit the set the way that I want it to look, and there you go.
Yeah.
No problem there. Carlisle here had a question. Good evening, Carlisle. What constitutes a vintage hockey set? What's your cutoff for the year on vintage?
Bobby?
You know, I don't know. What, I do vintage, 1910 and 1990. So I think vintage is really prior to that. Although there's so much common stuff in the later 80s there. So you can even go back a little further. But, I just use the decade end just to cut it off, just to say, let's round it out kind of thing. But otherwise, vintage is really some good stuff in the 70s, I guess. Stuff that's a little harder to find, but not so difficult. That's where the vintage really kicks in. 80s, can't really say 80s, but I do cut off, where does vintage and modern split? 80s and 90s, yeah. That's just to me personally.
Fair enough. Makes sense. So Robert was saying any vintage at the CSC shows. So there is a little bit. There's one or two dealers that I've dealt with. I've actually bought a few off of few dealer tables, and I've gotten some cards that I'm happy with. But it's very, very few and far between. You really got to dig through and look. There's a few dealers that have some, but not. It's the very minority.
Baseball photos and hockey photos and autographs. Geez,
they exist, but you really got to look.
I got like $2,500 at the end of the day. It's just crazy.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. They exist, but you really got to look. Like you really got to look for it, and it's going to be the minority, for sure.
Oh, okay. I gotta go. Just got the message. I'll be back. Oops.
Yep. Hobby Champ says he was making TikTok and yelling, "Welcome to the future of the hobby" as people flooded in. Valid. Paul says, for the checklist, does it have to be unmarked? So I would prefer that. That's kind of my intention. I'm going to, because I have the luxury of being able to take my time, and because there's no rush, I'm going to look for an unmarked copy. Obviously, there'll be a premium for that, but I still think it's worth it. Like, since the rest of the set's actually pretty nice, there's no reason not to. So for me, like, why not take advantage of it?
I never realized how hard some of these checklists are. Hard to get.
Yes, because people threw them away.
Kid, you would chuck that out. That was almost like getting a kiss from your sister. You're like, what? Like a checklist? Really? Like I got gypped there.
Yep. Mike here says, Carlos, you can't even get a Gym Cat slab for that price. Well, let me tell you, man.
That was a sweet deal, Carlos.
Yep. Here you go. I'll show it here. $21. There you go. It is indeed slabbed. There it is.
Perfect.
Yeah. Nice clean copy. Middle grade. Solid. It works.
Cool jackets then too, eh?
Yep. It works very nice. Like I said, all I was looking for was a clean copy. And at that price, we'll take it. That's fine. 21 again, for the price of grading, $21. That's with the juice. $21. That's fine. That's just
With
fine.
juice.
Yep. Hobby Champ says you misspelled innovation. That's right. We're all about innovation. out here.
Innovation.
I think a vintage hockey includes any Atlanta Flames cards.
I
There you
must.
go. Card and slab for $21. It's a great deal. Can't complain, man. Can't complain. Bobby Whistle says, had to call Bobby again. I had a specific vintage pricing question. Should take about 3 minutes. Thank you, Bob. Check this is a big ticket
paid
card.
the
Like,
extra on the app for Bobby's special line.
well, I think, look, Bobby would probably get more subscribers to the app if the app had a button that just says phone a friend, phone a Bobby. You push the button, it just calls him directly.
$5 a minute.
Yeah, there you go. That's how he makes the real money. The checklist is a big ticket. I like to try to get on my checklist unmarked. Yeah, it's gonna cost, but that's why I say, like, I have 45 of the 67 cards now. That means I need 22 cards. I have the Willie Mays, I have the Kamene, I have the Sandy Koufax, I have the Bob Gibson, like a lot of the Hall of Famers that are in that set, I have. And I think one of the short print cards I've got. So like I've got a lot of the key cards already. So now it's like take your time and find the copy that makes sense. So I could just throw money at the problem and just be like, okay, here you go, and just spend a lot of money on it. Or I could be like, hey, that Jim Cat turned out to be a nice deal. Well, let me try to find deals that kind of fit. Most of the set I've got in 5s, 6s, and 7s. My Koufax is a 5, my Willie Mays is a 5, my Clemente is a 3, but it's a nice looking 3.
They're actually they're still a pretty decent price for a set. The
Yeah.
53 clear that way.
Yeah, well, that's the reason I like it, because it's like you're still getting a nice looking set. You're getting good players in it. You've still got a lot of the key. Again, it doesn't have it doesn't have Mantle, obviously, but it's got a lot of the other good guys on there that you want, and it's a neat set and a small checklist that's still doable, still very reasonable. I love how the card shows his last name spaced correctly, and the PSA in 2020 has it all messed up. Yep. If you're going to try to get a checklist with check marks, it must match the cards that you have. I like it, Carlisle. I like it. Where's that one guy? Irvin or something. The mayonnaise guy. Well, he's trying to crash his bike as we speak.
The
He's in the
raccoons got
process.
him.
Yep. He's working on it right now. He's out in the wilderness trying to find himself. Basically trying to not to get eaten by a bear. So that's where he is right now. But don't worry. We'll see. We'll probably see him sooner rather than later. After he crashes a couple more times. Mike says, don't you have a friend in Canada who could get your PSA Clemente graded in 11? Perhaps I do.
Yes, we do.
Perhaps I do. Maybe. No, by the way, kind of circling back around though, missing out on that Medano jersey is going to be a regret of mine. Like, bad timing. Like, that sucks. I'm sitting there like, I kind of want it. Like, now that I've had a chance to look at it later on, I was like, damn, I kind of want it. I don't even want to pay the $260, but at the same time, like, it's not an unfair price. Like, I kind of want the jersey now.
No, it's very fair.
Yeah. I was like, yeah, that's an old school one too. That's kind of what I liked about it. That's okay. That's fine. Not the end of the world. Question: anything new in your lands, Yannick, card wise, or is everything kind of status quo?
Status quo.
Okay.
Although I have a nice pile here that I made because most of you guys know I moved, so being part of moving is packing your stuff, and then if it takes a while, then you almost forget about some. And if you really love your stuff, then now when you get the chance to reopen all of this, and you almost forgot some that you had, and some that even if you didn't forget, you haven't seen it over a year, and it's like, oh my God, this is the greatest stuff ever. So yeah, I started pulling because basically I'm gonna be like decorating this place now. So this is like a youth patch from the Montreal Royals in the 50s.
In the 50s, yeah, for sure.
Yeah. And brought it there, and it was I only seen once in the Hall of Fame, and theirs is beat up. So I was pretty happy to acquire this a while back, but now I'm kind of just going back into like stuff that I have that like there's a Mel Allen's vinyl basically album, I guess, from a game back in the day. I guess you would like play it and basically like keep the score. I guess that was kind of the idea. Here's one that I cherish too. It's actually a fan, but it's a card keeper, and this dates from the 1920s, and it's local to Quebec City. Unfortunately, I have it in this, but it basically the back end here would be like a jewelry place maker that still exists to this day.
Oh, it's
so.
sponsored. Yeah. Yeah. A lot
Yeah,
of that happened, yeah.
And two of the basically probably coolest piece that I own that is not basically a card, but it's still vintage hockey.
That's a nice piece.
And yeah, this is basically they used to be big in baseball at first. Okay, the Draper Maynard Company, basically, and I guess they explored hockey. So here's Joe Malone there with the hockey tube skates. So if you wanted to be the fastest guy in the
That's a cardboard ad, right?
It is the cardboard ad.
Yeah.
Basically, it's almost like
on the back.
It's a 3-piece, basically. Like there's like the outside there, kind of like, and then the red, it's kind of like a construction paper or whatever. And this is put over it. So there's like a 3-layer.
Nice.
I guess that's how they used to make it then. And then the last one, but least, it's another Draper Menard. But this is actually kind of like a fold-in flyer. And en français. So here, like compteur au jeu de Gouret. Gouret, I guess, would have been hockey then. And it's double-sided.
Nice.
What's
I like the free floating. The free floating frame is a good choice for that.
Those
kind
are
of
nice
piece.
for those
Yeah,
ones.
thank you.
Yeah.
I thought so too. So yeah, this is over 100 years old, guys. Like it's as thin as it can get. Like I'm scared almost sometimes too, but I love it. It's one of the coolest pieces I own.
It's
Very
nice having a
nice.
player that you like, and then you have a nice collection. And there's
Yeah,
only a few
Quebec
pieces for Joe Malone,
City,
really. So
born and raised, and you know he's basically a Franco-Irish. So
that happens.
pretty cool.
Nice.
So that's just one box. I have 2 more boxes that I'm gonna be opening.
He's got to find all this stuff. Robert here was saying 52 mantle, a nice PSA 1.5, ending on eBay in 30 minutes. Yeah, Nick will get right on it. Bob Oozle said buying that jersey would trigger desire for more jerseys. I would agree with you, except like I just love the idea of having different types.
Yeah.
And realistically, the All-Star is kind of its own category because I love the different designs of the All-Stars, and there were only so many that he was actually involved in. And it was contemporary. He actually was in that All-Star game, which is what makes it nice.
I almost expected Yannick to pull out that jersey
I was going to say.
for half a second.
That's where it got it. Yeah. Catches became star of the show. There you go. Love seeing Yannick's cats take turns on the webcam. Robert says those are awesome pieces. I agree. The cat changed colors? Maybe.
So that is hockey and skating outfits. That's old Bauer ad. So that would be in a store on a countertop or something like that. Yeah, it's got the easel in the back, unused. Yep. It's nice. See, that stuff, that's the new tin stuff. That you know how tin stuff goes for so much money, the signs and stuff like that. Cardboard is the new tin.
Yeah, that's the real deal. That's not a real
that is. Yeah. You can see the patinas on it too. You can really tell.
Yeah, I love it. I love the color. Very bold. It displays very well.
Nice.
And,
nice.
It's my own place now, so I can do whatever the hell I want.
Well, your other place was your own place too. Well, yeah. In a way.
It was, but you know.
We're going to find out if something happens and Eric's bike ride gets sabotaged. And it's like, what happened? I think a crowbar came out of nowhere. And then next time we see Yannick, there's like a crowbar in the background.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm kind of expecting
framed up on the wall.
Here pretty soon. There.
Any moment now. The problem is he gets lost, and that's where he winds up. I think that's what's
the
happen.
raccoons are leading him.
I think so.
Yeah.
He was more scared of the raccoons than the bears. So there you go.
Oh, yes. Yes. I agree. So real quick thing, I wanted to kind of share this as well, kind of in the same vein as what I talked about a few minutes ago.
Yep.
I'll ask Hobby Champ's question real quick. How many cats have you got there, Yannick?
2.
2. Yeah, that sounds about right. I was going to say, so although the jersey thing is disappointing, I can't complain though, because I did find that one card I mentioned to you, Bobby, that one. But then I also found the other day, earlier this week, it's been a good week for finding stuff that popped up on that save search. Not all the time. A lot of times it's you come up empty
it's
week
nothing.
after
It's
week.
like routine, delete. Yeah.
Yeah. But I came across this one. And this one is the winning materials. It's out of 15. So it's got the jersey stick piece
And
on
the
this.
stick.
Yep. Now it's out of 15. That's the gold version here.
What year is that?
This is 2000, 2001. So right
Yeah,
at the
I
early
think
beginning of 2000s.
Steven
Well, that's cool.
pulled one of those too. He pulled Yager, and it had the stick and the jersey of that.
Yeah, it was a good design that year. I liked it.
Yeah.
They've got the base version. There is a silver version, and then there is the gold version, which is the number to 15. This is the toughest version, the gold version.
Mhm.
Now, here's the thing. This popped up in my Save Search. But here's the thing. $19.50. And I was like,
Nice.
yes, please hit
Quick,
the buy
now,
it now
Rick.
button now.
You don't even have to push a button. It's not even pushing the button. It's actually going through the paying
Yeah.
maneuvers they have to
Yeah.
get through. And
Rick.
sometimes you're going, come on. It's like,
Yeah.
because which account do you want to take it from? Then it goes, okay, and then confirm.
I've got a lot of that stuff already set up. Like basically very quick. I can
It's
ship
there,
it to
but
you.
you still have the process to go through, right?
Yeah. Got some of the opening night tickets there.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Oh,
nice.
nice.
Okay, well, there's the yellow,
Mm-hmm.
Yellow, yep.
and then we got orange,
Orange.
the grand orange, and then we got red, or pinkish kind of,
Yeah, I was gonna say it's a
And
little
then-
closer to pinkish, yeah.
and then green
Wow.
Okay.
and blue.
Purple.
Doing all the colors of the rainbow, huh?
Actually, it's violet.
Yeah.
So back the opening game in 1969, those would have been the 5 different levels, I guess, of tickets you would buy.
Wow.
Seems about right.
That's
I like it. Good combo.
Mm.
Yeah. It's good show and tell. I like it, Yannick. Well played.
So
But,
how did
kind
they
of-
get
kind of
them
also-
in there? How did they mount them so you can see the back?
Well, I think it's just basically a glorified top loader, basically, right now.
Yeah.
It's in a
That's all
giant
it
top
is.
loader.
And they're not real tickets. Like bullshit. The guy, the story, the sad little story he told me. I said, yeah, whatever. I like the price. I like, you know.
Yeah.
I
get
still know what it costs to print, to make a print, to go to a printer and say, can you
Yeah.
print a piece this big or whatever?
Mhm.
So to me, it was worth it. But they're totally fake, and I know the guy, and I called him on it. And he's like, like.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing. As long as you paid a price that was fair for what it actually is, it's fine.
Yeah,
That's the
yeah.
thing. Like it can still serve as decoration. It can still be a nice little piece.
He tried to play those were the what do you call it? Like the printer went to the team to show them, okay, this is gonna be it, and they're okay. We're
Commemorative.
going with
No, like
those.
he's trying to say it's a proof. He's trying to say it's a proof.
That's it. That's the word.
Yeah.
I was
Yeah.
like, bullshit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I-
Sure. Everything's a salesman sample or a proof in the hockey when you don't know what it is.
That's all it was.
Yeah.
Or
But I was
baseball
happy
or
with
whatever
the price.
sport. Doesn't matter. Yeah.
Yep.
When you don't know, those are the 2 keywords.
Yep. Hobby Champs here says, that's Cat Dad share a special bond. Speaking with you and your cats there. Hello,
Mhm.
panel and Yannick's cats. There you go. Thank you. Appreciate you. Bobby, it's show and tell time. Did you bring anything for the class tonight? We'll get to that in a second.
Uh-huh.
Carlos
Oh, yeah,
says,
Bobby's got
hates
some
when the
cool
jersey
stuff.
swatches don't match picture on the card. That's fair. I've heard that one before.
Mhm.
I'm so bitter. I told myself to get off my lawn. I love it.
Whoa.
I appreciate it, Carlo. I know. He told himself. So
Self-inflicted.
bottom line, though, for all the times where you narrowly miss something, it is nice when you catch something at a nice price point and it's like, oh, we're done. Good times. I love it.
You know, you got to
Still
win every
happens.
once in a while, and sometimes
Once in a
it's
while.
just like you can't hit the. That's happened to me where I hit the buy now, and then how you go to pay to get out, and then you've just lost it by a half a second or 2 seconds. It's just like, oh my god,
Yeah.
and you can't hit it fast enough because you get all nervous. See, I have 2 accounts. I have an American and a Canadian account, and sometimes it's on the Canadian site, and then I go, oh shit, I'm in the wrong account. Got to go over there, and then you got to find the item because it's in your other account. So you got to copy the number, and then by the time you get through that, gone. It's like, it happens. But anyways, I do have show and tell if somebody's interested. If not,
Sounds
Please.
good.
Still
Yeah,
show
I
it.
think we can get into that. It'll give me a chance to grab my beer and we'll do that.
Sure
So
enough.
one last thing I'll say about that.
Sure.
The bottom line, though, is the moral of the story is that if you do have save searches, I would say, you do
Check
you.
them
If you don't
early.
have time for it, don't. But I say don't give up on it. Because like I said, I think I'm just consistent.
And
I will strike
don't
out
let them
so
sit
many
there in
times.
your emails either.
Yeah, I will strike out so many times where I'll check nothing. And it's not that it doesn't have anything, it's just nothing I'm interested in. Either the wrong price or just an item I don't care about or something I already have. But it'll strike out. Once in a while, you'll hit gold. You'll literally find some, hey, you know what? That's a great price on that thing. Yes, I will happily purchase
I
that.
have
for
2
that price.
accounts and I have 100 calls on 2 accounts, and honestly, you sit there and go delete, 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 and it's constant every day, and then every once in a while it's like,
Yeah. You'll find a piece that's like totally worth it. Let me check that out, and I want to see that, and let's have a closer look. Zach here says, just joining. No one in Eric's life to tell him to stay off the bikes. Listen, it's not so much that no one is there to tell him, Zach. It's that everyone is like, no, go on the bike. You know what? Don't bring the helmet. And do you really, Yannick, I could just imagine the family is talking to him and he goes, but Eric, a real man would bike without brakes.
A real one.
Think about it. Without brakes. Mm-hmm. And I bet you would be more aerodynamic if you coated the outside of it in nitroglycerin.
Or mail.
And then drive through the flames.
That would be something.
Bike through the flames.
Just say to see that.
Yeah. Great hashtag content.
Mm-hmm.
But yes. So Bobby, if you got some things you want to share, by all means, and I'll come right back.
Go get your beer. Okay. So what I have is, because I missed the 1970 O-Pee-Chee case box that I think we showed last show, I did have a supplemental score, which was a 71-72 O-Pee-Chee Series 1 box.
Man.
And there you have a very nice box. Look, it's like they took a page out of the Sears catalog or something. That was the premium mail away. So if you got one of the Bazooka catalogs, these are the prizes, that you could have gotten in, and sent away for. It wasn't really anything, hockey related or baseball related. It was just, that's what it was. And that's what they did. So this is a nice
to
box.
Get your mom to buy it for you.
Sorry, what's that?
It was to get your mom to buy it for you.
It was. Hey, I need an iron, right?
There you go.
Those old Corel things that for coffee my parents used to use and stuff like that. So this was actually a really nice box. It's a little, the problem is when, retailers would open the next box, the perforations, they didn't care. They just wanted to open the damn thing. So there was really never any care taken on that. So you do have a little bit of a rough edge along that edge. But otherwise, considering this is a really nice box. And I did get a box. I was kind of a little pissed off with the guy because, I'll just show you the box first. So I ended up with a 70-71 O-Pee-Chee Series 1 box.
Sweet.
So that's a really tough box to find. And there you go. That's all the sides. Again, more wonderful things on the bottom to order through the Bazooka catalog. So this box, and most people wouldn't be able to tell, when he sent me the box, the inside lip of this was folded over the front. What happened was the front was missing, and I didn't realize that. And he never got back to me. He never gave me any refund or anything like that. So when in Rome, what I did is I had on file a picture of the box, and I took that, I printed it out. So I've redone the front of the box. I shrink wrapped it and did all my stuff to it, but that isn't the real actual front of the box. The rest of the box is 100% real, but the front is not. And these are the things that I do with boxes and display, because otherwise, what do you have? He sold me a box that had 3 corners. At that point, do you call it a box? I don't think so. Any which way. I'll be talking to him over the next little while.
I couldn't tell.
No, most people would never tell. I could get away with it so easily, but I would not do that. So, you have a $1,200 box. I would probably sell it for half the price, considering, so, it'd be a $600 box at that point. And some people wouldn't mind because it's such a, it's a good job that I did. I did a really good job on
Good luck to find one.
If you look at it, it's exactly the way it should be. So anyways, so that's what I did pick up, supplemental to the funny part about it is that 70 O-Pee-Chee case box. Now I do want to talk to this guy because it was a third party thing. So I want to get his name, and I say, well, yeah, you sold that 70 O-Pee-Chee case box for $600. Well, I think it's worth $2,500. So fuck you. How's that?
Fuck you?
Fuck him.
Yeah, Eric, fuck you. That's right. That's what the man said. He said what he said. You heard him.
I heard him. Wow. What a greeting. Whew.
There you go.
Good evening,
See?
my brother.
Some vintage boxes.
Those are very nice. I like those a lot.
Those are wicked.
Yeah.
I
So
like
yeah, you got
those.
about a $1,200 box, and then you have about a $1,000 box. 1 year.
I like it.
They're both first series. So what happened? First
Gordy on
series are
both?
actually the toughest because they usually went through those, they threw them out. Anything that's left over in a store find or something like that would be a second series. You know, we didn't sell the whole box or something like that. So usually, so first series are actually very difficult to find in the grand scheme of things. The only part about this, sorry, the 71, is that the second series has the Toronto Maple Leaf player opposed to the Detroit player on the other side here. So it kind of doesn't, well, is it Gordie Howe? Let's say it's Gordie Howe. Okay, so there you go. Anyways. No, this last year would be 70. Okay. Well, let's say it's somebody else. Anyways,
I'm gonna
yeah,
say
so
it's Gordy
this is
Howe.
actually one of my very favorite boxes because it was my first year, but I do like the artwork very much so.
I
Whereas
just
this
like the
is-
fact that number 5 on that other one looks an awful lot like, that looks like a dive over there. It looks, so did he inspire Bobby Orr? Is that what happened?
Oh God.
Oh, here?
No, number 5 on the one box there. If you look at the box itself on the front, you got the one player, and then you've got a number 5.
Oh, yes, it is.
It looks
You're
like he's on
right.
the ground. Like it looks like he's diving. That's kind of Bobby Orr-ish, is all I'm saying.
Yeah, he's in
Shit.
purple. You know, that's Bobby Orr's favorite color. is
Just
purple.
saying,
Yeah.
I got
Anyway,
questions.
There you go.
We will address the Eric problem in a moment, but first I'll read some comments. So let's go here. I'll just go back to Zach's comment first, though. Just joining. No one in Eric's life told him to stay off the bike? No, they all wanted violence. Hobby Champ says, don't you love it when something you really want pops up the moment you don't have the money to pay for it? It does happen.
Always
It
happens.
Yeah.
I will say, though, I have been
I
fortunate
don't want to
sometimes.
spend the money on it. Yeah.
I will say, though, I've been fortunate where sometimes something will pop up that I don't have the money for it, but they also overpriced it, so no one else was willing to pay it. So sometimes that
And
buys
that's
me
why it's
time.
still there.
So sometimes that buys me time for the price to come back to reality, by which point I may have the money to do the deal.
And
And that has happened.
I find that happening a lot now, Carlos, is a lot of people are putting things out at high prices. And then they send you, you make an offer and you go, some people don't even have offers, but the ones that do, you make an offer and they go, no, that's fine. And then they come back to you after a week or two and they start going, okay. And they send you an offer, an automatically generated offer. And you go, okay, well, it's not close to the offer I was offering, but okay, I'll wait it out another couple more weeks. Eventually they end up at your offer. At that time, you've lost interest. And they're even below your original offer because that inertia of hey, I want to get that right away is like it's kind of lost its fizzle after 4 weeks, 5 weeks, 6 weeks, whatever it is, and eventually it just kind of dies to this point that it's down to $50 and you just go, maybe I'll buy it. I don't even know.
It just
And you
depends.
keep
It depends
looking
on
at
what
it,
the
you
item
keep
is.
watching it. Well,
it
there's
depends
a
on what the
lot of
item
different
is.
items that I'm looking at, so I'm just saying, and then the conversion, the shipping, the tax. It's like
There have been a few lately, like this year has been the year where I've had a few that I've actually been going back and forth with the seller for upwards of a year because they were just that stubborn. But the price just kept slowly creeping down to the price that it was getting closer and closer and closer. And what happened was by the time they got to the end, they ended up below my original offer. But I had to be but I just had to be patient. I was still interested. The key here though, Bobby, is I was still interested, but I was interested at my price.
Yeah.
I would like the thing, but we're going to pay the price that I think is fair. And I am the interested party. And it's like, no, listen, if you can sell it to somebody else for way more than I think it's worth, good luck to you. That's all, awesome for you. But I have a feeling that I'm the top bidder, but now you're going to be waiting until you finally get to my number. And that's where we're at. Go ahead.
And here's the old Mastro book. So here you have the 70, all the packs that were found. That was from Gary Careen's collection over here. And then you have the 71 down there with a few packs. I think we won, what did we win? The 70? No, we won the Series 2. So we won the one with the orange wrapper. And the 71s we didn't win. So this was all Gary Careen's collection or part of his, archives or whatever. It's funny he waited that long do that. This is such a great magazine that you should get it. It has so much great stuff in it. It's unbelievable the amount of wax and stuff that was in there. The uncut sheets. Look at 65. Those are 65, 66 hockey packs.
Right.
They were all graded. Only 2 have ever come to market from whoever purchased that. And then you had the 61 box. We actually, me and my friends won that box. And I think there was 20 something packs in there. And nice display box. So all the wax that is kind of still out there is housed, and there's the 57. We won most of those too. I think we spent like 70 or 80,000 US collectively between the four of us. So, and then these, they haven't come to market, but those are the 54s. Look at those. I actually have all the prices here. I actually printed out the day it ended. I printed out the pricing sheet when a lot of people can't, figure out the prices because nobody has this online. So I do have that. So it's a great little, it was a great little piece because they had the 52 box as well of baseball.
Yep.
Full box from very great. Anyways, good memories.
Very nice.
Back in
very nice.
2004.
It's always nice though when you got a color printed auction catalog because it showcases it off very well.
Look at the size
Yeah.
of it.
Well, so we've talked about this before.
Yeah.
I mentioned one of my.
All right, which book is this?
This is a catalog. This is an auction catalog.
It was the Mastro catalog in 2004.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and they even put the back of the wrapper.
It's a little tough to find because the cover is usually trimmed.
Sorry.
See, Eric got it. Eric got
That
it.
was a good one.
Yeah.
Good job.
So real quick, I'll read a couple of the comments here. Philly Joe says, good evening, Carlos and gang. Good evening to you. Carlos says, how cool would it be to complete the set on the bottom of the hockey wax box? Yeah, that would be a challenge.
Mm-hmm.
Do you get the tie, a tie and shirt, or just a tie? Yes, indeed.
So even Mastro had a fold out. No staple through the belly button, but that was for the 52 box.
Yep.
It's the high number box because it was from Canada.
I think they're the
Anybody
key.
knows
So to make my point though, in all seriousness, I appreciated the auction catalogs that will print it out, show the nice pictures of it. Some people
don't
really
do that.
do collect the auction catalogs because they can be a nice repository of seeing some of these things with nice pictures and things. And a lot of the good ones will have nice little write-ups and stuff, and it can add something to it. When I spent a lot of time and I was really focused and fixated on a lot of my watches, I would actually get the auction catalogs because you could see stuff that is would sell for $1 million. Like the Paul Newman, his Daytona, Rolex Daytona, that was owned by Paul Newman, and it was nicknamed the Paul Newman, but it was the one actually owned by Paul Newman. That when they had that record sale, I have the catalog from that sale.
Ted Williams'
You didn't
lock
get
of
the
hair.
watch.
Ted Williams' lock of hair.
There you go.
Yeah. The stuff that was in here is unbelievable. This was the biggest catalog I ever seen.
Wow.
I ever got delivered because I used to be everybody I would get catalogs from. Now you get nobody, no catalogs, and they're all about like a half-inch thick.
Well, that's what I mean. It was a heyday where you'd really get it was the color images and the write-ups and things, especially if it's research and they give you a little bit of information. It's actually nice to have.
Well,
so what was your comment, Eric? Sorry, what was your thing?
I said, "Oh, you didn't buy the watch; you just got the catalog."
Well, Eric, I didn't have your like button money at that time.
Well,
if I had your like button money at that time, I would be wearing Paul Newman right now.
That's true.
Around his neck.
I think it actually. I think if memory serves. Yeah. Well, I think at the time, I want to say it sold for what was the highest amount for a watch at that time. Yeah, I'll see if I can find it.
Is it more than the Bobby Orr watch that I have?
No, well,
might be a couple bucks more.
Huh?
Maybe, possibly, could be.
An absolute possibility, a definite maybe, yes.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. I found it. It was 2017.
And then I put Dream On as the song behind it on the Instagram.
Yeah. So it sold in last sold in 2017, and it was 17.8 million.
That's it?
Yep.
Shoot.
That's what they wanted. On the back of it was actually engraved because his wife actually gave it to him. And what was funny is on the back, it just says drive carefully.
Oh, really?
Oh, well,
yeah, that's what it was. Yeah. It was a gift from his wife, and it was drive carefully.
To put that on the engraving. Yep. Drive safe.
But that's how they knew it was like the specific one that he had actually owned because that was a specific
17 million. Wow.
Yeah, 17.8 million at the time. Yep.
It's crazy. Well, that's watch and combined with actor combined. Yeah.
Yeah, it's got a whole pop culture element to
four
it.
Different things that are
yeah. So the piece and the Paul Newman watch itself, that design, because it was this very specific set of subdials, the way it looked, it became associated with him because obviously that was his watch, and then other people wanted the similar model. It was a limited run that they had that model, so they've grown in. Some of the actual just the designed watch would start selling into the six figures for a while, and I think they still sell upwards of that today. But obviously, the specific one owned by the actor obviously is going to command a massive premium.
Oh, so it was the rising tide thing. Yeah. Okay. Gotcha. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, hey, the hype is there, and then
Yeah, it was a lot. It was actually very. I remember
That's a
following
hell
because
of
there
a
were a lot
lot.
of there were a bunch of record sales one after another because at that time it was the watches were really booming.
Yeah,
So a lot of the pre-owned watch market was going nuts because you were following, and it was in the auctions, and you could get the auction catalog with the nice color photographs and everything, and that was your way of kind of seeing it. But you'd flip through it, and there was some beautiful stuff in there. Like if you had the money there, you could buy some nice items.
and you
But that one
probably do
goes in the
pretty good
safety
on them
deposit
today,
box.
right?
That one goes in the safety deposit box directly. You're probably not wearing that one on your wrist. Sorry. My good says Eric is here and he's upright. I had my money on the Baron Raccoon. I know.
Uh,
Mike says I'm always a day late and a dollar short on the previous discussion. Hobby Champ says, "Damn Eric, what did you party down for the whole hour?" I know.
I didn't.
Yeah.
Michelle picked me up. I came home. That was that. I didn't. It's not for. I don't know. It's just not for me.
Wow. Eric, the show started at 8, says Josh.
Sorry, Josh.
Mm-hmm.
But I have
Well
a
said.
suggestion for Josh.
Oh,
if you'd
please.
like
Shut
to
up.
hear it.
Why not?
I suggest that Josh
shut up.
shut up.
Wow. Scandalous.
I
Carlisle
was just
says-
helping you.
Speaking of watches, just discovered a YouTube channel that disassembles Rolex watches, cleans and restores parts, and reassembles. Fascinating and addictive. So I'd be curious which one. I've seen a few, and there's a couple that I've decided to subscribe to. I do enjoy it. So, Bobby, this is where I get to. This is a hobby that obviously watches are a very expensive hobby, but I really do like it. Like honestly, if I actually had a lot of money, I wouldn't be buying $50,000 Joe Jacksons.
No.
Just saying. But I would be buying some watches. But since the cost is still prohibitive, I will live vicariously through enjoying a lot of those restoration because some of them are so good at restoring it. They take something that really is very much damaged and kind of rebuild it, reconstruct it, and make it look beautiful. They
It's
really make it
so-
look new. They
It's
do a good
so-
job.
So small, that stuff that they can design it and work on it. It's like, it's incredible. It's sort of almost as incredible as the way I did the front of the box. Just saying.
Wow.
It's close.
Yeah.
I think Bobby, if I take a look at the parts of a chronograph, it's like I'm sorry, I'm giving it to the chronograph guy. Those parts are tiny.
I don't mind finishing second. I'm just saying.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm
But,
more of a Steve McQueen, Tag Hauser kind of guy.
Tag Hauser.
Tag Hauser.
Yeah, and a
Is that
couple
like
extra.
Doogie Hauser kind of same combination? It's Tag Hauer.
By the way,
Do you
Eric,
not understand German? It's
unless-
Tag
unless-
Hauer. You know?
unless Steve McQueen is like his third cousin twice removed that was actually born in 1997, it would just
That
be
guy.
Hauer. It would just be Hauer. Tag Hauer came later.
Whatever. Isn't that what he used to wear?
It was a Hauer watch, yes.
We just
Tag
call it
merged with
Hauer.
Hauer to
Hey,
become
I
Tag
I
Hauer.
Hauer.
know
Don't even
nothing
use
about
Howard, it's
watches,
just
but I came
Tag.
close about knowing that. I want credit.
Look, Eric, I'm just telling you, if you get a Steve McQueen Tag Hauer, I hope you didn't pay more than $1.50 because it might not be the real deal. I'm just
Well,
saying.
actually, I do know that a couple of 8 maybe years ago now, they did a remake. They remade it.
Reissue of the Monaco. Yep.
Yeah, and
Oh, yeah, the Monaco.
had pictures of him everywhere, and we're advertising it. And
Yeah. And
You
they did a good job actually of recreating the look. Like
Yeah.
it's part of their archive. They own the design and the kind of they can remake it.
Well, they can do
But the
whatever
OG,
they want, right?
like the original, was just Hauer. That was the OG, and then the Tag Heuer is when they merged, and it became a
merged.
different. They still make some nice watches, but it's not the same company. It's a merged company.
No, and it's called Tag anyways now.
Yeah, they
All the
named
You say
themselves.
Hauer, you
all
just
the
say
best
Tag.
companies are called Tag.
Oh,
Oh, whoa!
Scandalous.
This guy.
Easy.
scandalous! Ooh.
What does
So I'd be
stand
curious,
for on your
Carlisle. I'd be
shirt
curious,
there,
Carlisle,
Yak?
which YouTube channel you ended up finding. I'd be curious which one you ended up looking at.
I enjoy watching those too. The sample, all kinds of it's pretty
I
cool.
to be honest, I love that some of the good ones have started doing it in 4K video, so you can blow it up
Fun.
on the screen and really see. Because to appreciate the work, especially when they're
Obviously.
doing a really good job, you want to actually be able to see it.
I like the specialized tools they use. I'm like, oh,
It's amazing.
Look at this.
You gotta
Yeah,
have
it's a whole workshop full of stuff. It's like you're not just cleaning it. It's like no, you put it in this iron, you put it in this machine here to ultrasonic clean it, and then you put it over
Ultrasonic
here,
bath.
and then you
Yeah.
put it on there to measure exactly how much amplitude is coming off. And it's like
It's crazy.
you got to know what you're doing because you can break the thing 50 different
Obviously.
ways.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, Carlos says tools and equipment used are just as interesting as the watches. I agree with you. I agree 100%.
Mhm.
I'll buy a Newman pizza and call it that. I respect it. I have a fancy Fossil watch, no batteries required. Ooh,
Fossil.
fancy.
That's the
Fancy.
high-end stuff. Josh.
Well, you know what's funny? I'll tell you a quick Carlos Senior story. He's very much, he enjoys his watches too, and I know this because he has several of mine, which someday I will re-inherit, even though
What
they
happened?
originally owned by me.
Hey,
That's
I
my
like
favorite
this. I'm gonna borrow it. I'll give it back.
No, like legitimately, he has a Rolex that actually belongs to me, so I will re-inherit it at some point.
But do you inherit it or you just get it back?
I literally get it back. We're going to call it inheritance, but it's literally my property that I will
Yeah, but
reclaim.
you don't want
at
that to be a percentage of, anyways. Go ahead.
Yeah. So anyway, so what happened is he enjoyed his watches even back in Panama. That was one of the things he enjoyed. But obviously, stuff was a lot cheaper. But it was at a point where certain watch brands, even though ones that you wouldn't think of, people were so keen on getting them that people would make knockoffs. People were making knockoff Seikos. Because some people were Seikos. Because there was a brand, and this was the name of the brand. It was A Seikon. So it was literally an A at the beginning and an N at the end. And what would happen is people would mess with the dials and rip off the A and rip off the N. So it would say Seiko.
Oh.
And it was like, and I'm sitting there like, why would you need to fake a Seiko? Why? But some people did.
How
Some
about
people did.
Spidel? I like the Spidel twist.
How did Fanatics Fest sell out before the like button, Eric? Oh, man, scandalous. Scandalous.
Oh, look at that. That's a...
Is that a Seiko?
Oh, it's a Folex.
Yeah, it's a
What?
Folex. It's a fake Rolex. It's a fake Submariner.
Submariner.
It's a fake Submariner.
It's got like the self-sustaining thing, everything. It's a China special knockoff I bought like 20-some years ago.
Nice.
Does it still work?
It actually worked for a long time, man. Like, believe it or not, for like, and like
Some of them have
now
Chinese movements that actually
it
work okay.
turns, like
That actually
everything
work okay.
looks like,
Yeah.
but yeah.
I
There
still
you go,
got a
it works
Casio that's
again
still
now.
taken away in my one of my
It literally
storage
just
lockers.
started working again.
No,
Oh.
Yannick, jokes aside, a lot of the Chinese moves they're
Look at
not
the ticker.
expensive, but they still probably work. It works fine.
Now what's it worth?
Yeah.
Yeah, the
Is the
ticker's
hand-
fucking running.
Is the hand ticking or sweeping? That's actually
ticking.
reasonably good. It's not bad. Yeah, you
Like,
just look at
even
the
have,
seconds
like,
hand.
my camera is crap, but anyway.
There you go. Yeah. My good here says, remember John Cameron Swayze for Timex takes a lip and keeps on ticking? Yes, yes. I remember that, yeah.
There
Paul
you go.
Newman is actually my sixth cousin. Twice removed? Just asking.
How much is my Bulova worth though?
Doing
Does
the
he get
Folex
any of that
flex.
salad
Bulova's
dressing money?
top end, is it not?
What was that, sorry?
Isn't Bulova top end?
Belova's a nice watch. Like, here's the thing. I was never snobby about it because some people do get snobby about it. I think
No.
there's some nice watches in a lot of brands that I actually are very good that I would have no problem having in my collection because I enjoy a collection of different types of watches. So for me, that's enjoyable. Now, there are some really nice brands that I still aspire to have pieces from because I would like it and it would be something I'd enjoy. Kind of Saddler fan here says, my dad collects Omegas and Omega has made a lot of very nice watches over the years. Yeah. But to me, when I was in my late 20s and early 30s, I had more disposable income because I had nothing to spend it on. I had other stuff I had enough money coming in that all my bills were
Lived at
paid
home too. So.
and I have money left over. So when I was taking advantage of that, I would be able to buy. I went and bought an Omega, which today actually costs more than when I fully paid for it in retail, because the Planet Ocean, I ended up paying I think $3,600 for it, which at that time in 2010 was a lot of money.
Oh yeah.
But I think if you get one used, it would actually cost you more than it bought me brand new. Because people still like that particular model. They
they
look
make this
for
very popular,
because it got
yeah.
discontinued and they redid the design. So now if you want that version, then you actually have to pay up for it because when they discontinued it, now you can't get that except on the pre-owned market. Yeah, Wristwatch Revival. I think I know who that is. Yes, it is. Okay, so
that's
Carlisle, Wristwatch Revival is actually the one I follow. I had a feeling that was what you were going to say. He does a good job, though. Here's a funny twist, though. This is kind of a funny little thing. This specific person, the guy who owns the channel is named Marshall. He actually does Magic the Gathering podcasts as well.
No way.
This wristwatch thing is his
What?
moonlighting. This is his secondary thing. But Wristwatch Revival has 1 million subscribers.
Oh shit!
This is his other hobby. And his other hobby has 1 million subscriber YouTube channel. Remember how I talk about in sports cars we're minnows? He does a channel that is him restoring watches, and it has 1 million subscribers.
It's not bad.
And he does a great job. Like, honestly, I watch him do his work. Like, it's very impressive. He's actually very good at it. And he does a great job explaining exactly. He actually explains. He'll talk through what he's doing and how he figures out what's wrong with the watch and how he's going to repair it and restore it and all that. So he does a great job talking through it. Yeah. So he's got great production value for it. But yeah, he's got 1 million subscribers, and that's like his side hobby to his side hobby.
His side hustle is killing his side hustle.
Yeah, and he's literally paid to do Magic the Gathering content. He's a host. Like that's his regular job.
It's like two different things in the whole world. Like, honestly.
Yeah. So he's got like two opposite sides.
If you were to guess, you would sit there and be 5,000 guesses in, and you'd still be wrong. Like,
it's only because he mentioned it on his podcast.
Magic the Gathering.
Yeah, it's only because he mentioned it on the podcast that I looked it up and found it. I didn't know he had a watch channel, and I was like, huh. I was like, okay, cool. And then I started watching the episodes. Like, this is actually pretty good. Like, he's actually doing a pretty good job. I'm impressed. Yeah, you can kind of tell. There's some telltale signs. That collects Omegas. Yes, what I was talking about. When I worked, I used a Timex because I would beat the crap out of my watches at work. They were cheap and kept good time. Yeah, 100%. And they do a good job. There's nothing wrong with that. Today, a lot of times you'll use a lot of these plastic watches because honestly, the point is for them to take a beating. You want to be able to do your work without disrupting anything. Stu, good evening. Started wearing a watch again. Samsung for the health app. Love it.
I wear a watch.
I used to. I don't anymore. So
yeah. So this is the Planet Ocean. I like this because it's got a nice Halloween theme going on. I put it on this strap just because I like having the black and the orange.
It's not original.
But it is.
I have a $100 watch, and it's tough, and it does everything I need, and it's Casio.
I like that you have it on military time. Bonus points.
Hell yeah. It's the only fucking time, man. Like, what time is it? 10, 22, 10 fucking a.m. or 10 motherfucking p.m.? 2200 motherfucking hours. That's clear.
Yeah. My favorite part, though, Yannick, I'll tell you, my favorite part about all it's because the Planet Ocean is a diving watch. And like 99.99999% of the people that have these will never so much as end up in a swimming pool wearing the watch. Like, let's be real. But do you know what the depth rating is on this watch?
There you go. No.
On this one, it's 2,000 feet.
Wow.
So you could dive with this to 2,000 feet. What percentage do you think of people actually has ever dove with wearing one?
Is that a mile?
That's 600 meters.
Oh shit. Okay. That's way short than a mile.
Yeah. But it's still look, 600 meters. Most people are not ending up 600 meters under the water to do anything. Unless they're sleeping with the fishes and they got thrown over. That's the only way that most people end up at 600 meters.
That one says it'll resist 10 bar, which is 10 times atmosphere pressure.
10 bar, I think, is what, 100?
1 bar is a 1 kPa, so it's 14.7.
Okay.
So, yeah. Basically, 10 times atmosphere. So it can hold 10 G, basically.
Nice. Everyone seemed to have a Swatch in the late 80s. Yes.
Not that I want to hit 10 G, but
Billy Joe says, I never take off my watch except to shower. I feel naked without it. That's fair. What kind of watch are you using, Billy Joe, though? See, the problem is I realized years ago that I needed to force myself, honestly, to because I was doing the office job and I'm sitting in a chair all day. I needed to have reminders to tell me to like get up and walk. So I got the Apple Watch years ago, and I try to wear my regular watch too, but it's basically a step counter at this point most of the time. Just to remind me, hey, get up and move around a little bit.
Oh man.
And a Velcro wallet. Ooh, Velcro wallet. I won't dive 2 feet, much less 2,000. Fair.
that's about it.
I get you. But that's always the running joke, Yannick. I always love that, like, they engineer these things. 2,000 feet. Nobody's going 2,000 feet that's going to wear this.
Yeah,
It's got a helium escape valve. Yannick, it's got a helium escape valve.
Other than if you're James Cameron, it's not going to be useful to anyone.
It's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. Sorry. Timex. I'm cheap and poor. There's nothing wrong with the Timex, buddy.
Nothing wrong with that.
Nothing. Well, the Yannick, that was the point I was making earlier. I'm a watch guy. I appreciate a nice watch, but I'm not going to be snobby about it. I have Timex watches. I have Casio watch. They're good. They get the job done. They're good.
That one had the price and had a countdown and had a stopwatch and had a time zone. So that's all I wanted.
Yeah. Yeah. The only reason I paid up for it, Yannick, is because honestly, I just really love this watch when I saw it originally, and I was like, I got to have that. I want it.
It's a nice watch.
And I'm going to pay for it. And that's the only reason why. Otherwise, like, there's no justification. There is no reason to pay for any decent money for a watch. No way. No reason.
I'm the type of guy, even with sunglasses or even with my glasses on, like, to me, I won't be careful. Like, right. I'll try to be careful, but you give me $100 watch or you give me a $300 watch or a $3,000 watch, I'm probably gonna have my watch around my wrist doing an oil change in, like stuff that you shouldn't be doing with an expensive watch. So it's not a good idea for me to have those. So a $50 to $100 watch, perfect.
Well, listen, at this point, we won't give Eric a $1 watch because he'll probably crash on it.
I've had that Garmin now for, I don't know, 4 years, maybe longer. I lost track, and all my other watches, relatively, being, like my most expensive one's like $500, and it was a gift. So, I got a couple $100, $150, whatever dollar watches. They're all dead. The batteries are dead in them all because the Garmin, you plug in and charge it, every other day. And that's all I've been using for the last 4 or so years. And it takes a beating. Yeah, I think it's been in every single crash that I've been in the last 4 years.
I'm a couple of years on this one and the battery's still fine. I haven't had to change anything.
My Swiss Army watch, that battery dies.
And I'll bet you money I would probably buy a new watch instead of like going to change the batteries, because I'll probably be easier to just buy it off Amazon and have it delivered to my door.
Yeah, I just haven't used any of them in the last 4 years. And so I went and looked one day. I was like, I think I'm going to wear that one with the green face and the leather strap. It's dead. I'm like, well, why wouldn't it be? I haven't even looked at this thing in 4 or 5 years. So all my watches are dead except for the Garmin, because I just plug it in every other day.
This conversation has inspired me. I put it back on. I was winding it and resetting it and putting it back on. And I've had it now for 15 years. Still good.
There you go. So you divide it by, how many years? It's
15 years. It's been about 15.
It's a $200 a year watch so far, Carlos.
So Yannick, though, the point is, if you're going to spend that much money, your hope is that it lasts a long time, a lifetime, basically. So yes, it's a lot of money, but to your point, over the course, if I own it for 25, 30 years, not as crazy, because then you've had it for the entirety of the time, you've used it, you've worn it, you've lived your life.
Look, I just bought motorcycle gear in the last month, and I spent almost 60% the value of the motorcycle on motorcycle gear.
Yeah, probably.
I know we have motorcycle parts in my garage.
I know. I'm working on it. I'm
just saying. I'm not saying anything about you. I'm just saying I have a big giant box of like motorcycle parts.
What's your plan, Eric, for when you get a packet and it's literally just an anvil and it's like, why did you send it for an anvil? It's just so that you'd have it at your house.
Why does it say Acme on the box?
Yeah, exactly. Like, open the box.
Oh, I'm not opening that thing. No way.
So real quick. Yeah, Stuke here says, "Will anyone live in a 2,000-foot dive?" No, probably not. I was saying to Yannick, Eric, when I was mentioning it, is that this one, when they designed it, it's meant to be a dive watch. It's got a helium escape valve. It's designed for that. But the thing is, this is rated to 2,000 feet. And I go, 99.99999% of people will never get anywhere close to 2,000 feet. I don't care what,
9 feet, maybe.
unless you owe money to the mob and they put concrete boots on you, and that's how you wind up there. But that wasn't by choice.
Right. Yeah. When I used to wear my Swiss Army watch all the time.
Swiss Army knife watch. Yes.
Yeah. Swiss Army watch. Yeah.
I did have a watch like that. What was it? Victorinox? Yeah.
But there was no knife in the watch. It was just Swiss Army watch.
Yeah, I was gonna
Well,
say,
you
are you
can-
sure you
you
didn't
can see
strap
a
the
little-
knife to your wrist and then that's how you cut yourself? And then the
Maybe.
watch you tried to cut something with and it was very awkward?
Anyways,
Yeah.
it was nice that I had something I could go swimming in, or and I never had to worry about it having any
Because you
issues.
swim every day.
All the worries.
But
Well, the problem is he starts off biking
can't
and then
win
he's near a
everything.
body of water and he crashes into the body of water. So he
I've done
becomes a
that.
swimmer.
I've done
Just
that.
across the
By
street
default,
from his
yes.
driveway. It's just like, whew.
And then when the bear shows up, he starts running. So he ends up doing a triathlon
It's the
kind of by
raccoon.
accident.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
I
right.
have
The raccoons are watching him like,
Mhm.
I know.
I have fallen in really filthy river, swampy water on mountain bike rides. Yeah, it has happened. It's gross
Where's the swamp? Why do you have swampy? Like what? Where are you cycling?
everywhere.
Obviously,
I've been
He literally
Yeah.
finds a toxic sewage dump and starts biking around there.
Mhm.
Yeah, I've been everywhere. But yeah, sometimes the trail goes right to the edge of a swamp, and
And then what?
something goes wrong, and next thing you know, you start
Something
tipping.
goes wrong.
you
Only
start
with Eric,
tipping,
something
and
goes
there's
wrong.
nothing there but swamp water, and next thing you know, you're neck deep in it.
Wow. Indeed. Sadler here says, Carlos, you were teasing my dad. This is the model he doesn't have. He has the white numbers, the orange numbers, but he doesn't have the orange on orange. I gotta say, it's pretty good, man. I gotta say, it's pretty good. I literally got it, Bobby, because out of the different versions of it, there's a couple variants that were available at the time. I just love the orange on black. I just thought it was a good, it was a striking
Very
look. It was a little
Halloweenish.
different. Yeah. It was. I enjoy it. I actually like that fact about it. And I like the fact that it stood out.
NHLish.
Hey, listen, it worked out. Imagine if I had this with the Medano 93 All-Star. Oh my God.
Oh,
It would have completed the look.
you'd have to wear the jersey and sport the watch.
I might.
Mhm.
I like if that under those circumstances, Bobby, I might not have choice.
I'm sure it would have, like, you would have been in total fashion.
Unbelievable. The matchy off the charts.
I think so.
But yeah, I understand, Sadler. That's the reason I got it when it was still in production. Now you have to get in the secondary market. Dom here says, last watch I wore came out of a cereal box. Well, Dom, you are the youths.
Oh, those
And this-
Kellogg's ones, I know. got
Well,
the rooster
in
on
fairness,
it and
though,
everything.
Dom is the youths. He is the
Yes.
youths. So I'll be honest. It wouldn't surprise me. Truthfully, I don't see how any of the younger folk would even want an analog watch anyway.
No, they have the
And that,
phones.
yeah, like
Yeah.
you got your phone. It keeps. If it's about timekeeping, this is antiquated technology.
It doesn't.
I
matter.
enjoy it for what
It's
it
not
is,
about-
but it's antiquated tech.
collectible. It's not.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's
It's-
prestige and stylish. With if you go in with a nice watch with a nice suit, actors or whatever, businessmen.
Well, the other thing is, like I said, right now this strap that's on it, that's not the one it came with. I have the all metal actually that I use most of the time, but I actually will swap it out to some of these other ones, and this one's got a little touch of orange on it and everything. But I do that intentionally. I do that because I like it, and I can switch them back and forth. I have a little tool, spring bar tool, to actually do that. Again, most people will never do that. It's not worth the effort. It's not something they would want
Pop
to
it
do.
out. It pops out, and you just in and
Yeah.
out. Yeah.
Yeah.
Easy.
But what
interrupt
happened?
quickly? May
No.
I interrupt quickly and show Bobby something?
Oh,
Okay, quickly.
Make me
Go.
big. Make me big.
It's in the app. Oh no, not pepper on that, right? Oh, he's got one of those weird hot dog buns. What is on that? Mustard?
I was gonna say I don't even know if that's pepper. I feel like that's basically mayonnaise that was left out in the porch or something.
microwave
Very
hot dogs.
awkward. Very strange.
Mm.
Hot
Dom
dogs
here
should be
said,
grilled.
Yeah.
I didn't have time. I can't stand out there and grill it.
So he microwaved.
"Yes, you can. God damn it, Eric! Not with that
I
attitude,
Uncooked
Yannick?
bun. Oh,
Yannick. This man once again lacks the actual thought process, the fortitude. The obvious choice is He says he doesn't have time to grill it. Well, I happen to know, Yannick, if he doused himself in gasoline and lit himself on fire while he's eating it, the hot
He'd
dog would
have
be
time.
cooked while he's holding it.
I'd like to point out that Eric has the right types of buns there.
Yes. What is
you. I
with
like
that?
the
What
bun.
is that? The majority of the buns that people like in the
No,
U.S.
I
These
wouldn't think
sideways
so.
bread buns or what?
Eric
What I'm eating, I'm not paying attention to you people.
You
is
can't do
enjoying
two
his
things at
weenie.
once.
We'll get back to that. Again, between Eric's pool noodle and his wiener, Eric likes playing with a lot of things. Moving on.
Hey, Eric, next time I'm going there, I'm making hot dogs, and you guys gonna understand it.
You
Properly.
do whatever you want. You know, when you come here, you can do whatever you want. I don't give a shit.
Yeah, and make sure your son's there too.
Yeah.
Carlisle says, the first 2 watch restorations I watched on YouTube today were for people restoring their dad's heirloom watch. In one case, it was dollar damage with salt water. Neither worked.
Thanks for
Lots of
reminding
drama. I believe this.
So
Did
I guess
Eric
you get some
mean-
salt flakes in there or something, eh?
He needs something. Zach says, did Eric mean Kiss Army watch? He might have.
Yeah.
I already have a multi-$1,000 device to tell time, my insulin pump. Hey, listen, it is a $1,000 device.
That's one way to do it.
Billy Joe says, yummy for the hot dog there. Stuke says, those buns need to be butter toasted.
Hell
We got definite
yeah!
opinions. We got strong
I
opinions.
didn't have time. I'm sorry, all you gourmet hot dog chefs. All right,
They're not gourmet. It's just the way you should be. Another
That's
one.
the
You
same
have
as
2.
steam hot dog. Like you,
Eric,
So
we're
the
not
guy
asking
rides
too
for
much.
50 fucking miles, and then he comes home and eats fucking, pig snout and fucking whatever in a casing. So I don't know. And with pepper and mustard
hey man,
Nope, I
there's
don't-
seasoned buttholes. They're great.
Hey,
and buttholes. Yeah, I
the
forgot about
body
those.
has no idea. If protein is protein.
Okay.
I'm going to let that one go.
I
Yannick?
couldn't think
Yannick?
of a retort. On
Yannick,
that one. I just
This is
wanted to
important. Yannick,
walk
Yannick,
away.
I want you to be witness to my restraint. I want
I
you to
am.
bear witness
I
to
am.
my restraint right now because there are this would be
Carlos
so
got the
easy.
vein here.
You're
Carlos
the man
got
of
the
peace,
vein
so you
here.
can't really go in.
Man,
there.
I'm being a man of peace, Yannick. I'm moving on. I'm being a man of peace right now. But let me tell you, what, Yannick? The only thing that is keep preventing me is now I'm in a good mood because I'm wearing my goddamn watch that I pay good money, and I've got some good memories going right now. So you know what? I'm being a man of peace. Moving on. Moving on.
That's the
Stu
first time
says-
he's ever had a hot dog on the show.
It's true. History being made as we speak.
2 hot dogs. Sorry.
Stu says they called the Montreal dogs at the Met Center, and yes, the bun was buttered and toasted. True. Oh, here you go. Here you go. Neo. Very nice. Neo, good evening. Fanatics Fest, ask me anything.
Let's do it.
I think we can touch on it. We can touch on it.
Sure.
All right, you people. All right. So, Neo,
Yeah,
first
hot
question.
dogs?
Shut up, Eric. First question.
No,
Of
that's
course,
I'm
Johnny.
jealous. I'm jealous now. I'd like a couple of those dogs here.
Yeah, I might make
No.
a hot dog myself.
Trust me, you don't want whatever Eric's eating. Trust me. Believe me when I say
No,
this.
that's
You don't
different.
want it.
That's
Oh, I
weird.
eat well there. I eat well.
So, here's what I want. I want the chat to ask some questions. And also, Neo, are you in a position where you can do video, or is this coming straight from the chat? That's my first question, but also if the chat has questions
Probably
also.
chat.
I want to make sure. Paul says, you people, is Eric drunk on adrenaline? Listen, adrenaline is soaked through his soul right now.
Not anymore. Adrenaline's gone.
People argue about ketchup, not on hot dogs. They miss the point. The important thing is a toasted bun. Game changer. Love it.
Ketchup can go on.
Perfect. All right.
Yes,
So let
of
me. I will pass a link to you in the Discord. Bear with me a second, because it'd be easier rather than to do it through the chat. It'll be a little easier.
Fanatic Fest.
Mm-hmm.
So how
There
much
we go.
hockey are we talking about?
Yep, we'll get there.
There's one card there. It's a 1972.
Boobior.
No, I'm just trying to think of just something ridiculous. Some common from 1972 that accidentally.
Reggie Lemon.
It
No, he wasn't there in 72.
Reggie
Are you
Vasson.
sure? Listen, I'm not even convinced he's real. So to be honest, the era doesn't matter to me. We know
Spinner
he's only got
Spencer.
one known photograph.
That I
One.
can't argue with. It does seem to be the case.
Has a homeless person robbed Ziggy yet? Is Ziggy a homeless person? I love how you went the back to back. I would have gone in reverse.
So
I would've gone-
what's the difference between the two, Eric? Please tell me.
Nothing.
Nothing.
is-
Nothing.
He literally bought two copies of the same card.
The second
really?
one is half price.
Gotcha.
Two is better than one, so that's why I have them.
So it's
Well,
That's
Eric, is there
what I
a
say
print
about
run? Is there a
motorcycles.
print run on the? So that is the Baroque. Is there a print run on the Baroque or no? Or is they not numbered?
they're not numbered, but as you know, just it could be a print run, and they might not put numbers on them. You never know.
I think Eric, you should probably collect at least 1,500 of them, and that way you can find out what the print run is.
No, that's enough.
But 1,498 more would be better. Think about it.
No, two's enough.
Yeah, we'll get to your question here in a moment, Stu.
Did you show your little Reggie Lemon goalie yet?
It hasn't come in yet.
Oh,
But, those are the pictures that the artiste.
yeah, you gotta hook me up because I wanna Joe Malone. Because whoever was supposed to deliver, the guy completely ignored me. Like I'm like, okay,
like you were Eric?
We exchanged email but as soon as I mentioned your name, then he pretended he did not know me.
Correct.
That happens a lot, doesn't it?
I just said Eric, and then the guy start running.
Yeah.
I can see where that happens a lot.
Okay.
Piccolina says Eric's gonna have a chocolate stick for dessert. He wishes.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
Oh.
Zach says, mute Eric when Neo comes on. You don't have to tempt me with a good time.
I think you should mute me and kick me off the show anytime.
Well, good.
Well, all right. Listen, Eric, I can do that, but then I have if I was to do that. So Yannick, if I was to do that, well, then Eric would have to make reparations. And I don't know what you know about reparations. Reparations are quite damaging. They actually impact. We are going to be doing a Hobby Palooza thing. And the guys are going to hand over the keys to me, and I can take as much time as I want. So I might just leave Eric on there for 12 straight hours.
No, I can't.
Neo, if you're good, just give me a thumbs up.
Looking forward to the Hobby Palooza.
Yeah. Neo Cards and Comics, good evening. How are you?
What's up, buddies or boys?
Hey, Neo.
It's going good. It's going
sir.
good. So how was the fest? How was the festing?
Busy. The festing was festivals.
I have no doubt. Well, listen, I know you had an angle on the Travis Scott thing. High level thoughts initial. Let's start from that, and then I'll kind of narrow in a few things. What do you got?
Busier than last year.
Okay.
Like today felt busier than Saturday last year.
Okay.
Better use of the space.
I think they put the card show kind of in the middle, didn't they? Is that the
not even necessarily referring to the card show part of it. They moved all the autograph stuff to the basement.
Okay, this is good.
By just that alone, it opened.
The autographs are always a pain in the ass. I'm sorry. Every show you go, the lineups of the autographs always screw whatever it's around that. But
so
that's
you'll see in my video tomorrow. It's completely off in its own little world. And they have plenty of space for it.
As soon as they finally figured out, the expo was the greatest part. But anyway, sorry, go ahead.
They basically fully copied how New York Comic Con handles it, which I'm not surprised by because Lance ran Reed Pop for 15 years. So it seemed like I didn't get an autograph, so I didn't wait in the line. So I can't speak to it from that perspective. But from just walking past it, it was segregated off to itself. So the lines really didn't back into. Like the TriStar Pavilion at the National is one of the worst things to walk around. That's not the case here.
Right. Okay.
But moving that downstairs freed up more show floor space. So they're maximizing the main level way more this year. Way more corporate. Dick's has a massive presence here. Huge.
And out of context, that's a hilarious sentence from you. But yeah, you're right. I understand.
Was the Paul Skeen card there?
Yeah. It is, yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, and that makes sense. They spent good money on it; they may as well get their mileage out of it. Okay, let me pose. Go ahead.
They probably have the largest booth of all the corporate, other than
take it out for
they have a 40-yard dash.
Makes sense. Okay, let me pose this question then, and I'll also grab some stuff from the chat as we go. Hey, chat, if there's anything you want to ask, by all means, throw it in, and I'll grab it as we go. Okay, so let me ask this. Obviously, in addition to praising the content gods, always have it in the corner. But that's one benefit to someone in your kind of stayed to it. From your perspective, it has been more efficiently used. That's good. If you're just going in there from the experience side of it, obviously the WWE is still a big presence. They had a lot of folks there. A lot of that stuff was sold out. So where is the attention going? Where is it looking based on that initial observations?
I mean, it's still corporate activation driven. The hobby portion is still relatively small. It's probably, I think they advertise it as 250 tables. It actually feels a little more than that. It's still off to one side of the room, but it's flanked on either side by corporate activations, which was not the case last year.
Okay.
Like last year, it was basically all on one end of the building by itself. Like there was no reason to go over there unless you wanted to go through the cards show section.
Mhm.
Now, like if you want to go from WWE to Raising Cane's, you know, they were doing the food eating contest and stuff there today. You have to walk through the hobby portion. Like it's the main cut through for basically the right third of the building. It kind of daggers into the center of the building a little bit. Like the left-hand side of the building and the middle are still all corporate, but they did a little bit better job about flanking it. It feels smaller, but I don't know if it is actually smaller or if it just feels that way because the show floor is more spread out. So it kind of got swallowed a little bit more because that extra space behind last year was autographs and now it's huge WWE booths. So it kind of makes the hobby footprint smaller, but I don't know if the square footage is actually any different. It's hard to tell just by looking at it.
Sure. No, that's fair. And to be honest, like giving a little bit of room to spread out is not a terrible thing. It can actually enhance the experience, allowing people to maneuver around a little bit more. It's an interesting situation with the Fanatics Fest because I kind of talked about it. You know, Dan was talking about this, and Dan is in New York, and obviously he's not interested. But the thing is, as I kind of mentioned to him, it's like it's not, you know, not to single him out, but it's like it's not for you. You're predominantly a card guy, so this is not going to be what it's for. It's going to be for the person that wants to go to the WWE thing and do the entrance. And I assume they had their kind of big setup and everything. Did they do the entrance thing like last time the same way?
Yeah, it was actually even bigger this year. They like
Okay.
last year you just walked out. This year, like you actually walk out onto a stage and down a ramp.
Okay, that makes sense.
So like
Yeah,
it leveled up, and they brought the they didn't have this last year where you can hit Logan Paul's dummy with a chair and see how strong you are, kind of like a punching dummy.
Eric.
I think they rolled that out at I think they created that for the WrestleMania one, and they brought that here.
Is that all an extra cost? Or is that
No,
come with your ticket?
no, you don't. Once you're in the door, unless you want to buy shit, everything's what it is.
Okay.
Yeah,
Like you can walk in
that's
and
why I
do-
said
you could do every activation. You can go to every panel. You could do whatever you wanted to. If you want a shirt, a card, an autograph, then you're going into your wallet for it. But you could
exactly.
buy your
Yeah.
ticket and spend 12 hours in there and not spend a penny in theory.
Okay.
And still have a good time though.
I mean, it just depends what you're there for.
Okay.
You know, if
Well,
you're
to
a,
see
That's what I was
stars
going to.
or
That's what I was
something
going to
like
play
that.
into. So that's what I was going to basically play into, Neil,
Yeah.
because my contention has always been that yes, there is a card show component to it, but really, whenever I describe it, talk to people about it, I'm emphasizing the fest. It's the festival, like the fan festival thing, and that's all you're trying to basically sell. Are you looking at the comment, Eric? You just reading it
No,
now?
I'm looking at Bobby eating hot dogs.
Oh yeah, no, listen, it's all about listen. He's just following in your lead. He's following your footsteps.
Yeah.
But the point is that I emphasize the fest and the festival because it's like, no, it's the folks that want to do the WWE entrance. It's the folks that want to play the game. Like last time it was the 40-yard dash and it was this, that, but it's like whatever the thing is this time that's on the show floor, that's the selling point. Yes, there are dealers and there are things that you can do if you want, but that's not the main selling. If you want to go to a card show, this shouldn't be your first choice. But if you want to go do the thing where, hey, Tom Brady's randomly walking around and you're like Eric and you want a fanboy,
Yeah.
that's where you're going.
I mean, like,
Me and
so
Tom
I was walking between two different things and randomly walked past the Breakers arena and like Tom Brady was doing a break. He was like 50,
Oh wow.
20 feet from me. Like I just looked, I heard everyone go crazy and I looked over and there's Tom Brady on the stage with Chris Costa.
Hmm.
And then I
Right.
was walking around downstairs and I walked past the collect booth and Spike Lee was like 10 feet from me for 5 minutes talking to Darren Ravel. So it's kind of one of those things where you're like literally walking around the show floor and you literally could just turn around and all of a sudden someone is behind
Brady.
you of note. I know Alex Rodriguez was walking the show floor. I heard Emma Roberts was just basically walking around by herself, just buying cards.
So I did get a comment in essence to that. I've seen some social media posts where Emma Roberts was like had a card that she either bought or she pulled. I forget what it was, but she's like been at least associated, linked to cards before.
I think she's legit. Like I talked to a couple dealers that said they came to her booth and she had nobody with her. Like it wasn't like a camera crew was following her around. She didn't even really have security. She was just kind of off doing her own thing. In that environment, most people wouldn't recognize her unless you like really knew. You know what I mean? That's like not her crowd per se.
Right.
She was just kind of roaming around like with no pomp and circumstance. Wasn't like when A-Rod comes to a booth and there's 75 cameras following him. Like she was legitimately just walking around on her own.
Really?
Which I found kind of interesting.
Other than the fact that she's a woman and stands out because of the lack of women, but
you get more mix at this show though because of the families.
Yeah. But she's kind of a petite little thing. I mean, A-Rod is a freaking monster.
Yeah.
You can't hide. When you're A-Rod, you can't hide. Not only are you twice as famous, especially in that setting, but you're the Hulk.
Yeah. But like you could easily go into the show and say, okay, I want to do league activations for a few hours. You want to do the 40-yard dash. You want to do a WrestleMania walkout. I want to go to 2 panels. I'm going to go walk the vendor section. I'm going to go to the Fanatics. They have a huge like retail presence. And you could easily lose a day in here and maybe only spend an hour in the cards. I mean, I walked around all day today. I really didn't spend a ton of time. I spent the least amount of time in the actual hobby section.
I think it's fair. Let me touch on this. So first, I'll do Philly Joe's question here. So you already touched on the family thing. So in terms of kids, a fair number. What did you kind of observe?
Yeah, I mean, it's an event designed for kids. If I was a 12-year-old, I remember going to All-Star Fan Fest when I was in Cleveland in '97 as like a 16-year-old kid. Like if you're in that like 8 to mid, maybe lower teen range, like you're in your element. There's celebrities everywhere. There's WWE nonsense everywhere. You could go do fast pitch and hit golf balls and everything else. Like there's just basically, it's like, you're just like squirrel, like everywhere you look is something to distract you if you're a 12-year-old.
Can you please do me please do me a favor? Keep an eye out for middle-aged men trying to do these things like fast pitch or baseball or golf swings, and I want to see how many of them get hurt.
Just scroll through every hobby influencer account on Instagram.
Yeah. Also, just quick point of order. I want to get back to what Neo was talking about as well. But it's funny coming from Eric, given that you're talking about an older than middle-aged man, because if we use a medium age of 80, he's already past that point.
That's true.
Spending time on a bicycle like a child, and then crashing frequently because he's basically Super Dave Osborne, but much lamer.
All of this is factual. Yes.
I just want to make sure we cover that point. Okay,
Hey,
moving on.
I
Moving on from you.
3 hours today, did not get a concussion.
I still have faith in you. Look, you get one more hot dog, you might get a concussion. So you chill out and do your thing. All right. I'm getting back to this conversation since we actually have somebody who actually has something to say about something that happened. So Diane Harris says Tom Brady doing CT breaks is CTE. Someone needs to make better decisions. No. Tom Brady will cash on your breaks. He will do the breaks and then he will cash on your breaks.
He's got a card shop now. He's got to move product.
Yeah, he's making all the monies.
True.
Making all the monies. Just saying. Think about it. Okay, so let me ask this then. Let me take this angle then for a moment. Okay, from your perspective, obviously, it'll be great content, no doubt. Praise the content gods as always. But what's then, from your perspective, going into it? You touched on the Fan Fest thing, which I agree with. That's why I say every time we've talked about this, you talked about the Cleveland Fan Fest that you talked about there. I talk about the 2000 All-Star game that we had in Toronto. They had a card show related to it, but they also had events around the card show. They had autograph signings. So, if this rings a bell, this is why. They had a card show, but they also had, things that you could do. They had radio stations doing hit spots, this and media doing this and that and the other thing. But you also had players and people wandering around and kind of hanging out amongst the people and participating in all these events. The point was the festival of the Fan Fest is the thing. And effectively, Fanatics has kind of turned that into it, but they also have all these other properties. The WWE one is obviously going to be super popular because there's a lot of WWE folks. If you look at the events, and I know in your social media I saw it, you were there for the Kevin Costner kind of panel thing. So
yeah, that was actually
two questions.
That was fun. That was a blast.
So what specifically happened with that? Was he just hanging out telling stories? What happened with that? Can you describe it first, and then I got a follow-up question.
It's Strahan was the host, and he was just basically doing a very light interview with Costner about just basically all his sports movies that he's done. It was probably 45 minutes to an hour long. It was basically like listening to like a ringer like a Bill Simmons Hollywood podcast when he has actors on style
Field
thing.
of Dreams, Tin Cup, Bull Durham.
Yeah, I mean, he went through
He's
the
got
whole,
a
and he had,
crap
like, a
ton,
couple
like he
funny
really does.
stories. Like he told a bunch of like funny stories, and I'm sure he's probably told in other places. But to get him in more like a long form setting versus, you know, a 5-minute clip on Kimmel or something like that. Like,
yeah.
you know, he had 10 or 15 minutes to answer a question, and he would kind of go on little side tangents. And he likes to say fuck a lot. He swore a ton, which kind of caught me off guard. I'm not gonna lie. Just to hear like Kevin Costner just dropping like motherfuckers left, right, and center. Like I was like, oh, okay. Like,
Didn't he do that a
very
lot in his
casual,
last
aren't you?
series or something?
What's that?
Didn't he do that a lot in his last series?
Me, I don't know. I didn't watch.
That was the
you talking about Yellowstone? Or?
Yeah, Yellowstone. That's it. Yeah.
I've never seen it, so I don't know.
Yeah, there was a lot of that going on. So
Yeah. I was just
That's
surprised to hear him in like that style of setting to just drop him left, right, and center.
I think though that adds to the appeal of what you were talking about a little earlier, though, because you're getting access to these folks. So again, I go back to what I said a moment ago. If we look at it as a card show, then you're gonna fall short, because like it's not gonna make sense. It's not, you know, it doesn't compete with the National, because the National is a card show. Yeah, it has the corporate presence and all that, but it's still a lot of dealers and a lot of card show. If Fanatics tries to be a card show, it's actually failing at what it's supposed to be doing, because it's trying to sell all these properties and these access that Fanatics has. That's the selling point. It's a Fanatics Fest. They're trying to pitch the Fanatics brand and what they can do.
Yeah, like when I talked to Lance, like he kind of touched on it like real quick. Like athletes aren't used to doing panels. That's much more of a Hollywood thing.
Yeah.
But when you think like it, you know, there's interesting, like today was, I didn't go to it, but there was like a Joe Montana, Dan Marino, Jaden Daniels, CJ Stroud. Like that's kind of an interesting, like if you're a football fan, that's like a real interesting mix of like, you have two GOATs versus with the two young kids up there, just probably talking shop about football. Or like tomorrow, I'm going to try to go to LeBron's, he's doing like his shop thing, but it's LeBron, Tom Brady, and Victor Wembanyama is the lineup.
Wow.
So like, you know, to get those three in a room, just hamming it up for 45 minutes to an hour. And
Nothing
to
wrong
Eric's
with
point
that.
from before, like there's no extra cost to go to that. You might got to wait in line to get into the room, but that's just included in the price of the ticket. I mean, if
You won't get that at
LeBron
the
came to
National.
Cleveland and said, I'm going to do a 1-hour episode of the shop, he could probably sell tickets for that by itself for $100 a pop, and it would sell out instantly.
No doubt.
Right.
You know,
I think it's
and
fair.
then I think I'm going to try to. They late minute announced they're doing the WWE SummerSlam press conference tomorrow.
Oh wow.
Okay.
With a pretty heavy hitter lineup, so I may try to sneak into that as well, just for the I feel like that would probably be entertaining, because like this event is kind of built for wrestler, like WWE performers. Like they're media trained for this. Like they're 100% in their element with a crowd of people in front of them, just firing off, you know, nonsense. So they really play up to the crowd well in these things every time I've ever seen them interact with stuff.
I agree. So kind of a follow-up question, and then also a follow-up question to what you just said as well, because obviously I can touch on that, being not pretty knowledgeable on the wrestling side. So here's my question. From your perspective doing it, so obviously we just talked about the kids, we talked about the families, we talked about the panels, but here's my question. So from your perspective, obviously it's great content, as I said earlier, but here's my thought. So from your perspective doing it, obviously there is the opportunity to catch stuff like that, the Costner thing, and you know, the SummerSlam thing. If you want to do that, that's all good. What is the main appeal to you? First, what is the main appeal to somebody like you looking into it? Is it just checking out those panels? Is it just being there amongst the people? Is there a little bit of networking involved in it? What's the angle for Neo Cards and Comics in an event like this?
I mean, primarily content and networking is the major reason.
Sure.
Like if I was not, I'll frame it like this. If I was not a content creator, I would say I would be interested in checking out this show at least once.
Sure.
But I don't know that I would go year to year.
Okay.
Unless something struck you, like, oh, they're doing this really cool panel, I really want to see X, Y, or Z person.
Yep.
Now, part of that is New York City is not cheap. Like hotels are expensive. It's the food's great, but it's expensive. You know, you can eat cheap if you want to, but like, you know, you basically have some of the best restaurants in the world at your fingertips. So like that's factor as well. It's not cheap to get here. But on the flip side of that, I know just someone locally that went last year. They're not a content creator or anything. And he wanted to go check that out. And he did it on the cheap. He flew out from Northeast Ohio on Saturday morning on a red eye at like 5 a.m. Spent the entire day at the show and caught a flight back. And his grand total out the door was like $200.
Nice.
He got a cheap flight and bought the ticket, and then whatever he bought that day in the thing, and was back home.
Whatever.
Sweet deal.
Yeah, because you have the New York. The advantage of New York City is everybody flies here. If you're on the East Coast, you could take a train.
Yeah.
Like there's a million ways to get to the city.
True.
The other side benefit it is like for me, like I bring my wife with me, so this is like a part me Fanatics Fest, and then we get like a weekend in New York City as like a side benefit. So there's ways you can angle it to kind of appeal to multiple people. Yeah. But for me, it's primarily. I mean, the main reason that I'm here is content, networking, and checking it out, getting the vibes, that sort of stuff.
I think it's fair. I got a question here from Philly Joe, just kind of playing into that. I'll read Dan's question and I'll do Philly Joe's. Dan says, I went to one of the first fan fests in Baltimore's Camden Yards in 93 and then Pittsburgh in 94. I think the comparison is pretty good. Yeah. And I think if you think about it in that context, Fanatics Fest makes more sense. I'm just saying, think about it as a fan fest and it will make more sense. As a card show, it makes no sense, but as a fan fest with a card show attached, makes way more sense.
The card show just adds to it. So
take FanFest and inject every steroid Mark McGuire ever took into it, and that's Fanatics Fest.
Love it. Fantastic.
That's pretty cool.
Philly Joe says, apparel cheaper or gouging? How is the cost on some of these items?
I didn't think it was too terrible. I didn't look at a ton of stuff, but like a New York City Fanatics Fest t-shirt is maybe like $30 or $35. I don't know. Just
which isn't too horrible in context. Again, if we
I was surprised. I posted about those football soccer jerseys in the chat that people either love those things or they hate those things. I walked past those today and they were flying off the shelf. I know that.
Really?
But I thought, what best guess, Carlos, how much do you think one of those would go for?
Are you talking about soccer jersey you said?
Yeah, the NFL soccer jersey thing. I don't know if you saw. I think did you see the link I posted in the Discord? I don't remember.
I might have caught it. Maybe I did.
So basically, they took like a soccer jersey style, like a Premier League style jersey, and put NFL stuff on it, and they made custom ones. Every team looks different.
Really?
$100?
That's pretty cool.
$90.
I was pretty close.
Yeah,
it was pretty close.
To me, it was funny. Someone was next to me looking at them because they didn't have them priced, and he's like, "Do you know how much these are?" And I heard one of the Fanatics people tell someone else $90. And I said, they're $90. And he looked at me and he's like, that's expensive, but I thought it was going to be way more.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
I was like,
if I think about the properties that I'm combining, Bobby, in that context, $90-$100 is not it's not cheap. I'm not going to pretend it's cheap.
Yeah.
But it's not outrageous.
If you want that one piece, it's kind of hey, $100, no big deal.
Yeah.
How many cards?
It's a one-time deal. It's not that crazy.
Right?
Yeah, the style's all over the place on them, but they literally made every team's is different. There's no two that are alike. So they put it's not just they took, their NFL jersey. They're all wildly different.
So, Neo, are they exclusive to the show?
I think exclusive to start. I think in the past they've done some of this stuff where it's it's here and then 3 months later maybe it'll be released to the general public. They haven't really been clear on that, but you can't buy them. You can't go to Fanatics website and buy them online.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah.
Could you in 2 months? Maybe.
I think it's good to at least give a initial window of that. Orlando has a question here. How was the Museum of Greatness?
That was pretty cool.
Which I assume was just chosen. I just assumed it was all Josh Rosen. Is what I assume. Museum of Greatness.
I walked through that in my video tomorrow. I mean, they have a lot of crazy stuff.
Okay.
They have all of Tom Brady's game-worn Super Bowl jerseys, I think, or at least a good chunk of them. That's from his personal collection on display.
Wow.
Okay.
They have LeBron's jersey from when he broke the scoring title.
Nice.
They have one of Jordan's jerseys from one of the NBA Finals. I forget which one.
Okay.
They have basically each display cabinet kind of takes you through the history a little bit. It starts with vintage baseball, and one of them is loaded with pretty much every box of 1950s Topps-ish era stuff sealed.
Okay.
Yeah, I saw that.
I guess someone
really
commented
good.
and they said that's actually the most expensive case in the entire room. Was you had sealed 52, 51, 53, in BBC wrapped. So maybe they're G.I. Joe cards. I
was going to say, G.I. Joe cards. Yeah.
I did see that. I seen that.
And then with each player, they had some memorabilia, and then they also had a who's who of their high end cards, like 1/1 Superfractors for Ohtani, green PMGs for Kobe. There's an entire green PMG set on display from basketball. Jordan 101 exquisites. Like, I mean, they really busted out some crazy high end stuff that I don't know if some of it's ever seen the light of day before. And then it's mixed in with memorabilia, so you get like, oh, here's game used LeBron jerseys and Jordan jerseys, along with probably some of their most expensive cards ever. So if you like that stuff, it's a cool little walkthrough section that they have.
I like it. So that's actually very good. I think that's encouraging. It's one of those things. Like, obviously, I make videos, but it's not in a position where that kind of a write-off necessarily makes sense for me. But I agree with you in the sense that it can make some tremendous content from that perspective, and then the networking element of it also thrown into it. So from that perspective, it makes a lot of sense. But also from your description, from the visitor perspective, if you want to check out some of this stuff and have access to some of these things, it can make sense. It's not going to be for everybody, and I think that's the important caveat to all of this. But for certain folks who want to participate and get some of these experiences and things, it'll make a lot of sense. And I think, I don't know if that's started yet, maybe you can answer this. I know that they're going to do a thing where they're going to have a bunch of athletes and people, like I think Alex Gaimo and a bunch of the athletes are going to participate in these games that they're going to do.
That started today. They're spread out throughout the entire weekend. So like basically everyone gets a chance to see that stuff. A lot of it was going on while I was in the Kevin Costner panel. It was like from 12 to 3, and I was downstairs for a decent chunk of that. But I've seen some highlights of it already, of like, NASCAR driver, Denny Hamlin, the NASCAR driver, had to do a WWE walkout, and he did it in a go-kart with like ring girls with, checkered flags and stuff. Nice. And Tom Brady did one. He came out to Cody Rhodes' theme, ripped an Eli Manning jersey in half and spit on it. And then out of nowhere, Eli Manning ran out and tackled him. So if you could sum up Fanatics Fest in one thing, that would be how I would do it. Tom Brady did a WWE walkout to Cody Rhodes' theme, ripped an Eli Manning jersey in half, got tackled by Eli Manning out of the blue, crazy. And then Tom Brady picked him up and threw him on the ground. No way. That's Fanatics Fest in a nutshell.
No shit.
Yeah.
It's like, where else are you going to get that wombo combo?
You can't. Any hockey?
Yeah. There was also
NHL has I don't know if it's NHL, but someone does, because Alex did the Alex Jaimo was doing the hockey shot into like the washer and the dryer.
There were events related to it.
I'm just saying, was there any hockey players that were there that were?
I don't think so, because it's all Fanatics people.
I could be mistaken, but I thought on the list of guests, I thought they included a couple of New York Rangers. Because they might have included some
New York,
they might have included New York base, like specifically just in the
Rangers and Islanders here. That's a fair point, but
Ovechkin would be great to have there. But
I think the problem though is that, like I said, Fanatics is really focusing on the properties and things they have access to. Like they have a license for it. Although Fanatics did make that product, that's definitely not a hockey card set, even though it's the 8x10s. Yeah, so but they also made the 8x10 autographs, which look like cards front and back, except they're on photo stock, so it's not a card, even though it has parallels and numbered cards, which are not cards.
The fun thing is
cheaper format.
The fun thing is walking around is what you don't see, which is Whatnot has zero presence here because of Fanatics Live, obviously.
Really?
Okay.
eBay has zero presence here because eBay is a direct competitor to Fanatics to some degree. So
who doesn't have the presence there?
What's that?
Who does have the presence?
Fanatics.
It's just all Fanatics. It's nobody else.
But I mean, like hobby company wise, like it's like you go to the National and it's Whatnot on every little thing that you look at, and here they do not exist. I guess they have a offsite location that they're doing breaks at and having like after hours parties and stuff at for their people.
It would still behoove them to be in the area and do things separate.
But they're not here. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Which it's funny. It's the same thing. So New York Comic Con, which is in the same building, they're also not allowed in because eBay Live is a massive sponsor of New York Comic Con. So Whatnot did the same thing. They did an offsite building around the corner, like a block away, that they had like their Whatnot house in. They basically rented out like an entire complex and had after hours parties and stuff. But it's just weird walking around a show this big. You would expect to see like Whatnot stuff everywhere, and they just don't. It's like they don't even exist. If you came to this show, you wouldn't even know what Whatnot is.
Okay, nice. I like that. Good. So I got a follow-up question for you. I got a follow-up question for you in a second. Hang on. So Jeff is saying the Hughes brothers are there. Yeah, the Hughes brothers. That makes sense as well.
All three?
That's right. Yeah. For I believe all three. Yeah. I know. I scanned through this. That's why I say I thought there were a couple of hockey players, but they're very specific, strategically chosen. Dan here says they had a vendor box of 71 Tops baseball. Might be going to Fanatics Fest after all at 3 a.m. in dark clothes and a mask. You do you, Dan. Do what you got to do, buddy. I believe in you.
3 hours.
I believe in you. Okay, let me ask 2 questions. And Neo, if you're short on time, let me know. No problem. But
No, I can
quick.
do two. You're good.
Yeah. So I'll ask you a couple questions here. First one. Is there anything based on what you've seen so far? What would you change? Because obviously you had the first show, that was a thing. I know they've made some modifications and made some adjustments and added some things in the second show. Is there anything that you're still looking to see based on what they're capable of doing clearly and they can do that you would like to see? That's the first question.
So far, nothing actually sticks out. I might have a different answer at the end of the weekend. The one thing was first thing this morning. It's literally the first thing in my video. Top's line management out the door sucked first thing this morning.
Okay.
But it cleaned up a little bit later in the day. As like I think they got overwhelmed with the initial rush and kind of weren't prepared to handle it. And then it seemed like it settled down a little bit. Because that's one thing that they did completely different this year was all the exclusive drops were done via EQL. There was no waiting in line for your Top Series 2 Fanatics Fest exclusive box. You won the lottery and you had a pickup time to come get it. Now, of course, everyone wanted their Cactus Jack box right at 10 a.m. when they allowed the window to open and it caused a mad rush. So I actually walked around for an hour and a half and I came back like an hour and a half later and I waited in line for 10 minutes.
Neo, was Mick there?
What's that?
Was Mick Foley there?
Not that Cactus Jack.
He's talking about the rapper. Yeah. Eric's references are a little dated.
Yeah,
So anyway,
I've never heard of a rapper named Cactus Jack.
I didn't either until last year when I came to this thing.
I don't.
Travis Scott. It's Travis Scott.
Oh.
so which was the
know.
special set though this time around? What was it for?
There's 3. There's Top
Okay.
Series 2 with the Big Apple refractors and Swinging
Okay.
to the Stars, I think.
Yep.
Cactus Jack / MLB, and then they made a special F1 thing.
Okay. And which was the one that you ended up getting your hands
I
on, or
won
at
all
least got
3.
access? Oh, you did get all 3? Okay.
Yeah.
What's the plan with those?
What's that?
What's the plan with those? Open them on the channel, sell them? What's the idea?
The F1 I'm going to flip.
Okay.
I have no desire to open that.
Sure.
The Series 2 I will open for sure. The Cactus Jack is the big question because it was the most expensive. It's the least amount of cards and it resells for the most.
Open it.
Right.
So that one was after
Open it.
taxes and
Open
fees was probably
Do
close
it.
to $600
Do it, Neo.
for
Do
like
it.
2 packs and 8 total cards, I think.
Okay.
Gotta go for it, man.
And I think they're
Right.
currently reselling for around 12 or 1300. I think David Adams was buying them for 1200 cash. I thought I heard earlier.
Really?
It's like, sold. Sold, David.
Make
Wow.
that money.
Sold.
So I can either instantly
Open it.
double up or degen for the content gods.
Well, look,
Yeah, but if you hit
look,
something big, you could.
Neo,
triple,
you
quadruple
know
up.
full well. Hold on, Neo,
Money.
you know full well. I am a cardinal in the congregation of the content gods. I am
Man
right
of
up there.
peace.
I'm not the Pope. Let me tell you, I'm a high cardinal here. You know, I'm
Man
right
of
up there.
peace.
But I got to tell you, the chance to double up straight up, especially considering it offsets expenses and stuff like that's very tempting. That right there makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. So I have to make a
I agree.
decision. I'm here through Sunday. So I have a couple of days to see how kind of secondary market pricing plays out and maybe see if a couple singles hit eBay to maybe make it a little bit. Because the only appeal to I would prefer to wait till I got home to rip it because I don't have I could record it here no problem. It's just not my normal setup. I just have like my little DJI camera instead of my full contraption.
Yeah.
So it'll be a little bit more difficult. But if I'm going to rip it, I kind of want to rip it here because if I actually hit something pretty decent, I would just want to
You would
offload
go,
it here
yeah.
most likely
Offset it right
the
there.
FOMO fest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That'd be
You know
smart.
what I mean? So I don't know. The Series 1, I'll wait till I get home. I'm not worried about that. You know, that's
Sure. Yeah.
if you hit a big Apple refractor, cool, whatever. You know, that's not that big a deal. It's really what I want to do with the Cactus Jack. The F1, I will 100% flip. I think that one was like $350, and they're doing like 550 maybe. So maybe I get like 500 cash for it, even 450. I basically take anything and I made a slight profit on it because I have no interest in that.
All right, that sounds good. So let me kind of take you out. I know I said two, but these two are not very serious, so they're quick. First one, since Paul was so keen on making sure that we know that you owe him pizza, have you considered the possibility of poisoning the pizza? I'm just saying.
I mean, anything's at the table on this point because he's really, instead of playing it cool, he's really pushing his luck on it. He could just, it's been discussed. We know, like, I owe him pizza. Like, it's not asked and answered.
Yeah.
So we'll see how many buttons he pushes between now and the end of the next month.
I always feel like Paul is always willing to go that one extra step just to push it to the point that you just poison it. It's like, yeah, you got pizza, but at what cost? That's my thought.
I work in the pharmaceutical industry. Anything's on the table.
Okay. I wanted to make sure we cover that. Okay. Second kind of follow-up question. So at what point do we get the Neo Cards and Comics, Sports Card Dad? When do you get your panel meet and greet? When is that happening?
We are nowhere near the level for this thing. Maybe.
Oh, man. I thought Costner and you guys. What the hell happened?
I don't
There's
think
Hall of
so.
Famers are all out there on YouTube. Come on.
No. I know.
Why is Ruben not acknowledging you? What's going on?
I know some pretty heavy hitter hobby influencers that have zero pull at this thing.
That's fair. Seems reasonable.
Yeah, you get
sounds good.
When you want to sponsor something. Like I knew someone that was potentially looking to like sponsor something, and they're like, "Oh, okay, well, yeah, like Nike's doing this, Dick's is doing this, so and so's doing this, the MLB is doing this." Like a hobby shop or like a breaker or something like that isn't going to be able to compete on the checkbook when it comes to slapping your name on the side of something.
Makes sense. I get it. It seems reasonable.
I will say, because we kind of talked about the whole fest part, like the card show is a good card show. Like it's good dealers. The inventory is good. Like it's not like your 250 table show at the VFW. Like this is
there anything, let me ask this question so again, I ask kind of two silly questions just for fun, but is there anything on that floor for that card show? Is there anything that would strike you that might be interesting you might end up picking up or at least considering?
Too soon to say because I didn't get enough time to like really dig into showcases today.
Sure.
There's one thing that's nice is, which I kind of have most of the stuff that I want. The dealers played up the WWE angle. Like there's tons of nice WWE cards here if you're into that sort of thing. There is, you see a wide range of inventory. Some dealers brought extremely high end. Like, I mean, I saw some real high end stuff. And then a lot of dealers brought, and I think the ones that kind of played into the crowd a little bit, a lot of people have like $50 to $150 stuff. And you want to play into that. I've never really been to a card show before element. I remember last year, and I haven't heard this yet this year, a lot of the dealer feedback that I heard was it was the show that they did that had the most people trying to pay with credit cards.
Okay.
Because if you don't attend card shows, you're not thinking I'm going to carry cash. Like how many people carry outside of people attending card shows? How many people actually carry cash these days? You know what I mean?
No, look, Bobby's there. So you're Neil. I got to be honest with you. You are in the wrong group. Now I agree with you because I don't.
I agree too,
Yannick,
but I carry cash.
No,
Yannick, card show I do. But if I'm just going to like, to get a piece of pizza.
If I'm at a show like you are right now, I'm walking around with $1,000 cash in my pocket.
At least.
Oh, for sure. Absolutely. But I'm saying, we do that because we're in cards. But if you're a mom and dad with two kids, you're not thinking I need to bring 500 cash for the card show.
No, I agree.
Buy some Pokemon cards or whatever.
Yeah,
I agree. Like, I'm
we're grading on a curve. We're grading on a curve here because obviously the group. Now, also Eric is very old, so he uses cash no matter what the situation is. That's a different problem. That's a different issue. But I agree with you. Like in general, I agree with your concept. I follow what you're saying.
To them, it's foreign. They like see $1,000 cards and they're like, I'm not carrying $1,000 with me to pay for a sports card. Are you crazy? Right. And we're just like, like to Yannick's point, like we're walking around with like $3,000 cash in our pocket, like it's nothing, Yeah. That's just it becomes kind of second nature to you to a degree. But at
a card show, it makes sense.
And if I need another $5,000 or $10,000, I can find it in about like 10 minutes.
Like we've kind of downplayed the actual card show aspect of this thing, and there is a good 250 table card show in there. I wouldn't fly across the country just to go to the card show.
Right.
But if you're in the area and you can get in easy and you just want to go to a good card show for the afternoon, it's expensive to just get in because it's like, I think it's $65 just for a 1-day ticket.
Right.
But so if you're just going there for that, you're probably, to your point from earlier, you're going to be disappointed.
Yeah.
But if you're here
for just a
the-
card
little
show,
bit
it
of
wouldn't be the
pomp and-
play.
Yeah, if you're here for a little bit of the pomp and circumstance
Mhm.
and you want to walk over to the card show, it's a good card show. Like all the major top dealers are here. Like Card Collector 2, Mealy Pops, Kentucky Road Show, Breakers
All
Row,
of my
Be the
favorites.
Hobby.
All
Like
the big boys.
any
of
major
hobby.
dealer that you've pretty much heard of, a decent chunk of them are set up here.
Makes sense.
Really
Okay.
fun.
I'll leave you on this one. And later, Neo, I'll follow up with you because I did it with Victor, and I literally did a conversation with him that I literally called "Praise the Content Gods," and I'm like, no, you appreciate the content gods as much as I do. So Neo, I'm letting you know in advance, you will be the second guest on Praise the Content Gods episode 2. It's gonna happen. We'll figure out the details. We'll make it happen.
Yeah,
but let me leave you on this question. One more question for you. So obviously you mentioned the SummerSlam panel. That I think makes a lot of sense in terms of that. Is there anything else that's there? The card thing is a separate thing. You already mentioned you have to look at more. No problem there. Okay. But in terms of the panels or events or anything like that, is there anything that is going on in the next couple of days that you're looking forward to or want to fixate your attention on it? What you're going with?
The LeBron panel and the SummerSlam one are the two that are on my radar for tomorrow. For sure.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
A lot of them are skewed a little bit New York or football, and that's just kind of like whatever to me to a degree. Like they have a lot. If you're a New York fan of any of the sports teams, they do really tailor some of the stuff to that. Like if you can pull up the schedule and look at it. There is some interesting pairings on there. But for
Makes
me,
sense.
the LeBron panel is that's a no brainer. And then I just think the SummerSlam panel will be entertaining. I think that
Makes sense.
That'll be entertaining at best. And they're back to back, so it'll probably be most of my afternoons in there. And when you've been walking around New York for 3 days, getting off your feet for like an hour in a nice air conditioned room for a panel is not like the worst thing in the world either.
Right. I agree with you. So like I said, that's why I say, like, if you treat it the way that, again, I look at it as a fan fest that happens to have a card show attached, and it's fixated on Fanatics because obviously they're the ones flipping the bill. It makes sense that they're going to promote their products. I get that, all that. Okay. Then last thought here before I leave you and you take off for us. Outside of the Fanatics thing, are you going to partake in anything else in New York while you're there before you head off, or is it just going to be Fanatics Fest for the next couple days?
I mean, we've had like nice dinner reservations every night that we're here. My wife's been doing some stuff in this city.
Good.
Nothing crazy planned. We're here pretty often because I went to I'm at Fanatics Fest last year, and we're at New York Comic Con every year, so we're here a decent amount of time. And we just kind of like slowly knock things off. Like usually we try to do like 1 or 2 things. It's a little trickier because we're only here for a couple of days. Like this is very much like an in and out. So there's a little bit of time for stuff, but not really. Maybe on Sunday we might do some stuff because I don't know that I need 3 full days in there. But it's all the other thing too is that this happens to be like potentially one of the hottest temperature weekends of the year. New York's getting a serious heat wave. It's supposed to be the worst of it is after we leave. I think the temperature on Monday is like 100 degrees, which in late June or mid-June is pretty warm for New York City. So walking around the city when it's 100 degrees with like 90% humidity isn't exactly high on my bucket list of things to do.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. I got you. Fair enough.
But
sounds good.
So we'll
Yannick,
see how that plays out. But
Yannick, you were going to ask a question?
Yeah, about food.
Okay.
Yeah, like I mean, what's every time you come, like you said, like what's the one place you're looking forward to, like food wise or items?
The one place that we always go to is called Quality Italian. It's up near the south side of Central Park. My wife and I both love Italian food, so we're usually hitting Italian restaurants probably 75% of the time that we're here.
So what's the one item you always like?
There's I forget exactly what it's called, but it's like a spicy vodka sauce pasta with like with a literal lobster tail mixed in.
Wow.
So it's
not quite Bobby's hot dogs or Eric's hot dogs, but like that close.
Yeah.
That close second.
Yeah, they also have their other claim to fame is they have what's called which we've had this before and it's delicious. You really legitimately need like a party of 4 to eat it. We took a ton of it home. It's called a chicken parm pizza. Just imagine like a 12 to 16 inch pizza, but it's all one big piece of chicken parm.
Wow.
Okay.
It's one large piece of chicken parm in the shape of a pizza and sliced like a pizza.
Look at Eric's face. I can already tell.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
something
Eric's got to
or
look
can't
to
have
it. Okay.
that, or
If you
that's
pull up a Google image search of quality Italian chicken parm pizza, you'll find it fairly quickly. They're very well known for it.
Oh,
Okay.
that sounds delicious. I want that. Yeah.
It's
Yeah. And Eric hates everything. Honestly, he doesn't even like
that
food
must be
as a
good.
matter
That
of
must be
policy.
if you ate chicken parm, you're just not human. Like I don't.
Yeah.
No, I eat that.
Yeah, so Neo, like I get what you're saying. Like I totally follow what you were saying earlier, but like I went and look, and I always have to translate into Fahrenheit for you Americanos because I have to try to get it. On Sunday, we're gonna be like, it feels like 111 here. So honestly, it's downright cold over there. What are you talking about? What are you complaining about?
True.
Southern Ontario, we get the extremes, man. we get the cold and we get the hot. We can get into the hundreds. Don't worry about that. We can get there if we need to. But anyway, all right, Neil, I'm going to let you go because it is late where you are, obviously. But I appreciate you joining in, and I'll reach out to you later. And we'll make something happen, and we'll get that set.
Yeah, my video will be up tomorrow morning for day one stuff. It's all recorded and edited. I got to work on the thumbnail and stuff when I hop off here, but it's done and up. It's about, I think it's like 15, 20 minutes. I don't even remember. So I go walk through pretty much the entire show floor, show off the hobby museum and stuff. But I'm real curious to see what tomorrow is going to look like because today was really busy and they said tomorrow tickets are sold out.
Wow.
So it should be. Now that being said, it's still not, go look at my video tomorrow and then go click back and look at one of my New York Comic Con vlogs, and it's still night and day difference.
Really?
New York Comic Con is way busier than this thing is.
Oh yeah, no, for like again, we're grading on a curve here. Like obviously, we're talking about a very specific kind of thing. We're making the comparison because it helps contextualize it properly, but it's different.
Yeah, well, it's just an interesting comparison because they're in the same building and they're ran by the same, like the same guy created one and is now on to this one. So it's I know what that building looks like. It literally, we are maxed out and using every square inch, and there's like a sea of humanity. So it's busy in there. It's not New York Comic Con busy, but it's, they had a decent amount of people walking around the show floor. And some of the dealers that I talked to said they were having pretty good shows. So it sounded like the hobby section, especially in the morning, was pretty busy. It thinned out in the afternoon, like towards the end of my video, but people were buying. I don't know how much of it was casuals versus, the repack brigade or whatever, but.
Solid. I like it. Well, so what I'll do is
a pretty good time overall.
It's fine if you could do it without if you ever wanted to go to New York City and you wanted to plan it around this and do a day in that and a day in the city or 2 days in the city or whatever, and you were hobby adjacent, sure, go for it.
We love adjacency. That's very important. That's a good word. But I think that makes a lot of sense. And what I'll do is, obviously, we're doing live tonight. But what I'll do is, once your video drops, I will do a link to the video. So if you folks want to check it out, you can check it out. I'll include the link in the description. Obviously, folks checking out on the replay, you'll already see it. So by the time it's all said and done, I'll put it in there. But Neil, I appreciate you joining us to give us a little insight.
This is now an annual tradition. I think I did this last year, too.
Yeah, it's great.
Got to do what we got to do, man. It works out. But yeah, I'll reach out to you. We'll make it happen and we'll talk. But I appreciate you joining us.
All right. Later, boys.
Thank you, Neil. Appreciate it.
Have a good night.
Peace out, buddy.
Thank you. There you go. Neo Cards and Comics. Links will all be in the description on the replay, but it was good to get an insight from somebody who's on the ground.
He made me want to go.
Was able to share and give a little information
You
on
know,
it.
like,
What was that?
he said he almost made me want to go. The experience of the, something different than the national packed and sweaty and all that, As long as you pack up your comfy shoes.
Well, look, it's all about the comfy shoes. But look, I'll say this, like, just going back to what we talked about, like, it worked out great because, like, again, I never assume anything, but it was perfect timing because obviously we're live and then Neo was around and he was able to contribute and give us that insight, which was really helpful. And we appreciate that Neo was able to do that for us.
100%.
Yeah. But the reality of it is that, again, it is a very specific type of show for a very specific type of thing. I don't want to categorize it with a card show because that's not fair. We're comparing two different things. Two very different structures. It's designed differently. Yeah, it's designed to be a completely different thing. If you treat it as a different thing, then you can give it a fair shake and then evaluate whether you like it or not. That's a different conversation. But if you treat it like a card show, then yeah, it's way too expensive. It's in an expensive building. It's all that. It won't make any sense if you just treat it as a card show. If you want to do the panels and you want to do the experiences and that other stuff, it suddenly makes more sense. It connects a lot better. But no, if you say a card show, no, there's going to be better options for you. I honestly think there's going to be better options for you. But it's a different, you have to treat it as its own thing. Compare it to like a fan fest, and you'll probably be more in line with, and then you can do the comparison, and then I think it works better.
Makes sense.
Yeah. Smell of 100 degrees. I know. Well, listen, like I said, we're going to do 111. Just saying.
And if the wind shifts and the smell starts coming over from New Jersey, it's even worse.
Think about fucking Danvers.
Listen, Eric, like I said, tomorrow, by Sunday, it's scheduled to be here feels like 111 degrees.
Like,
so we might just have to get
swamping.
we might have to get the big old fans and just blow it towards Massachusetts because you're expendable.
Yeah, I'm looking at Monday right now here, and it says like a big old 30. So that's what, 100 for you guys there?
What?
Anything that's kind of in the mid 30s gets into 100.
The 90s.
It'll be in the high 90s. Yeah, it'll be in the 90s and the high 90s.
Yeah.
I've gotten better at doing the calculations now. So when you guys say your silly little numbers, I can do the calculations.
You mean accurate numbers? Accurate numbers actually make sense.
You're just getting more Canadian every day.
When you say your silly little numbers, I know how.
Yeah, as an American protectorate state, as a Canadian protectorate state.
You guys measure your dumbass way there.
Yeah, listen, Fahrenheit is honestly not unlike war. It's just a made-up number that you came up with.
Fahrenheit? What? Like, come on.
Yeah, I was going to say, honestly, what are you talking about?
What do you
Opera
mean
says.
32?
Yeah, Carlos makes it sound like a card show for sure. Yeah. Like I said, you've got to take it in as it is. That's why I got a kick out of it. When Neo came on, it was nice to be able to chat with him and actually get a little bit of a conversation from somebody that participates. But again, he comes into it from the perspective of, he brings his wife to New York. They have some fun. They hang out and do all that. Great. But then he also makes content for it. He'll make videos on it. And obviously, look, people will be interested. So people, when you're doing videos from the ground of the Fanatics Fest and the whole thing, and people want to live vicariously through it and watch the video. Okay. Makes sense. That there's a selling point there. But if that's all you're doing, it's still a loss leader. Let's be real. You're not making enough money on AdSense to make up the difference if that's all you're doing. But if you can link it into a vacation in New York with the family or whatever, okay, great. You can
How
play
far
this
of a
game.
drive are you, Eric, from there?
From New York City?
Yeah, whatever. Then.
5 hours maybe.
Okay, makes sense. I'm 10 hours.
Yeah, I'm 11.
Yeah, okay.
Mhm.
I was going to say, what are you going Yannick's way and coming back around? 11 to get to New York?
Yeah, I'm going to kidnap Eric on the way.
I mean, you can get there faster if you speed and there's no traffic. But if you factor in proper driving speed and there's going to be a shitload of traffic.
Proper driving speed. There's
10 hour. I drove 53 footers reefers down there. 10 hours. 10 hours. 10-hour drive.
He's not driving a bike.
I was going to say.
That's 8 hours.
Bicycle. Sorry.
I said that to someone once, it's 5 hours, and they're like, fuck you, I can get there in 3. I go, you drive like a maniac. And he just smiles.
Well, that was Tim riding shotgun in your car. That's what he said.
Yeah, and you work for that man, Eric. You work for that man. Anyway, Dan here says, I prefer reports of Eric's wives than a corporate jerk off at Javits. Listen, Dan, I don't know what your concern is, your issue is here, but there's a corporate jerk off at the National too, and a bunch of you guys go to that too.
There's those things at every major show.
I was just going to say. Just saying.
Corporate sponsorship makes the world go around.
Yep. Dan here says, I'm recording 3 videos this weekend, and the word Fanatics Fest will never cross my lips. Funny story that. The title of this live stream includes Fanatics Fest week. And Eric, I'm thinking I'm putting Fanatics Fest in all the titles.
Yes.
Oh, I would.
Just for Dan. Even if it doesn't make sense. Hey guys, I got some cards. Fanatics Fest. Hey guys, here's vintage football. Fanatics Fest. Look at OJ. Fanatics
The
Fest.
club
Fanatics
was
Fest.
sponsored by
Fanatics Fest.
Fanatics.
Fanatics, not Fest.
Fanatics Fest.
Game worn gloves.
Fanatics Fest.
Wow.
And so, Dan, I may do some videos this weekend, and only Fanatics Fest will cross my lips. Only Fanatics Fest.
Only.
Nothing but Fanatics Fest all day long. This is what I do. It is what it is.
Man of peace.
But man of peace. This is what I do. Actually, it was funny. Separate from the man of peace, I was joking with the guys earlier. I mentioned it to the Eric and Brandon Bobbles. But I actually have to figure out what the hell we're doing for the Hobby Palooza shit. I was like, okay, I have a vague notion of it. I was like, okay, who am I roping into this? Who am I getting?
Game show.
Yeah, sure, great.
Like
I was
what's worth what? This one is worth more, or this one is worth more, and then like basically you can take the bundle up to 10 grade level, and like win the big prize.
Yeah.
Wow, look at Bobby. See, look at Yannick coming up with ideas. Listen, I gotta be honest. Can I be
Like,
truthful?
Reggie,
Can I be truthful with you, audience
lemon.
folks? Can I be truthful with you, audience folks? Like, let's just level and speak the truth here. Okay, look, we're gonna do the Hobby Palooza thing. Last year I actually had obviously a theme and an idea. This year I got nothing. I gotta be honest. I got nothing. I'm gonna be completely honest with you. I've been kind of busy. I'll speak offline on this matter, but like I have actually been distracted with other matters. Sadly, they do take priority. I have other things that I haven't focused on. However, okay, cool. But yeah, I was like, okay, I got a couple more days to figure this shit out. I was like, okay, who's gonna be on it? What are we doing? I don't know. I don't know yet.
What are the dates
We're
again?
just gonna wing it. We
No,
always do.
so I can actually answer that question. I will tell you. Hold on. I will get the information here. So I'll actually share some of the information with you, folks, because it doesn't matter. Like I'm sharing information that will be known anyway.
Well, I mean,
Okay.
we're promoting.
Yeah. So obviously, it'll be Signature for Soldiers is going to be the charity. So look, the reason why we'll actually try to come up with again, I don't take many things seriously, and I'm not a fan of taking things seriously. However, they are going to do a thing for charity, and for charity, we'll be 5% more mature.
Oh
Play
man,
into it. That's fine.
Maybe
so-
7%. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe 7%. Sure.
we need Eric to wear the spandex.
Yeah, might
No,
have to be
no.
might have to happen if we got no other ideas.
You can do that again.
So
That's been
so
done.
it is Signature for Soldiers. So that is the charity in question. Now, despite Eric's personal hatred of everything America, no one hates America more than Eric. However, despite that, he's willing to at least tolerate this. So that's fine. All good. Awesome. So we've got that there. And yeah, to Dan's point, Hobby Palooza is July 18th to July 20th. You're on Friday night. Yes. And I do have the keys to be able to go as long as I want. So Eric is already committed to 12 hours. So it's going to be very
So
awkward.
we're
but it's gonna be
doing the
interesting.
Friday night.
Yeah, it's going to be wild. So here's the thing. Technically speaking, I'm being very transparent with you guys. Technically speaking, I'm not sure exactly who's going to be on. I will force Eric because if he doesn't show up, then Ham will officially take his wife, children, and everything he has in life.
Oh.
He will also take all his Reggie Lemon
Even
cards.
mom.
So he has no choice. He will be there.
I
He's
was
getting
fine-
those two, Eric. He's getting
was-
those two.
I was fine with the children and the
You
wife.
show up or you get nothing.
You leave my Reggie Lum.
Nope. Those go too. You show up or you get nothing.
Nothing.
Reggie Lemons alone.
Then you will show up, Eric. God damn it. You will show up with bells on. You will
Yes.
show up with bells on. God damn it. Anyway, so bottom line, I'm not sure exactly what people we're gonna have on. And I don't have a lot of time left because again, I have been distracted by other matters, personal matters. However, I have a couple more days, literally a couple more days, to figure out
3
exactly
weeks
who's
away.
gonna be on and what we're gonna do.
3 weeks away.
No, that's how long it is, Yannick, before we do it. I actually need to at least give a little heads up on who's going to be on it.
We'll
Like,
figure
I
it
do
out.
actually need to give some information ahead of time. Be like, hey, by the way, so-and-so is going to be on there. Like, I have to give a little bit of lead time, you know?
Well, it's
It's a
your
little
show.
different.
Just
You choose.
trust us.
Yeah, I'll be like, hey, mystery person 1, mystery person 2, mystery person 3.
What's behind case number 1?
Yeah, we don't know. So in terms of a theme, don't got one. In terms of the roster, don't know.
Don't
I'll
know.
be there. Eric will be there
But-
because he's contractually obligated under penalty of losing all the lemon M&Ms.
Yes.
So he'll be there or else,
Or
and then we'll figure out the rest.
Mhm.
I'm just saying.
A discussion.
We'll come up with
our,
something.
a discussion of our rarest items.
A good Boston Bruin is going to be your item.
I like the game show idea.
Yeah.
Look, Yannick, it's not Yannick. I got to be honest. I actually appreciate because already that idea is infinitely better than the nothing I had planned so far. So
You know,
we're
what's
already
with
ahead of the
what?
game.
With the nonsense. You know, like you do a level, like almost like kind of like a Who Wants to Be a Millionaire?
Wants to be a millionaire. I love it.
Like you can call a friend.
True, you could, yeah. That is an option. Yeah.
I don't have any of those.
Oh,
Yeah,
come on.
clearly.
You got like a clubhouse. Don't you have anyone there?
I haven't been on Clubhouse in this year.
What?
In this year.
Really?
In the year 2025 of our Lord?
What?
No,
Scandalous.
have not been on
That's it.
Clubhouse in this year.
Mm.
I almost went
All
on the other day. There was a bunch of people on, OG people, that were like having a reunion, and I was busy and I couldn't break away to do it.
You
But
guys
I-
were all wearing masks?
Yeah.
Scandalous. All right, I'm going to read a couple comments here. So Fanatics Fest is shooting corporate jerk off. I can avoid that stuff in the national. We're going to fix that, Dan. We're going to fix that. We're going to make sure there's only corporate jack off, and we're going to get rid of all the dealers. We will do this for you. Don't worry. Zach says, how long until Hobbypalooza Live last year? It wasn't too bad. It wasn't super long. So here's the thing. Last year, we actually had a theme and we had a concept. I was able to bring in Cards and Comics and a couple of folks, and we did a player collector theme. It was actually very
Eric,
good.
Eric read a novelty piece, didn't he?
Well, yeah. No, look, so I'm going to get to that. We're going to get to that in the comments here. There's some good comments here following up. So it wasn't, look, when you say it wasn't a super long, remember, we're talking about this live stream. When you say the word super long, Bobby,
Oh, sure.
last week we were getting dangerously close to 6 hours.
It was.
Like
So do
20
you
minutes short.
really want to say the word super long when you're talking sub 3?
No.
You sure?
We're getting almost COVID time there. Like 6
Ooh.
hours zone. So
Fanatics, Festivus, fair question. It could just be an hour of Eric's hot takes. It's true.
Oh, yes, that would be something.
You know what burns
Had him
my
read-
ass?
Yeah.
Mm.
Had him
What
read
burns
War and
your
Peace
ass?
last year. It fits. Yes, yes. Look, again, we're still a while out, Eric. I got to be honest with you. See, Eric, the thing about it is that this is an longest running episodic. So I can say something and then it can play later down the road. So that's the beauty.
never know. You got to be aware.
I'm not promising that we're just going to have War and Peace kind of continue from maybe the midpoint of where it left off.
Maybe.
But I'm not saying I wouldn't do that to start off the live stream.
I forgot how to read.
It's okay. You never knew how to read in the first place, and it was fine.
That's the first.
The point is, Bobby, I'm not saying I wouldn't do that, but I'm also saying this almost a month out. So maybe if it happens, then you know what happened.
Maybe.
You got to play a tease, Bobby. You got to put a tease out there with some time.
Yeah. Well, I think we'll think of an angle in the next week or so.
Oh, well, that's true, but I also have only about 3 days, give or take, to give a little bit more context so they can have the stuff ready to go,
You
the
can flub it.
thumbnail and stuff like that. So I got kind of have to be like, I have to at least have a vague notion of it, just in fairness, just to have something for them to do.
Take the weekend, think it over, and
Yeah, that's basically what's going to happen. So I'm just letting y'all know if you got any ideas, I would love suggestions. I'll also reach out to a couple folks to see if they might be available, and maybe we can throw some couple fun wrenches in there. That'd be kind of fun. But we'll think of something. We'll figure it out. But yeah, as Dan said, Hobbypalooza is between the 18th and 20th. You're on Friday night, and like I said, they are going to give me the keys and basically tell me that I can go as long as I want. And I might just get Eric to read a bunch of War and Peace, and we'll just go for a while.
yeah, 3, 4, 5, 6 hours. No big deal.
Bobby, I got to be honest with you. Every part of me wants to do that. Just to kind of make a point. Just to make a point.
I'd rather read this. Can we read
No, your book is
No,
crap.
please.
No, your book is crap.
Play hockey.
War and Peace is a literary classic, goddammit. What you have is trash. Moving on.
Oh,
300 copies sold. That's it.
Please have Eric read of Mice and Men. That's a solid choice. Solid
Yes,
choice.
Atticus. That would be good.
Love it. I have the keys. I can come in if I wanted to. Maybe we will. Anybody getting Parkhurst's new release? The Parkhurst Champions? Spoken about it on the AMG Collectibles. So obviously it's late in the evening, Eric, but
it is.
he speaks of the Parkhurst Champions, which is available at AMG Collectibles, AMGcollectibles.ca, and the AMG Collectibles YouTube channel.
There you go.
We spoke of this matter. We spoke of this matter in the podcast last, where we spoke of Parkhurst Champions. I like it for what it is. Nice looking cards. Way better than Eric's crummy book.
I like
Solid work. Thank you, Stanley. Good evening. Dan says, 1 hour on how great is Ray Bach. Facts.
Ray's a good guy.
Zach says, throw a link in the comments for people to come on live for Hobbypalooza. Whatever happens, happens. Ooh.
True enough.
Do a Hobbypalooza
freelance.
call-in show. All of Eric's
Oh,
enemies
no.
congregate.
Oh, no. We can't go there. No. Stay away from
Okay,
that one.
Bobby, can we have a little... let me finish reading these comments, and I'm going to have a little fun with this.
That,
Mm.
you tricked me with that like 5 years ago. I think we should do it again to find my replacement.
No, Eric, you will never be replaced. Which part of in perpetuity do you not understand?
The word, it's too long. I don't know how to spell it.
Yeah, it means you don't get to leave ever, so shut the fuck up. That's what it means. It means shut the fuck up, you're doomed. That's what it means. Okay? That's what it means.
It's like in forever.
Yeah. Stanley says, what is Hobbypalooza? Hobbypalooza, short version, is a series of live streams that occur once a year. In this case, for the purposes of charity. And the charity, as I mentioned, is Signature for Soldiers. And what'll happen is it's a variety of different YouTube channels that all congregate together and produce a variety of different live streams with different topics, different groups, different people, different genres. Also, they've actually tried to arrange it so that no individual guest appears on more than two, which is probably good. It allows a little bit of variety. It allows, because in the past, Bobby's actually been on a couple of them, including this one. But in this case, they're asking for no more than 2 show appearances for any individual, which I think is good because it actually allows a variety of different voices to join in. That way you're not just seeing the same person over and over again, which is wise. I think that's actually very smart.
So like the 10 different shows that asked me to join them, I have to say no to.
Literally no one else asks you.
Nobody.
No.
Not a single soul.
They
No.
might ask Neo, but they won't ask you.
One wants anything to do with me.
No, not a person. No. So anyway, bottom line, regardless, is that, like I said, Signature for Soldiers is there as a charity, and it we'll actually share more information as we get closer to it. But that is the charity, and all the live streams will actually be collecting money for said charity. After which, at the end, they will deliver a check to the charity. Last year, they did $5,800 for said charity. Pretty good. And they're trying to hopefully beat that this year. And obviously there'll be some things, there'll be some art pieces raffled off and different things that'll be in there. But yeah, you'll have an opportunity to be part of raffles. And there's a lot of different things that are going into. I'm being very high level, but obviously we'll get into more detail as we get further along. But right now, it's pretty good so far. Just to start off with, pretty solid. So yeah, so what we're going to do, I will tell you that on the week of Hobbypalooza, they're going to do live streams on Friday. And to kind of cooperate and collaborate with what they're doing, I won't be doing the regular Friday live stream. I will be doing the Hobbypalooza because we're going to have the Friday slot starting at 10 p.m. Eastern.
Oh.
But I have the latitude to basically go as long as I want because I will have control over that panel.
Yes.
10:30.
So, yeah, I will still do. It's going to be 10 p.m. I will still do.
10.
No, you're 10:30 a.m. Sure. So anyway,
we might be finished then. Yeah.
So anyway, bottom line was I will go back and on that week I will also have a live stream separate from that one on a different night to continue the longest running episodic, whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
We got a streak to maintain, but that week we will do a separate live stream on this channel as is normal, and then the Hobbypalooza one will be a special Friday.
Yes.
So letting you know. Giving you a heads up on that. But yeah, I've still got to figure out the general format and who's going to be involved in it, and I'm still working on that. TBD. But I have a couple of days left to figure that out. We'll figure it out. But I do kind of like, I got to be honest, I don't mind the idea of throwing some randos in there. That'd be kind of funny because that's how we basically roped in Eric into perpetuity. Paul C says, yeah. Hey, listen, you made a lot of mistakes in your life. Anyway, Zach, no Justin's allowed. True. Eric could ride the stationary bike for 5 hours. Least he can do.
Well, I did what, 3 on New Year's? What's 2 more?
Yeah, but at least 5 or 6 hours is the right thing to do, you bastard. Let's go. Maybe do a Hobby Palooza hotline. Hilarity can ensue. Listen, look, I'm not necessarily morally opposed to it. I might just do it just to screw around. If I can't come up with a half decent idea, Eric, it might just be randos night. Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's go.
All John Newman, get Vector on. Yeah.
Everybody.
Jimbo.
Yeah. Stanley said other Canadians participating. Jeremy Lee Gong Show. So Jay Lee, Eric's favorite content creator, will be there on the Saturday.
With him, fine.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, but you have no taste. But he will be there on the Saturday. He will be on the Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds fun. Could you imagine they tell Carlos to take it seriously and say, let's completely random people come on from the comments? Listen, I am not morally opposed. There are other Canadians, that is true. Randos would be amazing. Maybe I will. Maybe I will. Get people like Dr. Beckett and Rich to come on to surprise Eric and make him face the people he bashes. I know.
Wouldn't that be fun?
Imagine if Jimbo comes on and he goes, Eric, face me. And Uncle Rich Klein, Eric, face me.
Yes.
Well, you can't face Uncle Rich.
No, he
It's
doesn't
not
face
possible.
anybody. He's on the side.
It's not possible to face Uncle Rich. I wish it was,
Mhm.
but you can't face Uncle Rich.
No, you can't. Okay, I'm gonna bow out, guys. I'll be in the chat. I just gotta check some messages and stuff. So
Go ahead, Bobby. Have yourself
All
a good
right, guys.
night. We'll talk later.
Later,
have a good
Bobby.
night.
Take it easy.
bye.
Help
Let's see,
Bobby.
let's see if Bobby can get himself off. Perfect. Nice. Ham says, I like it. Ham. So, like I said, I'm still working on form. Eric, this is no joke. Like, the funny thing is sometimes I'm joking and sometimes I'm not. Right now, I'm not joking.
I know.
And here's the thing. It isn't because I don't like to plan out things, because I actually kind of do. I don't mind coming up with ideas and planning it. I won't plan it to, like, I always joke with Dan, like how he plans out a lot of his content.
I know.
I like to wing it. I don't mind winging it. I don't mind winging it at all. But I genuinely have not had the time to sit down and think about this at all. So I'm not even joking when I say, like, no, I have a general notion of what I could do, but I don't have a specific idea of what I'd like to do. And it's going to be interesting when I kind of need to tell him, at least give him a little heads up on what I'm going to do. And I don't know. And that's truth. Like, I'm being honest. I don't know. I could pretty much make anything work, but now I have to figure it out.
Nonsense. Say, have you watched our content? It's nonsense. We will bring more nonsense.
Yeah, I think it's fair. So yeah, so I don't know. I'm gonna figure it out. But Ham, here's a question. I put your comment on here. He says I like it.
What?
Ham, you like it enough to participate?
Oh God, I don't want to.
Because I could mess with Eric with a Florida man on there. I'm just saying.
I don't want to
Think about it. Think about it. Not saying I would do that, Eric. I'm just saying I think about it.
I shouldn't have to talk to him.
Eric, counterpoint. Eric, counterpoint.
Home wrecker.
Eric, I have a counterpoint to this. You suck, and I don't care what you think.
Well, there's that. Yeah. I mean, yeah.
I'm just saying. I thought it would be valuable to point that out.
Well, no, I knew that. Yeah.
Yeah. CC says, you got to pick Sunday night to do the live during Hobby Palooza weekend. Sunday night would be like old time. I got to be honest, CC, I do like that concept, but here's the problem with that. It's Monday. The problem is always the Monday.
Oh, God.
With the Friday night, I can. Here's the advantage. So let's
we
talk
don't
about
do
this for a
Sunday
second.
nights no more.
Yannick, here's the good news. Here's the good news about this. Let me share with you the good news about this. The advantage of it still being on Friday nights is that because I know with time in advance, I can plan out a live stream for earlier in the week to maintain the live stream streak that continues from September 2020 uninterrupted. Mwah, chef's kiss. Beautiful. That continues uninterrupted. Because I can do that, I'm okay with it moving it a little bit later. And because it's Friday night into Saturday, that's okay. But if it was Sunday night into Monday, oh my God, that's a rough world.
It's a whole
Back in
different
the day of my youths, I could do it. But let me tell you, I've aged over the last 5 years, Eric. I can't be doing the Sunday nights and the Monday mornings anymore.
No,
And I did. Back in the day, I did it.
you turn into your 40s, so it's over.
Yeah. I remember being 45 or whatever the hell it was.
Partying all night.
And yeah.
Partying all night. Like
that.
it was 1999.
Back then, Yannick, I was a young man of 37 back then those days, 37, 38. I'm going to be 42 in July. Like, listen, I've aged out of this. I can't be doing the Sunday nights into the Monday mornings.
You didn't care about.
I can only imagine being that old as Eric. Like diaper
300,
wearing.
400 years old or whatever he is. I don't even know.
Yeah, like wearing diapers and all.
God.
You said that you wouldn't tell.
The pull-ups thing?
You said you weren't going to say anything on
Like
live
the big
about
boy,
that.
the big boy
You-
90s?
You should know,
come on.
Eric. You should know better than to trust the French.
Never trust the French.
Never trust the French. No,
It's like the
no,
nuts.
no. You can't be trusting the French. What's wrong with you? Listen, I like Yannick, and listen, I'm not trusting him with anything that can be used against me.
Oh man.
Unless it's a mission to get rid of Boston guy there.
Yeah, look, that's a different conversation. It's an entirely different thing. Just saying. CC is right though. Sunday night would be like old times. CC, listen, truthfully, I would love to. I just don't have the energy in me anymore. I burned the candle at both. Eric, you know about the saying burning the candle at both ends?
Yeah.
Yes.
Eric, I burned the candle at like 5 ends. Like I really have. Like I burned it. Like I'm a night owl. I'm good at it, but damn. Whoo.
No,
It's rough.
We could
Those
do a
days are gone.
Sunday. We could do a Sunday if we had a hard stop and at a reasonable time.
You know what?
Like
If we do
9
Sunday now,
like
it's gonna
9:50.
be like brunch.
It's
Sunday
bad.
brunch.
It's bad. We've lost our Yannick. We've lost our edge. We don't have it anymore for Sunday.
We're-
Not like,
Or
not like
Sunday
the old
brunch
days.
guys now.
Not like the old days.
PM, and we have a hard stop at 9.
Sure. So anyway, bottom line, it'll be Friday night, and it'll be, and I do. That is, I was being serious. I do actually have the ability to end the stream. So what I'll do is I'll kick around a couple of possibilities, and we'll figure it out. Saddle Fan says Royal Rumble style with randos coming out. That'd be fun. I got to be honest.
I like it.
Look, as a Hobby Palooza thing, it'd be kind of fun. Obviously, I would have to have a short leash. If someone decides to be inappropriate and wrong, they get bounced real quick with the quickness. They get
Like,
bounced.
almost like a Russian roulette style. Like almost.
No, but let's be honest, Yannick. If I don't know who the hell they are, I'm not bringing them on. Let's be honest. Like I'm
you
not.
can have Justin on.
Wait. Hold on.
It's been a while. I'm glad I brought the
Bam!
$1 million man.
Bam. Come on, Eric. That was appropriate. That was the right time for it.
Yeah, he's
$1 Million Man makes an appearance.
If you want to have him on right away for like a half an hour,
See, like tonight,
But
You would be
Eric, you gotta
invited
be
right now?
honest. The thing with Justin,
after 30
Think-
minutes,
the thing with Justin was always that you would see that precipitous decline. Like it was so fast, how fast he'd like sink.
oh god, yeah.
but see, like tonight, you would put the link right now, you would be welcome. And he's not here. So
Then I pull him for like after like a minute. It was so bad. It was so good. Ham says, "Yep, I should be available." Ham, you know what? Ham's in. Let's go. Eric Slander for
Ham's
the win.
in, we're in.
I need
Yannick, obviously you're doing your thing. All right, this is going to happen on July. It's a Friday,
18th.
so it's going to be. Hold on, I want to make sure I get the dates right. I want to be right about this. I don't want to give bad information. We are going to be, yes, July the 18th is the date.
July the 18th. Dan was right.
Yeah, it is the Friday, July the 18th. Yannick, will you join us?
I will.
Yannick will join us on this quest. Eric has no choice. I'm not even asking him because his opinion doesn't matter.
It's irrelevant.
There's that.
Ham will join us on this quest. I don't know what the quest is. I can't say Holy Grail because that's not true. It's probably holy shit. That's probably more likely. But on whatever that quest is, Florida man will join us. French man will join us. Eric Suck will join us.
I
And
want
the Burrell
to
and the
see a
Grosvenor.
fish from the Florida man. Like like I see Michael Ham fishing. I never seen the fishing part.
Bearfish allegedly. He's got in his avatar at least. I don't know.
I'm just saying.
They got water around Florida. I don't know what to tell you. Zach says, Carlos, I thought you slept like 4 hours. Sometimes, like, Zach, look, I gotta be honest with you. Yannick, Eric, I gotta be honest. 4 hours might be generous lately. It's bad, bro. It's
Boy,
bad lately.
You slept over that 5 a.m. 19 hours that you lost at Modano, Jersey. Sorry.
And I wish, buddy. That was like my 1 hour of sleep. That was like my 1 hour. I missed it because of that. It's bad, bro. It's bad. Whoo, man. A lot of collectors here. I like a cat, Yannick.
She's pretty cool.
Go Expos. The Eric, the abuse you take. Love it. He does take a lot of abuse. Eric, any thoughts or feelings that you want to share on that? Sorry, you're muted. Anyway, Eric's thoughts and feelings don't matter. That's the important part, Phil. The important part is that Eric's thoughts and feelings don't actually matter. I understand Hockey Cards Gong Show, you got a lot of leash to do your
He's
thing.
without
But,
words. No, without words.
around these parts, we just hit the mute button and we ignore him and we move on. All right, Eric, you got any actual profound thoughts and feelings you want to take that Phil can relate to?
No. It's 12:02. Just that I hate you both. I hate the show. I hate everyone in the chat. I hate hockey cards now. I'm exhausted.
You should. Hockey cards suck. They're trash.
And I want to go to bed because
He hates Reggie.
All right, don't push it.
He's allegedly a hockey player.
I did that 3-hour ride, and I'm exhausted.
Well, you do your 3-hour ride because you're a moron. That's nothing to do with us. What does that have to do with us?
But I'm tired.
Yeah, because you're an idiot. That's not our fault. What are you doing?
It's okay.
Yeah, like what does that have to do with us? Honestly.
I'm
Really?
very tired.
Yes. Yannick, do you see the look of compassion on my face?
Oh, I do. You're a man of peace, and you care for every time Eric suffers.
Yeah, I really do. Schadenfreude. Lots of Schadenfreude.
Oh. Maybe I'll ask Phil if they got an extra spot over at Hockey Card Gong Show because they seem to treat each other a lot nicer over there.
Have you actually watched the show?
They see compared to this toilet of a show. Yeah.
Wait, hold on.
That's twice.
You solicited a second $1 million man today.
Like in the last 5 minutes.
Maybe I'll go someplace that I'll be respected.
There is literally nowhere on earth that you can be respected.
It hasn't found one yet.
Yeah, like there's no place on this planet that you will be respected. What are you talking about?
You weren't even invited to that party. You just like showed
Yeah,
up.
like you just basically like, hey guys, how do you do, fellow kids?
I didn't want to stay at the party. Michelle,
Yeah, that's the story you're telling.
Oh,
yeah,
now
okay.
Michelle forced you out of there.
No, I didn't. No, I called her, and just before I
she was like, "I'm hanging out with Ham. Fuck you."
I said, I'll be there. I got a couple of miles left. Start heading,
But wait. You can't pedal all the way home.
No, man. I was heading to Gloucester.
So you need a car to go to
Gloucester?
the little
You
ride,
mean Gloucester?
Or back home?
Gloucester?
Jesus.
They're
What?
It's many miles away.
How far?
Many.
Well, many.
Many.
That's,
What does that even
that's-
mean?
As soon as there's 2 miles, that's many miles.
I was very far. The ending of the ride is like, I don't know, 20 something miles away from Danvers.
Okay, maybe I'll
And I
give you
just rode to Gloucester. I'm not turning around and riding back.
Oh, you should
This
have
sounds
thought
like
about
this
that
sounds like the
first.
dumbest thing I've ever heard.
The whole point of this yearly ride is you ride a long time, get to the restaurant and party. I did
But-
the ride a long time, got into a car and came home.
Because you're a party pooper.
You know this. You know me. You know I am. I don't want to party like it's
Party pooper.
1999. I am a party pooper. I don't want to sit there and get drunk and in a loud bar and me going, what?
Yeah,
What'd you
Eric,
say?
how could you possibly
With
get
all the
drunk? The
dudes
only
wearing the spandex.
hold on. Yeah, Nick, hold on. You can see like I'm tilting at this point. Like I have no choice. I'm tilting. I've had 2 of my actual strong beers. This is 11.9, almost 12%. 2 of
Oh
this
my
shit.
God, it's past my bedtime.
Eric,
is
the
all
problem, the point. Eric, silence. The point that I'm making is that I'm doing this, and I'm doing it despite where we are, and I'm still gonna make this work. Good evening, Ham. Do your thing.
Bye, Ham.
Eric joined the live stream about 2 hours ago. He has 2 hours to make up right now. I don't know what he's crying about. Exactly, Zach. Like, Yannick, I've been here for the entirety,
I checked in
Yep.
at 8:30.
and this goddamn peasant is sitting here complaining. Oh my god, I'm so tired.
I'm tired.
Oh.
I'm tired.
Oh,
I'm
I
tired.
bike like a moron, up and down. Like, what are we talking about?
I
What are we
was
doing
10
here?
miles in when I called.
Eric, it could be 1,000 miles. I already told you. I literally told you. Unless it is no less. I don't remember the original number, so I'm going to go with 50 miles. It doesn't count. It's like you did nothing. Nothing.
Oh,
Nothing. Yeah.
Nothing,
it was
as the Germans would say.
hard. It was really hard.
So honestly, it was a
Like the
waste of
French
time. You're a fool. And then on top of everything else, going back to what you were saying a moment ago, you're talking about, oh man, I don't want to party. I don't want to drink. Listen, the only thing you drink is Guinness. That's not even beer. What are we even
Not
talking
even. Last time I went there, you didn't even have one with me. Like, he's
about?
such a
Guinness
party
is like dirty water, toxic sludge. What are we talking
I
about?
had one. You drank them all on me, you son of a bitch.
pooper. Bullshit.
Uh,
There's like a couple left.
You
They're
think
probably
Yannick,
left- they're probably
Yannick
still
drank
in the
all your
fridge
Guinness?
right
Is that
now.
what you're talking about? What are we doing?
They're probably still in the fridge right now.
Yannick, he's slandering you. He's slandering your ass right now.
See?
Hold on. Yannick, keep us entertained for just a moment, making
I
fun
will.
of Eric's Guinness.
I
But
will.
I'm going to come back in a second. But when I do, I'm going to give you something pertinent to this conversation. I'll be right back.
God.
Guarantee you on the fridge right now, top left shelf, there's Kilkenny and there's Guinness left. And those are from Thanksgiving.
Probably. I think you're right.
I'll bet you money.
Yeah, I think I've had one since November, but I still think there's like one left from that.
Okay. There you go.
I'm not 100% sure. I think I had one. So I think I've had one beer since November.
Oh, that's not bad. I mean, you don't drink. So how about, tell me about those Reggies you got there. The couple Reggies you got. They're new from
Yeah.
this week.
Yeah, they're from the new version of the cup.
There you go.
And it says Baroque on the back. Baroque. What the hell does that mean?
Baroque. It's like a era from Victorian, or I don't know. It's like a style or something.
Oh, it's French, man. You tell me.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Baroque is like, it's like an era of like painting-ish style of like painters, or
Okay.
like
that's the-
Victorian style or English style, or
So that's-
It's a style of art, for God's
so-
sake. It's a style of art. Jesus. Okay.
I'm going to ask the French guy what
yeah,
it
I
meant.
just wanted to
Yeah,
jot it down
unfortunately, the guy who's the hashtag scholarship guy is the one who's going to answer the question. It's a style of art. So
It's a
here's the
style of
thing.
art.
So here's the thing. The reason why I wanted to take a moment to step away and come back is because I wanted to make a point that is pertinent to what Eric is complaining about. And that is this. So he's talking about his Guinness, and I was listening to you guys because I have the wireless headset. And Eric's talking about how he's only had the one drink basically since forever.
Possibly.
So here's the thing. You know what I've got in my fridge?
Oh, that's the good
There
stuff.
you go.
Here's the thing. This shit's been here so long. At this point, it's probably spoiled. I don't even know how long this beer has been sitting in my fridge because Guinness is shit. I don't even like it.
It's
I've got it, and it's literally right here. Like, it's right here. There it is.
Well, send it over to me.
I might as well send it over to you because it's undrinkable at this point. I'm sure it's poison at this stage. The point
Carlos.
is that,
There you go.
yeah. Like, I'm just saying, like, I've had this shit so long, like, it's probably poison. At this point, I would probably die if I drank it. Whatever it is, at this point, it might actually,
Well, just
it'll
let
do
it
one of
wait.
two things.
It's
It'll
a-
give me superpowers or it'll kill me. One of two things.
Hopefully
There's
you
no in
wanna
between.
make you pee later.
There's no in between. You either die drinking it or you gain superpowers.
I'm good.
That's it. Like, that's it.
Get your hair on your chest.
Yeah, like it's at this point, like I'm not, it's cold. I assure you it's cold, but it's probably undrinkable because Lord knows how long I've had it sitting in the back of the fridge. I don't even know. Yannick,
Yeah.
I'm being serious. I don't even know how long it's been sitting at the back of the fridge.
Well, I know you're serious.
But the thing is, I know it was there. I knew it was there, so I thought I would grab it and make my point. It's
But
like, no,
because
I've
you're a
got
man of peace, and for science, you will drink it.
no science won't drink it. No, God, no. Yannick, I value my life too much. It's like I've gotten this far. I have done and said so many horrible things.
I tried for
Yannick,
science.
I'm not going to be done in by probably expired Guinness. Like, it's not going to.
No,
Yannick, I'm
like
not joking.
mine there,
I don't
like,
know how long it's been at the back of my fridge. I don't
The
know.
one in my fridge that I just showed you there went through 2 different postal addresses, so I think it's gonna end up. in
I'm
there.
genuinely convinced that I've had this in the back of the fridge for years, plural.
I'd still drink
I
it.
don't know how long this shit can last.
Whatever
And
this
Lord knows,
is.
I'm not going to try. I don't even know how long I've had it. Like, I would love to tell you that I have some information. Like, it doesn't say anything on the can that would indicate it to me. And I know it's got the little ball inside that is designed to like agitate the Guinness or whatever. I don't know how long this has been here. This is probably dangerous. It's probably poisonous at this point.
I'd drink it.
I'm sure you, Eric, and if you were here, I would feed it to you just for science to find out what happened. You'd probably burst into flames, but at least we would find
I
out.
don't really care. I've given up on
For
life.
science, it's all good.
Yeah, for science, it's fine. But like, yeah, like, I'm not sacrificing myself for this shit. Like, I'm just saying, I'm not. No, Woo. But it was in the back of the fridge. I knew it was
Eric
there.
will dedicate itself to science always.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Eric, if by next November I haven't somehow dumped this toxic sewage, I will bring the can of the Guinness of the undetermined dates,
I'll drink it.
and I shall provide it for you for science.
I have faith.
For science.
I'm happy you have faith. Lord, Yannick, that's not a joke. I don't know when I had this. I don't know how long this has been here. It's been a long time. I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
I'm scared. Yannick, I'm scared just handling it. It might be radioactive at this point.
Yeah.
I don't even know.
Don't be scared. You'll be all right.
Ooh.
It's better with age. Don't worry.
We'll see. Zach says, it's not like the live stream starts at the same time every Friday. How does Eric even run late? I know.
Well, I wasn't running late. I was biking late.
It's
No, you were
busy
being
doing
a
other stuff.
goddamn Eric, you were being a goddamn peasant, is what you were. Because Lord knows you're like, hey, hey, Eric, you want to come in a stupid bike ride for no reason? Oh, sure, I love to do that. And that's exactly what you sound like when you talk about,
Like
hey
Mickey
guys,
Mouse?
I love to do that. That sounds great.
Wow. That's just like Mickey
Why?
Mouse.
Why?
That's Carlos' inside voice.
Yeah.
No, that's my Eric voice. It's all I hear whenever I listen to him. That's all I hear.
Oh.
I told you we have two of this in this area. There's two events a year that I participate in, and I was leaning towards not doing it this year, and then I got browbeaten. And
How did they wait, Eric? We browbeat you constantly. Can you
Yeah.
explain to me? Please explain to me how they browbeat you.
they said you gonna ride tonight, and I was like, I wasn't planning on it, and then they called me names.
They
The
call
What
you
kind of names? What kind of names go on?
Yeah.
The same names that you called me 5 years ago to get me on this stupid show. I have not learned my lesson.
Wow.
Chicken?
Yeah, sure.
That's all it took?
No, nobody calls me chicken.
I guess so.
Just like Back to the Future.
Yeah.
Nobody calls me chicken.
Nobody calls it chicken.
Yeah, I gotta be honest, Eric. It's kind of a character flaw on your part. Have you considered getting therapy?
I have too many character flaws. No therapist will touch me.
See, Yannick, this would be a perfect time for me to explain the Better Health sponsorship, but I don't have it. This would be like the perfect time. Honestly, it would, but I don't have it.
Take a pamphlet.
I don't have it. I just don't. Like at this point, I may as well just leave them a pamphlet. It's either either be for therapy or timeshares. I'm not sure.
Yes.
One or the other.
How
I'm not
many
sure.
people? How many people are currently watching this crap?
1920, give or take.
Stupid.
By the way, folks that are watching still, we appreciate you. Thank you.
No, we don't.
If you could hit the like button, that'd be great
Please
because
don't
I
do
do
that.
charge Eric for it.
Please do
And
not
Eric
do
is honestly, based on tonight, Yannick,
You
I feel like
people.
at no other time it is more clear that Eric is truly an asshole. And honestly, a piece of shit that will drink super, I have no doubt, expired Guinness.
I drink.
Because, to be clear, Yannick, this isn't a joke. By November, this will be still sitting in my fridge. I will bring it to Expo.
I'll bring mine.
this to Eric. I will feed this to Eric. And again, I don't know how long I've had it. That's not a joke. I don't know how long I've had this.
All right,
It is cold, but that's all I can guarantee.
I mean, you guys know me enough that you know that like I don't drink very often. But when I go to Expo, you've had dinner with me like every single night while I'm up there. I drink like 2 or 3 of those things every single night that we're up there, and then I don't drink again for like 12 months.
Yeah. Eric actually becomes nice.
No, I don't. No, it does not.
Wow. Yannick, we don't know what's going to happen when he drinks potentially poisonous Guinness.
Expired Guinness. You
Yeah,
never
I
know.
I don't know. Can this shit expire? Like, what's the time limit on
Give
this?
2 other
It's
ones
like
in me
salt.
first. Give 2 other ones in me first, then hand me that one. I wouldn't taste. I wouldn't be able to
I think
taste
it's
it.
like salt. It'll never expire.
Now I'm kind of wondering if this expired date. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Like honey, you know?
Like, Lord knows. Let's see. It look,
2021.
no. It looks like I think if I'm reading this correctly, it looks like 2023.
There you go.
I think that's what it says here.
I'm in. I'll drink it.
Sure.
It's
For
alcohol.
science, Yannick, for science.
It's
Science.
alcohol. Alcohol doesn't go bad. You're fine.
Never.
And then what happens? Following video. So Eric is alcohol poisoned. Turns out alcohol does go bad. Who knew?
You'll be fine. I'll drink it.
NBA Finals Game 7 Sunday. I know it's
I'm
not a
not
big
even
deal to you all,
watching
but super nervous. That's true.
I'm
So
rooting for Indiana, so I'm really hoping Indiana pulls it out. They looked good yesterday.
I think Zach is an OKC
Rushed.
guy, if memory serves me.
Rushed OKC. So, but no, I'm looking forward to Indiana having a title. I really hope it happens.
There you go. I think that's fair. All right, let me ask this question then, and we'll wind down on this.
Good.
Here's my
I'm
question. Oh no, I wanted to torment Eric, so now I feel good about it.
so tired.
Is there any last questions, thoughts, or comments on what we had tonight? Thank you to Neo for joining us. Thank you to Bobby in the Garage of Knowledge, as always. Appreciate you. Any last thoughts, questions, or comments that you want to share? We'll be back with more videos on the channel. Live streams, of course, on Fridays, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, the longest running. Yannick, as we stand tonight, I want to make sure I get this right because I feel like it would be the appropriate thing. Hold on. Weeks between dates. Let me get this right.
3 weeks.
No. Yannick, I'm talking about the dates between when we started the run, the current run of longest running episodic, whatever this is.
229.
Oh, we're past that already.
Oh,
We're past. Remember, we're at episode 244 of the weekly live. So that's the count doesn't start until the regular weekly live. So I want to make sure I get the right date.
so what
Yeah,
episode are we going to be on Hobby Palooza?
By Hobby Palooza, it'll be about a month from now. We're getting close to 250.
Ooh.
Yeah, we're getting close to. Yeah. By the way, kind of a side point, Eric. Let me get your take on this. Here's the thought. Around every milestone episode, give or take, I've done something. 100th episode, I did something. 200th episode, I did something. I got to be honest. I don't have any ideas for 250. 250 is kind of a fun number, but I don't know what I could. I have no idea other than just compilation of making fun of you. I don't know what could possibly be of interest.
Gotta go to Eric's backyard, and we're gonna do live wrestling, and I'll drop him from the third row.
You don't want to do that. You're gonna hurt.
That'd be great. That sounds. To be honest, that sounds great to me.
Randy Macho Man Savage elbow drop from the third row.
Okay, so
No.
so Yannick, I want to make sure I get this right. Okay, so here it is. I got it in front of me. The first live stream in the current run of the Hobby Talk Live, this thing that we're doing right now, episode
It's
1 of
gotta
this was October 19th, 2020. There's
Wow.
been a live every single week since then, which
That was a whole
means, Yannick,
epidemic ago.
right now, we're at 1,706 days. Consecutive. 1,706 days since the first episode till right now. And yes, Eric, just for you, 243 weeks and 5 days. 1,706 days, 40,944 hours, 2,456,640 minutes.
Of joy of knowing you, buddy.
No.
See?
Think about it.
Think about it.
Approaching right now as we speak, 56 months and 2 days. 1,706 days, Eric. 1,706 days. We're already over 700 days past Pedro Morales.
Yes.
Think about it. Think about it.
Nice way to circle around.
Mm-hmm. I want you to think about that in
I
your
don't
mind.
wanna. I wanna
That's
go to
Friday.
bed. I wanna
And
go
you've
to
missed
bed.
and you miss weeks, Eric, and I'm here every week.
See, that just proves you don't need me.
No, Eric, that proves I need to punish you
I don't
for
want.
your failings
I want to go to bed.
in life.
I'm tired.
All the more reason to hate Eric, because Zach is right. I might have to dig into archives at some point when I need something to listen to. Let me tell you, man, there
Dude.
are archives. Oh,
We need actually
Yannick.
someone to sort all of that and classify in episode chapters.
So Yannick, truthfully, we're going to finish off on this. Yannick, I got to be honest with you. Whenever I dig into those numbers, I get such a kick out of it. Is it bad that I get a kick out of this? I love it. It makes me
It is.
laugh.
It is. It's, you know, it's unique. Definitely.
I just love it so much. It makes me so happy. That's why we talked about earlier about the Sports Card Nation thing and the thing that they were doing. And I understood what Newman was trying to say with it, but like I'm sitting there like, Okay, look, dude. Listen. I went from 2020. When I'm saying 2020, I'm talking about 2020 live streams consecutively without a week off.
That was a whole epidemic ago.
It was. Yeah. Zach says, what Eric doesn't know is you were debating stopping the live streams the night he came on. Listen, every time I listen to Eric, I debate these things. Have a good night. Have a good night to you. But the point that I'm making is that, like, it just makes me laugh. I get a kick out of it because I kind of just, it's a Friday night hangout. I enjoy it for what it is. It works very well. Torturing Eric, honestly, is its own reward. It really is. I appreciate it. I enjoy it.
Like, we're
It's my
almost
favorite
getting to the territory of how long Reggie played for the Bruins here. You know, Eric?
I don't even know. I don't even know how long that was. Like, honestly, I don't.
I don't know how
Yeah.
long, but you know.
Yeah, the thing is, at some point, the streak will be broken. It really will. At some point, the streak will be broken. I don't know when it's going to be, but we're at 244 weeks and counting.
I like it.
I don't even know. Like, here's the thing. All those other folks, they can't touch that streak. We're right now on the run. We're on the run to end all runs, and if you want to beat it, good luck. You're going to have to be working at it for years.
We're in Pete Rose territory game played here.
We're getting there. We're getting there, man. Eric, could you imagine? October 19th, 2020 was the beginning of the run. If I get to October,
456.
if I get to October 19th, you know what the best part about October 19th is? Eric, do you know what the best part is?
It was a Friday.
It was. Well, it was actually a Monday, to be honest with you. But do you know what the best part about that streak is, Eric? Do you know what the best part is about October 19th?
I don't know what the best part about it is, no.
October 19th was Carlos Sr.'s birthday. I started the run on Carlos Sr.'s birthday and one of my old buddies from school's birthday, October 19th. So if we get to October 19th and beyond, we will be at 5 years and change.
I just want to mention here that my tablet that I'm not connected to right now to the power unit, it's just giving me the 5% warning.
Yeah, we're at the end. I just wanted Eric to understand the gravity of the situation.
So that's how long we've been on.
I forget what my first day was, but it was a bad day.
You've been on the power, Eric. You've been on the power play ever since.
And my legs are tired and I want to break.
Your legs are tired. You're sitting in a chair.
My back.
How are your legs tired from sitting in a chair?
I was using the analogy about being on the power play. All right.
Yes.
My legs are tired.
Mm-hmm. Indeed.
Yeah, but literally my legs are tired. I rode.
Do you want me to like, hold on. Do you want me to like, just hold on. If I just put it through the screen. Well, I'm trying here. Eric, reach out for it. Like, if you just,
I would totally drink that.
just saying. Anyway. All right. That's it. Longest running episodic, whatever it is. One last stat before you leave. 147,398,400 seconds.
Oof.
That's a real number. I didn't make that up.
Numbers.
I didn't make that up. That's an actual number. Eric, when you're talking about 147 million seconds, that's the beginning of the run.
Something went wrong in my life. I took a wrong turn somewhere.
Can we
At
count
Albuquerque,
it in
probably.
mayonnaise packs?
At Albuquerque, probably. All right, that's it. Thank you to Neil for joining us earlier tonight. Thank you to Bobby of the Rail and Garage of Knowledge. Yannick, thank you. Eric, you were
Peace
here.
out, boys.
Have yourselves a good night. Folks on the West Coast, you still got some time left. Name, Amanda, other folks, good evening. Folks on the East Coast, it is now Saturday. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Take it easy. We'll catch you next week.
Peace out.